The organisers of the rally were the Munster Motorcycle and Car Club, who together with the sponsors combined to offer £10,000 in prize money.
McHale extended his lead by 5 seconds over the final Lochaloon stage.
16 seconds quicker than the Cosworth on this stage.
Andrew Nesbitt is not being left out of this race. And the front wheel has snapped off.
Derek McGarity has chosen the wrong tyre compound and is still suffering.
Of this year's O'Connell Group Cork 20 International Rally. We have 7 stages lined up for you today. We had 8 yesterday. Cracking day's action. But joining me in the studio once again is the erstwhile Michael Patterson, a name familiar with Rally News, Patterson's Pace Notes. And we can't wait to get started this morning. We're going to have action very shortly for you. But Michael, just a quick recap on yesterday. We had some fun.
We had some fun. We had some rallies, battles all the way down through the field. The historic rally running at the front of the field. Innovative new directive here for the rally this weekend. Same again today. Split into 3 today. We'll have the historic rally will run first, small gap, then the main field will run, and then today we also have the juniors out, which we fully intend to give a good crack of the whip.
Yeah. Now, just quickly looking at the main field top 5. We saw Marion Evans very quickly yesterday morning stamp his authority on the event with a string of fastest times. He's ended the day yesterday 6.8 seconds ahead of Callum Devine, who in turn is 4.2 seconds ahead of Josh Moffat. Now, there was a great battle between these 3 all day yesterday. James Ford, Ryan Loughran and to an extent Johnny Greer then got locked in a secondary battle. James Ford and Ryan Loughran really, really impressive. Robert Barrable struggled a little bit and admitted that, didn't know where he was losing time yesterday, but as we've seen earlier in the year in Cork, Robert can come good on a Sunday morning. And then, of course, the local Cork battle featuring Cal McCarthy, David Guest and Owen Murphy. Rounding out the top 10 heading today is Owen Murphy. The Historics, as you said, Michael, leading the field away again this morning. And the feedback we've had from viewers, spectators, and the general consensus of opinion last night is what a great move it has been.
Absolutely. It's been successful. We've got a lot of feedback on social media. People think that it's great to give them the running at the front of the field. Sometimes they get lost in translation. So there's actually a quick update on the historics. We'll go back to the modifieds in a minute because we have a bit of a story there to tell. But Michael McDade absolutely stormed the last 3 stages yesterday afternoon. He was second for most of the day, third after the first stage. So he, I don't know, will these stages suit him? What I couldn't believe was just how close some of the stages were with the historics. One stage we had, 0.1 of a second separating the top 3?
And this is what I'd say, it's not just about the top 3 in the field. I mean, we have battles all the way through RC4, for example. You're going to come back to the modifieds in a second, but great battles and highly entertaining. A couple of times yesterday with short, sharp showers, which made things interesting. And late yesterday evening, we got word that Josh Moffat had a high-speed spin in 4th gear, and there is footage of that in car. And
appreciate you sent that to me last night, and it's worthwhile searching out in social
media. Have a look at it, because if I had a look at it a couple of times, the car control, we were talking about it yesterday, the Callum Devines, the Marion Evans and Josh Moffats, their ability, their talent. If you watch Josh, before he's even spun through 90 degrees, he's come down the gearbox and is guiding the car backwards down the stage with the handbrake.
It's pretty impressive.
It really is impressive car control. So have a look for that. It is well worth watching. But that's what we're going to get today, Michael. It will be 10 tenths. Those 3 guys, Callum in line for a championship. Josh wants to win. Marion hasn't won since Galway. We're going to just more of the same today, really.
Yeah. So the modifieds, I was going to say, overnight we had a bit of a very, very small development, but probably a right one. I don't know the exact circumstances, but we know yesterday that Frank Kelly and Eddie Doherty got involved in a really, really tight battle all day. A couple of seconds here, a couple of seconds there. Eddie was fastest out of the traps. He got a bit of a lead built up. But unfortunately, he got balked on a stage. And initially, the organisers sort of said, look, these things happen. You dropped 15 seconds or something, and there's not much we can do about it. I know, being in stewards' rooms and things in the past, you need conclusive evidence. It wasn't a stage interrupted, and he was the only competitor affected by it. We actually noticed it on the live stream where
we did,
he came past and Frank was very close. And I said to you, I think he's caught that car who's got a problem, and he's been balked. Well, what it meant was Frank was able to get ahead in the modified category, but the organisers have given him the time back. It makes a difference in that Eddie goes ahead, but there's nothing in it. So Eddie starts in 12th this morning, and Frank starts in 13th, 7.1 seconds behind. Now, these guys are... It's great to see Frank Kelly setting fastest times in the modified again. It's been a while since he was doing it. We know Eddie Doherty has been consistently fast and winning all year. So I think there's another great battle. Darrow Reardon is categorised as modified, even though he's in the four-wheel drive car. But we'll focus on Class 14 and Class 13. And the Class 13 battle is looking good. Cian Walsh having a brilliant run yesterday, but chasing him down, Ollie Benton once again. Ollie had a small mistake in the first stage, so Ollie looking for championship points. The RC4s, I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah, because you know, I was lucky enough to meet up with Ewan Lloyd and the family last year at Goodwood. Ewan has done several events already this year, but stamped his authority on the Irish tarmac yesterday. Heads into Sunday today with a 34.8 second lead over Cian Caldwell and Liam Egan in their Fiesta, and they in turn ahead of Casey J. Coleman and Lorcan Moore in third. Shane Quinn, Stephen Joyce fourth, and fifth Shane Casey and Sean Nolan. So that's one of the examples of the battles that we're talking about. What we have today is 2 loops of 3 stages run twice, and then a final stage to round out the rally for the weekend later this afternoon before they're back in Cork Mart somewhere about 4:30. But 3 stages in a row, and the best part of 25 to 30 kilometres. It's going to be a tough loop of 3.
We heard a couple of the competitors say that they absolutely loved the stages yesterday, but they also made reference to the local guys who were saying, well, if you love these stages today, you'll love tomorrow's stages even more today. What we actually do have is fundamentally the first stage out this morning is, I would say, for most people, it's a brand new stage. They'll have never have done the vast majority of it before. It's very, very, very fast in places, long high-speed corners, quite a few chicanes. We saw chicanes causing a few problems yesterday.
We did, yeah.
Let's hope that's not going to be the case this morning. It's also got some tight technical, very slippy at the start. The last couple of weeks, there's forestry at the start, and they've been logging on the side of the main road. So there's lots of mud and everything else at the start, cold tyres. So I think they'll all go in with the same attitude. The second and third stages today, slightly almost identical to a loop that ran last year. Mm-hmm. There's a small tweak in the middle of the second of the 2 stages, and a small tweak, slightly shorter stage, the third in the loop. Not so accessible, so we're not so sure about exactly what our programme is today. We want to give everybody a fair crack of the whip, and I think we're getting ready, we're getting geared up to hand over to Tony in service, and let's see what the weather's like.
Good morning and welcome to service. We're back here with the Historics overnight leader, Michael. How's everything feeling in your camp this morning?
It's good. We're happy. Rather not be starting first, but sure, we have to do what you got to do. Like, just get out there and do it.
We were chatting to Declan yesterday evening, and we were saying, like, it's a nerve-wracking enough sort of thing to be starting the whole rally off first car on the road.
It's first time, I suppose, but it's actually fantastic that the Historics are running first. It's great. It's a great thing. Like, I think there'll be more historic entries if this was a regular thing. A lot of boys said because of the historics, I think even the likes of Donegal, there was, you know, you lost 5 or 6 stages over 2 days, which is a lot. But again, whoever's at the back of the field normally loses them anyway. But I don't know how many was lost yesterday. I don't think there was many because the stages were very well run down here. Like.
And tell us, how are you feeling about today's stages? Are you looking forward to them? Do you get a wee chance to look at them?
No, I'll be honest, I didn't look at them at all. I just chilled out last night. We got a meal and went to bed early. We done 2 days recce and I just feel that should be enough. Like.
Well, it's definitely enough considering how you performed yesterday.
Yeah, we had a good afternoon. We're happy enough. We're happy out. Just the day is fast stages, so we just have to keep it on the road. And
do those stages suit you, Michael?
Yeah, I like the fast stuff. Like. Yeah.
So you're ready to rock?
Ready to rock. As long as we just keep her on the wheels between the ridge, like, you know.
That's the main thing,
Thank
Michael.
you.
We'll let you go and get set up, and we'll get a quick word now with the other few crews this morning. But again, quite very exciting, but quite nerve-wracking to start the day off leading and sort of ready for, you know, as Michael says, they're leading the, you know, leading the event is one thing, but to actually move off first on the line, it's not, as he was saying, it's not something that the historics deal with too often, and definitely a nerve-wracking setup. You know, you just never know. You just never know how you would feel in that situation. So it's an interesting one, and definitely very exciting for them this morning. So we'll get a quick word now with Thomas Davies, who obviously spent most of the day leading yesterday. Thomas, did you get a good reset last night?
Had an early night, yeah. So interesting first loop of stages.
How are you feeling about them?
I feel okay. Yeah, feel good.
Any of the stages you're looking forward to in particular?
To be honest, I can't remember what they're like. So it's first time doing them. I think all the stages seemed quite nice when we were wrecking, so yeah, it should be good fun.
And tell us, in terms of tyres and stuff, everything obviously looks quite simple this morning because it's been a mainly dry night and kind of mainly dry morning here. We haven't seen any rain yet, so is it making it quite easy for you?
I thought it was easy until about 30 seconds ago when somebody phoned to say it's raining on stage 3. So need to make a decision now what to do. And
how does that, what do you normally do there? Do you normally take chances or play it safe, or what do you think?
I don't know. I'll have a chat with the boys now, see what to do.
Quite a difficult one, isn't it? Like, considering there's 3 stages. You know, I think a lot of the time if you can make them last over 2, you can get away with it. But 3 stages is a big gamble, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So I was tempted to go a little bit harder because obviously there's 3 stages, but that rain on stage 3 now might change things. Yes.
And does that make you kind of excited or not? Like, do you prefer the rain or the dry most of the time, Thomas?
I think everybody prefers it probably just dry. Just makes life a bit easier.
A wee bit easier.
A wee bit easier, yeah. Yeah, definite.
And tell us, are you going to be chomping at the bit here this morning to just get back into that lead, or are you just going to bed yourself in and see how it goes?
Just see how it feels on the first few bends and just make a decision from there.
Thomas, we'll let you get stuck into it and get the car ready for road. Thank you very much. Yeah, as you can see, I feel like there's a bit of nervous energy about the service camp this morning. You know, there's definitely people aren't as comfortable. I feel like it's, and again, that's exactly why that kind of conversation where you're getting a phone call to say that there's sun shining here, but then that it's raining out in the stages, like, it's very, very difficult. Like, so you can kind of see where the nerves will be high here this morning and trying to figure out like what you're actually going to do. So we'll see how Trevor's feeling. Trevor, still here, we're still taking away.
Absolutely. We'll just see what happens today.
Are you looking forward to these stages?
I'm not so sure. They're very fast. No, they're very fast this morning. So look, you're always nervous going into them, so when you get going, you'll be fine. Yeah. You know yourself.
It's one of those ones where no matter what the feeling is, a majority of the time, starting the day off, doesn't matter what the day is or what position you're in, it's just an edgy sort of an energy, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. It's daunting too, like, you know, and yeah, the nerves and the jitters are there. But like, again, once they say go and you get a mile into the stage, you get yourself set up into the seat and you get on with it.
I know. And none of the stages, you know, you're not particularly excited about any stages or anything this morning, no?
Not really, to be honest. Like the first 2, we were just looking at them last night there on the DVD, like, and they're just the very, very fast chicanes, you know. Yeah. They seem to be. There's just just a lot of main roads, and then they'll go off on the grassy roads and stuff. So, look, it is what it is, and you just have to be careful. Yeah.
I'm noticing the wrist all bandaged up here this morning, Trevor. You were saying yesterday with the bail you got a wee knock. Has that affected much?
I know. It's when I woke up this morning, it's swollen and sore. But look, we've got it bandaged up, and when the adrenaline kicks in, we'll get on with it.
It's mad, isn't it? When the adrenaline kicks in, you can feel nothing. You just keep going.
Wouldn't say that now. But no, it'll be good. It'll be good. It'll be all right.
Good on you, Trevor. We'll let you get back
All the
to it.
best.
Thanks a million. We'll see you back at the next service. So there you go. Trevor's all set, but again, as he says, the nerves are there, and it's so interesting when you see the likes of the wrist wrapped up or whatever, because you just don't think wee things like that are going to happen, you know, in the car. But it's just everything's so delicate, and one wee bang, and the next thing, everything's affected. So we're going to go around here and get a quick word again with Duncan Williams, who is the championship leader, and we'll just check how everything is for him this morning. Just having a quick word with everybody, so we'll.
I didn't wave.
Good morning, Duncan. How's everything feeling for you today?
We're just off now we're just off out to come out of the service area now. So sun's shining, so fingers crossed we'll have a good day.
You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, start of a new day, new beginning. Let's go for it.
Good man. Enjoy. We'll see you in a wee while. And I just see we missed Johnny Greer last night. So I want to see if we can get a quick word with Johnny. Johnny is good and consistent all weekend, and always a very interesting take on the stages. So we'll just see what Johnny has to say. Johnny, another day and a fresh start. What's your plan of attack today?
Yeah, pretty much just go out and enjoy ourselves again. We had a good day yesterday. Really enjoyed the day, enjoyed driving the car and everything and the stages, but pace wasn't really there, so we're a bit of a loss with that one, but we're just going to go out and do the same again. I think if the weather stays dry, the stage will be good, so just go out and enjoy ourselves, and if we can get a bit closer to the pace, even better. So, but yeah, just see what happens.
Everything was very consistent for you yesterday.
Consistently bad, I think, but it's yeah. Well, I say we enjoyed ourselves. Like I probably had a very enjoyable day in the car, one of the better ones. So I'm sort of happy enough to go out and just try and enjoy myself again today, and hopefully we can get a bit closer to the pace. That'll be the goal. But at the end of the day, if it's not there, we're not going to push it too hard.
Exactly, and as you say, like, to be enjoying the stages is the main thing. And you know, yesterday we were saying you don't really love the flat out stuff, but that's a lot of it today.
Yeah, same again. This rally's been a very fast rally, so I'd say I don't really enjoy the high speed stuff, but at the same time, when the stages are good and there's a flow to them, it is enjoyable. Yeah. But yeah, we'll just do our own race and see where we end up. I think that's the plan. Just go out and enjoy ourselves, and if we can take a few seconds off the guys in front, all the better. But at the same time, if it's not there, we're not gonna chase it.
Good man, Johnny. We'll let you get back to it and get set up for the day. And we'll just go around here and see if we can get Cal McCarthy as well. Again, another one of the local runners that people are quite interested in. Right. Cal, hard to beat a Sunday morning in a service park. You all set?
Yeah. It's beautiful conditions. So what the stages are like, I don't know, but yeah, it should be a good day again. Yeah.
We're after getting word. Well, we didn't get word directly, but we were speaking to Thomas Davies there, and he was saying that so he is somebody out in the stage, or he got a phone call out that direction anyway to say there was actually a wee bit of rain out there.
Yeah, it could possibly be. When we were coming up this morning, there was a bit of dampness in the road under trees and that, so probably similar to yesterday morning, which hopefully if we get through that, it'll dry up during the day.
And how do you play it with the tyres? Do you go cautious, or do you just take your chances there?
I follow Johnny. As simple as that.
Good man. Gal, we'll let you get back to it. Thanks a million. Hopefully see you back at the next service. And we'll take a walk up this direction now and see if we can get a quick word with any of the top three in the main field. We've got Callum over on the other side, but we've got rally leader Marion Evans over here to the left. So we'll see if we can get a quick word from Marion and figure out what his plan of attack is and see how he's feeling this morning. Again, it's your dream, I would say, as a driver to be leading events, but the pressure that you wake up with to try and keep it all day. Some people don't think about it, but I would absolutely be thinking about it. So it's that fine balance of keeping it going and letting it motivate you without getting too nervous and thinking too far ahead. Marion, how are the nerves this morning, or the excitement maybe?
Bit of both, I think. Yeah. it's just getting a few calls. The weather might be a bit more complicated than we thought, but I think ultimately it looks like it's going to dry, hopefully, so that'll be nice if it does.
And obviously, you know, that's a bit of a tricky one with the 3 stages here now and the length of them.
It's a bigger loop, so you know, it's a few more things to think about really with the tyre, but no, hopefully if it stays dry it'll be okay.
And tell us, how do you normally approach that? Do you kind of take the cautious approach, or do you just go for bravery and this is where the risks and the time is taken?
We were a bit brave yesterday and it paid off in the end, but the thing is you don't want to go too safe and just throw a load of time away, so you know, but then you don't want to go and take a big risk, and so it's just trying to find a middle ground. It's not easy, to be honest.
How do you actually make that decision? Do you generally make it yourself and Jonathan, or the full team, or yourself, or what? How does it happen for you?
Just with boys and Dad mostly, to be fair. Dad's had a look at them this morning, so just go off what he's told me, and Dad's a fairly experienced guy, so you know, I always find guys who aren't driving the car see it a bit differently as well. I've seen that working with drivers myself. You know, the driver will always kind of think of a lot of things to kind of put them off certain ideas, whereas the team can point you maybe in a more sort of logical way of thinking. So
well, that's it, like, because it's very, you know, they have the privileged position of not actually having to be in the car and, you know, think about all of the possible issues, whereas you're sort of sitting there thinking about all the things that could go wrong and how you have to handle them. So that's why the team is so important.
Yeah, it is 100%. Especially, to be fair, that Dad is quite experienced as a competitor himself, so you know, he can tell me this is what I would do, and you know, that's how I kind of work with other drivers when we work with them. So it's nice to have a good bit of input from others, but I think ultimately it's still got to lie with the driver to make a call. So that's the thing again, because it's you that has to shoulder the blame if it goes wrong, or it's you that takes all the plaudits if it goes right.
Exactly, the weight is definitely on your shoulders as the driver.
Yeah, it is, yeah, but that's why we do it, I guess, so we've got to take it, haven't we?
Good man, Marion, thanks a million. We'll let you go and get your head stuck into the game, so we'll not hold you too much, but thank you very much, and we'll head over now and see if we can get a quick word with Callum Devine. Quite a cool character, Marion, most of the time, but he's definitely very cool and calm and collected there this morning, which is a great attitude to kind of have when you're heading in as the event leader, because you just tend not to get too carried away then. And as he says, it's great to have the team to kind of keep you calm as well, and they do all the logical thinking for you as you kind of possibly get worried about certain things. They'll make sure that they're calming you down. Callum, you're very relaxed looking there this morning.
Aye, relaxed, so we're relaxed enough.
What's your plan of attack here?
I'm going to try and have a wee go at it here this morning anyway. Look, Josh is only a couple of seconds behind us, and Jermaine's on a wee bit in front, so look, regardless, I think we need to keep the pressure on to try and stay in front anyway, because there's no real managing it. So look, we'll see where that gets us, you know. So.
And in terms of your headspace or your focus here this morning, are you more concerned about the time that you could possibly give away to Josh, or he could take off you, or are you focused solely on Marion and what you have to do?
I think no, we just you always have to try and look forward. Do you know what I mean? Try and instead of looking behind you, try and look forward. So we're looking forward always at Marion, and look, if we catch Marion, we know Josh is doing the same thing too. He's planning to get ahead of me and go for the one here, obviously for the championship and stuff. So look, we're just looking forward, and look, ones we're going to have to keep planning for, you know, just to be in the mix anyway.
And how do you talk to yourself about that? Because you've mentioned championship and stuff, you know, when you're in the car, how do you actually keep yourself focused on what you have to do without wiring yourself up to the extent that you're under too much pressure?
I think we're quite calm enough, to be fair. When you're in a battle there with the boys, it actually makes it a wee bit more easier, do you know what I mean? Because you're concentrating, you're driving throughout the stages just to try and make wee improvements to get that bit of time, you know. So it helps that way to be in a battle. Kind of keeps your head clear and you're more concentrating on the driving, but it's good that way. But
so you're happy you're basically sitting where you are in second to actually have to go out and get somebody this morning?
Aye, probably. Aye, I wouldn't mind being 30 seconds in front, but that's probably the place I'm not going to get too handy.
You would know.
We would know.
Callum, we'll let you go. Thanks a million. And again, the usual calm character coming from Callum there as well. So we'll head over the other side of the service park now and get a quick word with a few other drivers and possibly a few co-drivers as well to see how everybody else is feeling. But we're going to go across here and see if we can get, obviously we want to speak to Josh, but the likes of Ryan Loughran we missed yesterday evening, and it'd be good to get a quick word from him as well. He had a good day yesterday, but there was a wee bit of damage to the car when we saw him last, so it'll be interesting to hear what he did, because as he spoke yesterday, a lot of the time he was actually trying to spend his time tweaking things to the car so that he could get used to the car and figure out what does what, and when he changes certain things, what effect it has on the car and his driving. So you know, these things pay off a lot of the time, but sometimes they can cause a few moments of panic. So we'll see if we can get speaking to a few more people here now, and we'll aim for Josh anyway. He's just after jumping on the phone. Good morning, Andy. So as you can see, he's just after taking a phone call there, so we'll let him batter on at that. He's doing a wee bit of engineering here, I think, at the front to get the car set up. So he has it there. Josh, there's a smile on your face this morning anyway. You're ready for road.
Yeah, good night's sleep always helps, but yeah, look, we have a long day to go yet, and we're looking forward to it, so hopefully it goes well.
Do you find that helps, Josh, to just get away for a wee while and just forget about it and sort of reset and come back and just get into a rally car and kind of remind yourself that that's always a good day?
Oh, definitely so. It's yeah, you need a sort of reset and rest and go at it again. So
now these stages, any of them you're looking forward to in particular? Like they're very long, very kind of fast. I'd say they'll suit you.
yeah, well, the times will tell us in a while here, so hopefully they suit us. But no, there's no real stage particularly stands out for me. Like they're all pretty similar and good. Like, so looking forward to it.
We've been talking there to Callum and Marion and kind of the difference, and I know this is a question I would ask quite regularly, but you know, this feeling of the pressure of having to hold the lead all day versus the actual, you know, pressure of having to fight for claiming back time. Which do you prefer?
Oh, I'd rather be in the lead now, to be fair. Like, but I suppose from a pressure point of view, like, I suppose whenever it's your first time getting up to that step where you are like winning rallies or whatever, you feel the pressure a lot more then. But thankfully now we're in a situation where like we've been there, done that, and the pressure doesn't sit in the shoulders as much, which I think is a good thing, because it can affect you as well. Like, so yeah, look at it, we just sort of take it as it comes at this stage. Like.
Aye, and luckily enough, like, you have so much experience that way. And where, in your experience now, where do you think you perform best? Whenever you're chasing or whenever you're being hunted?
Oh, I don't know. Like, if everything's just working for me, it usually just works well, and if there's something not going right, like it can affect everything. Like, so yeah, look, at fingers crossed, everything goes like clockwork this morning, and we'll punch in some good times hopefully.
Exactly, as you say, fingers crossed. And you know, just on the last thing we spoke about last night was your you know, your comfort levels in the car after having such, like, you know, a long day's rallying yesterday. That's so much more miles under the belt, so you're feeling comfortable and confident getting into the car this morning?
Yeah, more or less. Like, we've changed a bit there in the setup this morning just to try and get a bit more speed out of the car, so yeah, there's a bit of uncertainty there because we've changed quite a bit, but we're hoping it's going to make it faster, but again, the times will tell.
And what's it like chopping and changing between yourself and Sam? Because, you know, not all drivers have the same setup, so did you have to do an awful lot of work to change the car from when Sam had it last?
Yeah, we have been chopping and changing quite a lot of stuff. Like, I think me and Sam prefer two different sort of cars. I probably prefer the car to move around a wee bit more and have a bit of feel of it like that, and I think Sam likes a steadier car. Probably like most people, like, but yeah, so there is a fair bit of difference. Yeah.
And that's another wee bit of work as well.
Yeah, it's just trying to find that balance and find the sweet spot. So look, we'll soon see.
Good man, Josh. Thank you very much. We're delighted to talk to you this morning, and great to see how you're feeling about everything this morning. And we're just going to scoot across this way and see if we can get another local man, Owen Murphy.
Good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody here today?
So we're fabulous.
You're happy as Larry, Owen?
Happy as yeah.
Always a good day whenever you're starting in a rally car.
That is, yeah. It seems to be grand and sunny here now, but we're getting calls back there that it's raining out on the stage. So I was hoping for a handy enough morning of tipping around and getting home, but it could be a bit challenging out there with all the shiny tire now.
Yeah, and I mean, very, very tricky to try and decide what tyres you're going to choose on.
It is, yeah. We're kind of in a waiting game here now to see what everyone else is doing, so we'll follow the leader, like. Yeah.
And obviously, as you say, then, you know, your day of kind of an easy day's driving's not there anymore because you have to think so much more about what you're doing.
It definitely won't be easy out there. Yeah, we were heat last Sunday in the rain, thank God, and there was a lot of shiny tires, so it could spice things up the front. I'd hate to be having to go out and push like mad like them fellas. So, yeah.
A very enjoyable one. And in terms of tyres, do you tend to lean more towards the safe option or take risks?
Oh no, well it depends. Well, this morning we'll be going for the safe option, but yeah, if we were another few rallies, hopefully we'd be back on the pace. We'd be definitely going for the more dangerous option, yeah. Yeah.
But today it's just about enjoying it.
That's it. Get a few more miles in the kart. It's still very new to me, and yeah, as you can see, the amount of rallying these lads do is unbelievable. So we need to try and get as much as we can done now and try and build the pace.
And tell us, any of the stages you're looking forward to in particular?
Same answer as yesterday morning. I can't remember them. I've a very bad memory, so I rely 100% on my pace notes. Yeah.
Good man, Owen. Always the way. Come here. Thank you very much. Best of luck for the first loop, and we'll see if we can get over here now and get a quick word with Cian Caldwell. Cian, how's the nerves this morning? Are you looking forward to it?
Oh yeah, it's grand. Not too bad now. Looking forward to get going.
Did you have a good night's rest and kind of reset now today?
So happy out now. Can't wait to get going this morning. Weather's good and good dry roads. So.
Tell us this, in terms of the stages today, any of them in particular you're looking forward to?
I'm happy enough with all of them. I like the two long ones. You know, you're sort of getting going and you're still going instead of the short ones where you're just done them and you know you're not really at anything. But no, I'm happy enough with the stages today. I like them more than I did yesterday, so sure luck will keep going. Yeah.
And tell us, in terms of the tyres and stuff, we have been getting feedback from the stages, and there's possibly a wee bit of rain out there, but of kind of like wetness on the road. You know, how does that make your tyre choice? Do you normally tend to go safe, or do you take risks there?
Oh, well, we'll take a risk. Like we'll keep what we have on the car from yesterday and go again today and see how we get on. So.
And do you have any agenda today as such, like, or are you just going out to kind of just see what's in front of you and drive to it, or you know, are you kind of pitting yourself against somebody or making sure somebody stays behind you? Where's your head at?
Well, I think we're currently second in class there, and I think we're 30 seconds behind the Welsh crew. So I don't know. We'll see after the first stage if we take time out of them, or we might keep going, and if not, we'll just try and hold on to second. So that's the plan anyway. Bring it home in one piece. So.
It can be hard at times, can't it? Like to actually try and figure out, you know, where to put your focus. I was asking Callum earlier, you know, do you focus on the people that are kind of chomping at the bit and trying to take your position off you, or do you focus on the front runners and what you can do to them?
Oh, it's tough. You just have to keep your head and see how you're going yourself. Look after yourself and try and keep going. So we'll see after the first loop how we are, and we'll decide what we'll do. So.
Good man. Cian, thanks very much for talking to us. We'll let you go and get planning on those tyres, and we'll see if we can get a quick word with KCJ here. We missed him yesterday, so bear with us. We'll see if we can find him. Didn't see him about, but we might be able to see him. He could be away trying to just figure out tyres or something like that, folks. So what we'll do is we'll wait for Josh to get past us here, and we'll head across the road and get a quick word from Mark Dolphin again. He's sitting there relaxed looking, and we'll see what the nerves are like in this camp. Guys, you're very relaxed looking this morning.
We've nothing to be excited about.
You've plenty to be excited about. You're heading out to the stages.
You're right, yeah. Today's a new day again now, so we'll see how that will go. It's raining now on stage 3, the report is, so that's going to make it very interesting, you know. But we'll see. We're here.
We'll paddle away in our own canoes and we'll see how we go after that. That's all we can do, really.
Well, that's kind of it, isn't it? You know, there's not much more you can do about it. Enjoy it.
Like, we are where we are now, so hopefully we can just improve on where we are. But look, we'll see what we can do.
Good on you. Well, look, best luck. Enjoy every moment of it. And guys, what we're going to do is pass you back to the studio because the first stage is coming up soon. So thanks for tuning in and being in service with us this morning, and we'll see you in a wee while.
So, a couple of scenic views of the County Cork scenery, and good indication here of stage 9 while you were in Tony Kelly's capable hands in service. I managed to get a look over Michael's shoulder at stage 9, and I have to be honest and say there will be a lot of speed carried. Michael, you were saying it earlier about how quick. It's a very fast stage.
Very, very fast. It's also new. We've done little bits of it in the past, but we treated it as a new stage. I think these guys will treat it as a new stage, getting some lovely shots. We heard a few competitors saying they're mixed bag with the weather this morning maybe. They're worried about the third stage in the loop being a bit wet, but this is only 8 kilometres from the service area. It's very close actually. 8 kilometres is 5 miles, so it's really, really pretty close. You heard me mention earlier on at the start they've been doing some logging, so it's a bit mucky at the start, but literally they get to location, I think is it location 4, and they turn out onto what is fundamentally a main road, and they go for 7 or 8 kilometres along a main bit of road, quite a few chicanes for speed reduction measures, but the rest of the time the guys will be absolutely flat out. And then from location 13 to the finish it becomes a bit more technical, a few more junctions, a little bit of everything, just over 18 kilometres long. I predict a fastest time 8:45, 8:50 over 18 kilometres, average speed just under 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, interesting, and it was good to get a chat with Marion and Callum and Josh there. And I mean, Marion.
You think he's a bit nervous?
I think he came across to me as a bit nervous, and I think you asked me yesterday morning who did I sort of fancy, and I said, look, if Marion's head's screwed on, he likes to get up in at the top, first stage of any event. And I think it's that nervous positivity that he's got, and it was quite enlightening that he highlighted the fact that when Tony asked him about his responsibilities as a driver, he was able to explain that, well, I can talk to Dad Melvin, an experienced competitor, but he himself, when he works as part of the Melvin Evans Motorsport team, where he is a shoulder to lean on for drivers who have cars that Melvin Evans runs, so he's able to see it from both sides, and collectively as a team they make a decision. Interesting for me too is Callum is right, I'm on it from the start. I'm going to take it to them and give them plenty as we just catch sight of one of the safety cars. And then of course Josh, who sort of, I wouldn't say he seems ambivalent, but it's almost as though he knows himself what he's going to do, and doesn't like to give too much away. I'm just hoping that where you showed me on the early part of stage 9 where they've been logging and there's that damp packed mud drawn into the middle of the road, that doesn't catch any of the leaders out, both in the historics and in the main field.
Yep, but it's the cold tyres at the start of the stage.
Yeah.
One of the things that caught our eye there just at the end of Tony, when she was just before she signed off, Josh went past with the boot of the car open and a mechanic working in the boot. Well, I've since heard that apparently Josh has gone for a major setup change this morning. Now, these cars are very sensitive and they have a lot of experience, and of course Sam will be helping, I'm sure, pointing in the right direction. But Josh said yesterday at one point that they like the cars very differently. He said that again this morning. He prefers the car to be a bit more loose. Effectively, Sam likes the car tighter, more firm, more stable. I don't think they'll make any mistakes. They've got an awful lot of experience, but I think Josh is probably thinking, I can have these guys.
If it works.
If it works,
yeah.
I can have them, But I was very impressed with Callum's cool hand look this morning. Yeah. He just, I'm going for it. And
I think if Marion gets in and gets a good stage time where he doesn't drop time and stays, I think he'll be happy. As we know, Melvin himself is an experienced multiple champion in Welsh Rally and British Rally, and so there's a really good team of people there that he can talk to. Callum, the family steeped in rallying. Callum's going to go for it. Josh, I hope the changes aren't too massive, but as you said, they have enough of an experienced team around them that I don't think they're going to be drastic changes. And then, of course, you're into the likes of James Ford, Ryan Loughran, Johnny Greer. I mean, Johnny openly admitted to Tony that if he can pull a few seconds back, he'll be happy.
Yep.
But almost as though with 7 stages to run today, he's going to be happy to hold position. Nice to see plenty of people out and about, and a couple of the safety cars we've seen go through. So if you weren't with us yesterday, it will be the Historics that we will see first on the road. First will be Michael McDade and Declan Casey in the RS 1800, as they are our overnight leaders in the Historics, followed by Thomas Davies and Di Roberts. Di Roberts, of course, a very established, almost semi-professional co-driver in his own right and brother of the late Garth Roberts. Trevor Wilson, who was in a Ford Escort as opposed to the Porsche that we saw him in earlier in the year with Paul Mulholland. And of course, we had a couple of issues yesterday where some of those big straw bales jumped out in front of the competitors and damaged a wing or so. And Trevor, of course, damaged a wing and a door. The design to just keep the speeds and the stages down. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver we'll see, and Ray Breen and Damien Morrissey, before we then head on to the main protagonists, Marion Evans, Callum Devine, Josh Moffat. So stage 9, not far away from going live. Our location is
location 4.
Yeah, fairly early on the stage, so maybe a couple of minutes after the stage start time we should see them. And as we've said, it's a very, very fast stage. I haven't seen some of the shots from Michael. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it is. We've had a couple of 0 cars through. Obviously, Historics first on the road this morning. There was Andrew Bish picked up this morning that Adrian Williams was in Park Ferme, Neil Williams was in Park Ferme, lined up, but he's not on the start list. So even though they retired on the second stage, they went into the lead of the Historic rally yesterday morning. They retired on the second stage with a brake issue, and when Tony caught up with them in second service, I think yesterday afternoon, they were pretty adamant they didn't really know what the problem was, and I would suspect that the safest place for the rally car is Park Ferme because it's a secure location, so it's been put in there overnight just probably for security reasons.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking with Bushy this morning about Andrew Bush, by the way, is our executive producer and a very important member of the behind-the-scenes team, but would be a bit of a Vauxhall Chevette fan and rallies himself. And we were talking amongst ourselves, someone about in the Historics, about how much more reliable the BDA engines are nowadays as opposed to what they were like back in sort of 1983, 84, and people running oversized head gaskets and
to compensate for the engine failures.
Yeah, I mean, we were having a chat about, I saw some wonderful engineers were reminiscing about the likes of Fred Crawford and Fred Patterson, Kenny McKinstry himself, who was a very, very efficient and proficient engine builder. But, the Historic cars, I was saying yesterday, I personally think Historic is a little bit of a Minus anomaly in that they're not really historic because they're relatively new, but they're built to the historic regulations.
Yes.
So they're in effect brand new cars. I noticed yesterday that Will Onions, that owns Ian Cathcart's old car, the BIL, is at 5606. He's selling his Sherwood BDA, and of course Sherwood Engines, very synonymous with the historic side of it, and Synergy Motorsports, who are the title sponsor for the historic element of this year's Tarmac Championship. And of course
and
today
associate sponsor Sherwood this year. Yep.
And also we have the Paul Brown Plant Hire Junior Rally entrance that we will see today, and of course Gary McAvoy and McAvoy Motorsport. You will see them in the service park. They're looking after the Modified Rally Championship, and of course Samdeck, the title sponsor as well.
Maybe we've just had a bit of confirmation. Now the weather looks absolutely fantastic there at the moment, but Kevin O'Driscoll, a good friend of ours, press officer for Galway and West Cork Rally, Good morning from Stage 9, folks. Lovely day here, but I had a heavy shower 20 minutes ago. I think this is probably what's worrying some of the crews, is that these heavy showers are going to just arrive. Like we did when we got one yesterday, and it was completely localised to the corner that we were on.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're gonna come across that today. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. As we said, loop of 3 stages this morning, as opposed to loops of 2 that we saw yesterday. So first up is Mullintora, and we're into stage 10, Badgers Hill, and then stage 11, Chimney Field, before the cars then make their way back to the Mart in Rathcormac. They're due in there about 12:10. So 2 loops of 3 stages, and then a third and final run over Mullintora at around 10:40 this afternoon. And with a bit of luck, everybody that's on my start list this morning will also be on the finishing list, if there was such a thing, at 4 o'clock this afternoon. But I'm genuinely looking forward to today, in that Kevin O'Driscoll just pointing out, he's talking about location 16 on the
okay, so that's
11.
quite a bit further through. That's now we do have quite a few chicanes in the stage. So 16 is a turn square left on a little spurious loop they've put in just to slow the cars down a little bit. And again, that was a new bit of stage.
Kevin, you must have been working yesterday, because we didn't hear from you all day. And hopefully you have a chance now on Sunday, yourself and the family. I see you had a lovely holiday in Bath a few weeks ago. Bath, Somerset and Avon, a lovely part of the world. I know it very well. So cars on the stage now. So
yep. Here we go. Start as you mean to go on. McDade, absolutely full of it. So next up should be Thomas Davies. Thomas led the historic rally from stage 2 yesterday, right up until the final 3 stages, when Michael McDade just squeezed him and squeezed him. Very nice.
Trevor Wilson, Paul Mulholland should be with us very shortly.
A few of the battle scars from contact with the chicane yesterday.
Yeah, and so far the 3 cars through, they're not hanging around and carrying great speed out of the hairpin up into that fast left. So just a break in connection there.
Yep.
On stage 9.
We're only a few Ks into the stage, so it's going to be a few minutes, 18K stage with these guys. The historic cars will probably do it in about 9.5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So it'll be about 8 minutes, 7 or 8 minutes before we get any proper results.
So back live footage now, live coverage of stage 9.
This, of course, is the innovative historic rally running at the front of the field. Michael McDade said an interesting thing in service earlier on, that he thinks that more people will come to the historics if they continue to run at the front.
Yeah, I'd love to see that, and hopefully it other organisers will look into it. I think it's a great innovation. Paula White's asking, good morning, we'll be covering the juniors today. Yes, we hope to cover them on this stage and the next. We're not entirely certain of our movements on stage 11. We've run into a few reorganisational issues there, so but yes, we will. Gary McAvoy, great coverage. Well, we do our best, and nice to have people on board and watching.
So before this car, we had the championship leaders Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver through in their British Airways RS 1800, and that was Philip Rogers and San Jones in their Class 18 Escort. Phillips, currently 6th overall and 38 seconds down on Duncan Williams.
Of course, the perma-post car, Ernest Kidney's old car.
Got a bit more grip there than what I was expecting. So that's looking north to the west of the Galtee Mountains, west of Mitchelstown. Oh dear. Martin Rossiter. So Martin Rossiter having a bit of a moment there.
And a break in our connection, even though we're on the top of the hill. In years gone by, when the Druids would have lit the flames from the top of the hill to ward off evil spirits, it looks as though we're having connections.
No.
Nicely done.
Petter and Grace.
Yeah, in the Mark 1. So
Grant Shand's expected next in the Rally Extreme Escort. Lovely car, Robert Falvey.
Yep, John Doody in the Class 18 Escort. So we should just have Alan Watkins and Johnny McDade to round out the historics before we run into a 5 or 6 minute gap. If you weren't with us yesterday, what happens is once the last of the historics go through, there's a few minutes before a safety car makes its way through the stage. Cut back now to Alan Watkins. Yep, nice, neat and clean. As I say, safety car then runs between the historics and the main field, and then there'll be a couple of minutes gap before we see the likes of Marion Evans, Callum Devine and Josh Moffat coming at us at full tilt.
So I reckon it'll be a few minutes yet before we start getting any results in for the historics and the Pocket Rocket.
Yeah,
Johnny McDade.
Hugely popular car in France at the time in the very early visions of Group B.
They were an affordable Group B car at the time.
They were very,
yeah.
And I mean the likes of.
And you got dealer support, if I remember rightly. In the UK, Peugeot Talbot would have helped.
Yeah, I mean Francois Delacour drove one, Didier Auriol drove one in the French Championships. Here we had Robin Lyons, off the top of my head, ran one as well. And they were very, very quick, very light, but unbelievably nippy, and great road holding as well.
Yes, yep. And it was a competitive class at the time because you had other little cars. You had the Citroen Visa, which was popular, and then they brought out the Group B four-wheel drive version. John Weatherly drove it.
The Citroen Visa.
Yes.
4x4. Yeah, it made its debut, I think, on the Mille Piste in France, which was a rally that they held on military proving ground, and it was the Citroen Visa 4x4. I think Rick Smith, erstwhile rally manager of the Goodwood stage and Rally Sunseeker, co-drove Mr. Weatherly for quite a while, and then John brought it over here around 83.
Did the Ulster Rally in the Circuit of Ireland.
Teammate was a former Olympic ski champion, Konrad Bartelski.
Konrad Bartelski.
That's a blast from the past.
So that's an interesting story, actually. That was an interesting story, and our Encyclopedia Bushy is saying Mark Lovell drove the car at one point and Chris Slater ran them, but Conrad was an interesting character. I was, I think, probably in my early teens, and as a family we decided that we would go to the Mealy Paste Rally in 1983, the year where they debuted the Manta 400, the Citroen Visa.
That was the 4x4 Manta 400, was it?
No, that was the Manta 400, and it was its debut rally. And Guy Frickelin drove one, Ari Vatanen, and Konrad Bartalski. And here's a safety car through just ahead of the full international rally. And Konrad Bartalski, for people who have never heard of this, at the time, the major cigarette brand, and I don't have a problem mentioning, at that time, Rothmans were synonymous with motorsport and racing, rallying. And they decided, could they take a leading sportsman from another category and develop them into a top rally driver? And that's what the Bartalski program was. Terry Harriman co-drove for him.
Yeah.
And it culminated in his rally debut the weekend of the Meal Piste, which I always remember, tank testing ground. It was nearly 40 degrees.
It was unreal.
It was unreal. And even as kids, and I remember Louise Aitken-Walker and Mark Lovell were there as the British junior team in Ford Escort front-wheel drive RS 1600s. Yeah. They weren't great now.
No, they weren't.
I went out and did a bit of testing with Louise actually in it, and even though I was young, and Bobby Willis was co-driving for Alan Johnson, the British
PJD 34Y.
Yeah,
Sorry, Andrew.
The C-Link
Toyota Corolla.
Toyota Corolla. It was like going to a local clubman's event, except in the south of France. Draguignan was the name of the town where it's near, and it was amazing. But anyway, Bartalski turned out to be really very, very good, and he carried on rallying with his own money. He at that time was the only, I stand corrected, but I believe the only British
downhill skier
to ever win an event.
Yeah, he was in terms of skiing, he was very good.
But he was a lovely bloke.
Yeah. Yeah. But I actually, the reason I jumped in and said about the 4x4 Manta, I'm sure if it wasn't that year, they did test that 4x4 Manta at the Mealy Piste, because that proved the tank proving ground. It was a bit like the one Ford had in the south of England. I can't remember the name. It's outside Surrey somewhere.
Bagshot.
Bagshot, yeah. That famous photograph of the car over the jump.
Yeah, Roger Clark.
But sort of evokes memories too of Chris Lord in the Mazda RX-7. And I think then Davy Greer got a bit of a favour for them as well.
So while we wait for the main field to start, we're starting to get a few times in, and the thing has turned around on its head again. I thought they were all going well. Well, there you go. Thomas Davies has been fastest. It's Christy Carey and Richard Talbot.
Yeah.
So big change around at the front of the historic rally after the first stage this morning. Almost 10 seconds, 0.3 of a second off 10 seconds faster. Thomas Davies, he's had his Weetabix for breakfast this morning. He jumps back into the lead, 6.7 seconds. Trevor Wilson actually had a really good time as well. He did a 10:38.2, and that was 3 seconds faster than Michael McDade. Michael dropped 10 seconds. Now, he looked to be absolutely flying at us, but we've said there's very, very high-speed sections in this stage with a lot of chicanes, and it doesn't take much if you outbrake yourself into a chicane to maybe overshoot or just get it slightly wrong and you have to pick reverse gear or whatever. So interesting that's where we at with those guys. Now we'll get more times in, and as I say, we're waiting for the main field international to restart.
And of course we mentioned yesterday that we had an Evans leading in Cork and an Evans leading in Finland, and it looks as though with the power stage still to run, that Alphan Evans, who by all accounts was sublimely impressive yesterday in that he was fastest on most of the stages, and extended his lead over Thierry Neuville. But it looks as though Elfyn is going to wrap up, and I don't want to incur the commentator's curse, but it looks as though Elfyn might just take another Rally Finland win. And namesake Marion will be trying very hard, as we heard earlier with Tony Kelly, to set a good time. So it won't be long now before we see Marion make his way up to our camera point here on stage 9.
Is there a power stage this morning in Finland?
There is. It's about half an hour away, I believe. They're 2 hours ahead of us in terms of time. So camera point here at stage 9 will give us an indication if we suddenly lose the sight of the mountains in the distance. We know the rain's on the way.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that was very bright a minute ago, and it's not just as bright as it was.
So 7 stages today, about 111.6 kilometres, which is a shade short of 70 miles. We had 8 stages yesterday, and are about 72 miles worth of competitive stages. And Park Fermy, around about 4:30 this afternoon, of course, we will have Tony Kelly in service during the course of the day, interspersed between the loops of stages. As we see the leaderboard there, the top 5 historic, with Thomas Davies and Di Roberts now leading by 6.7 seconds from Michael McDade and Declan Casey. And then in third, holding on to third and sort of consolidating that position a bit, is Trevor Wilson, Paul Mulholland, and Ray Breen and Damien Morrissey, who I think we possibly missed at this location earlier on, are in fourth.
I think it's really interesting. The stage times are so close. You know, Michael McDade 10:41.6, Trevor Wilson 10:38.2, Ray Breen 10:40.3, Duncan Williams 10:42.9. That's after 18 Ks in all varying different types of historic cars. It's fascinating.
I totally agree. I mean, Martin Rossiter 11:19.3, Peter Walsh 11:20.7 of a second.
Yeah.
You know, so this is what we were saying earlier on about the battle in through the historics. It's a bit like I think it was Michael McDade said earlier on that, you know, the historics encourages people to come out, and it means that we become more aware of the battle with the historics than we move into the main field. And of course, later on we will have the juniors, 9 junior runners, I believe, today. The likes of Dara O'Donovan, Ben McIntyre, Evan McAvoy, Kyle Brown, Robbie O'Hanlon, Barry McIntyre, Catherine Walsh, Dylan Sheehan and Simon Donegan, and of course the hot battle there in the junior, Robbie O'Hanlon leading the juniors currently with 50 points, ahead of Dara O'Donovan on 44, Ben McIntyre on 40 points. Co-drivers been led in the juniors by Oisin Joyce, with Michael White second and Conor O'Connell. And of course they have this event, the Cork 20, and of course the Ulster Rally still to count. So this is the penultimate round here in Cork this weekend of the 2023 Samdeck Irish Tarmac Rally Championship. This year's event, Cork 20, sponsored by the O'Connell Group. And I pause because in the distance I can hear a car.
There we go, end of view, Marion, neat and tidy.
307.
Yep.
Now we are quite early in the stage, so we mightn't notice a massive difference.
I don't think there will be. It's only location 4. Callum. Yep. I'd say he was on identical time, 37, as opposed to 07 for Marion, which would suggest to me that
he's had his Cocoa Pops.
He's had his Cocoa Pops, but they're all on the first 2 certainly are on the same tyre.
This is the one that interests me, the changes that Josh has made.
2 seconds down.
So that is the main field up and running. Next up will be James Ford and Neil Shanks in their Citroen C3 Rally 2, and should be followed up by the Ryan Locker and Gareth Doherty in the Fiesta. But James and Neil, very impressive yesterday, steady, consistently improving during the course of.
Well, he was not messing about there. Same time as Josh, 2 seconds down on the leaders, but that's where he was yesterday. So that's rain in the distance, I can see there for sure.
Very consistent and smooth through there. James Ford and Neil Shanks. James has been gradually improving and getting himself mentally dialed into the vagaries of Irish tarmac. Up next, the very improving Ryan Loughran. Gareth Doherty. Interesting to note that when Tony interviewed Ryan yesterday, he was saying that he's so used to making his pace notes for the Ford Escort, that it's taken a little bit of time just to tweak a difference in his pace notes for the R5, the speeds, the braking points, and obviously getting there.
Well, to me, that shows he's building his confidence. He's getting more and more confident in the car, and it's reflecting in his stage times. Now, we'll have a couple of Citroens, Johnny Greer up first, and then Robert Barrable should be next. Both Johnny and Robert feel that they've been driving well. They just can't really pin down why they're losing a couple of seconds here and a couple of seconds there. And on a rally of this length, it starts to accumulate.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're a minute behind.
And of course, as we were saying yesterday, Robert and Gordon's car also used by Rory Young earlier in the year on the Jim Clark and the Argyll Rally run by Don Buckley. And Robert, 35 years of age from Dublin, of course, car backed by Michael Barrable Motors.
I'm pretty sure we should have had Cal McCarthy by now. More than 30 seconds has elapsed. Wonder, has he lost a few seconds? Yeah, Andrew Bush thinks that the car maybe sounded a wee bit flat. Cal has actually been having a much improved run of late. Oh, you don't want to be doing that too much. David Guest getting a wee bit over enthusiastic there. That's how you pick up punctures, particularly this early in the stage. That could ruin your day if you got two punctures sliding wide on a corner like this.
Next car in the distance.
Owen Murphy. Touch of understeer there. Not able to get the power on as quickly as he should have been.
And the effervescent Anthony Nestor calling the notes this weekend.
I think that was also the effervescent Martin Walsh taking photographs on the other side of the road with his pink Motor MI jacket on. Jason McSweeney should be up next in Skoda. As far as I can work out, it's the only Skoda here this weekend.
Yeah, with Daniel Barry was down to start, but didn't, along with Declan Boyle was due to start and didn't. There's a few withdrawals earlier in the week, which we ran through yesterday. I probably should have run through them this morning for anybody who was...
So here's the first of the modified, Eddie Doherty. This will be Battle Royale today. Frank Kelly finds himself back on form, switching fastest times. Eddie wasn't messing there. Again, the Escort understeering a little bit before he got power oversteer.
Tony caught up with Frank several times yesterday, and as usual, highly entertaining.
Here comes Frank.
Frank's
still showboating.
Yeah, he's up bright and breezing for a Sunday morning. We should have Dara Reardon, Mickey Walsh, car number 80 in the Class 20 Fiesta. Good time set by Dara yesterday, and of course a previous winner of the event back a few years ago. Next up should be Colin Byrne and Stephen Quinn in the Class 14 Escort.
So all 13 historic crews have successfully completed the stage. Obviously we had a switch of lead. So Colin Byrne in his immaculate Mark II Escort. Been very reliable this year, very rapid, very fast, consistently second or third fastest modified on most rallies. I was just going to say, obviously, change of lead in the historic rally this morning. Thomas Davies 10 seconds faster than Michael McDade, goes into the lead by 6.7 seconds. Everything pretty much stays the same. Alan Watkins dropped down a place. So we should have the first of the Class 13s, Cian Walsh in his Corolla, up next. Yep. He's driving very, very well this weekend. Fair play to him. Back to Class 14 with Stephen Davies and Mark Mays in their Mark II. Alright, a lot of speed into the corner, maybe a little bit too much. Lost a bit of momentum there. Keith Lance in his recently acquired Volkswagen Polo.
So a couple of times in for the main field. Colin Devine has rattled in 9 minutes 17 seconds dead, with Marion Evans coming in a little bit slower on 9:20.6. So Callum, true to his word, he has cut Marion's lead now to just 3.2 seconds, with Josh's time still to come.
Josh is just in 9:28.0. Either the changes haven't worked or that wasn't part of the plan.
No, but of course don't forget yesterday, as we said earlier, he had that high speed spin and dropped about 10 or 12 seconds in the middle of the afternoon. So it looks as though today now, Michael, we're going to be treated to a battle royale for the lead at the front. What we have is 12-second gap now from sort of Josh to the leaders.
There's Ollie Benton through. Ollie's on a bit of a charge today, we hope.
People loving the fact that we saw the historics at the start before the main field, and
so it's really, really interesting, Sav. Their worry in service earlier on was mixed conditions in this stage, and that's exactly what the top crews are reporting. Bright, bright sunshine and then saturated wet in places. Very, very difficult. So I think this is going to be the thing of the morning. Apparently all these guys have also taped up the tyre compounds on their tyres. A lot of mind games going on, a lot of psychology going on.
Josh losing quite a bit there with the
Yeah.
changes, so be interesting to hear what he has to say. Colin Devine had a bit of a spin, I believe, in the middle of stage 9.
But still went fastest so far.
Yeah. So
To reduce the lead to 3.2.
Kevin O'Driscoll reporting leading crews all through him so far this morning.
Thomas O'Rourke through in the Evo.
So James, at the moment, the top 7 remain as they were in terms of the leaderboard overnight. Callum has closed the gap to 3.2 seconds. 15.2 back to Josh Moffat. James Ford and Ian Shanks remain in 4th as we see Casey J. Coleman making his way through. Ryan Loughlin holds on to 5th. Johnny Gray stays in 6th, as does Robert Barber and Gordy Noble in 7th.
How much time did they lose? And who gained? James Ford was the guy. He's gained a little bit again. I know he's too far behind to make any difference, and by all accounts, it is very tricky in the middle of the stage. There's been a big downpour. Ricky Conlon through.
So next up should be Fergal McGuigan and Michael Moore in the Class 13 Escort, followed by Brian Bolger and Marty Byrne, Class 24 R5. Just keeping in touch with some of the messages that people are sending in to us via Facebook and YouTube. We are live on both. And of course, Shannon Sports is the results website, run very capably by Angus Seeley. If you want to check out and keep an eye on results yourselves.
So that was Fergal McGuigan through. I hear reports that Ryan Loughlin had a bit of a torrid time in the stage. The car's down in power. He's also had 2 offs in the stage, so very difficult.
There's Brian Bolger and Martin Byrne through.
Yep.
So next up should be Aaron Brown and Derry Long in the Honda Civic, and if he's anything like yesterday, we will hear him coming a mile away, because not only is it rather rapid, it sounds great. Here we go. Yep, threw it away very quickly.
I wonder if Cal McCarthy got through the stage, because we thought he was maybe a wee bit down. Yes, he has. He's dropped 30 odd seconds, and he stalled on the start line apparently.
Well, that'll not please him, but so leading crews now making their way over to Badgers Hill.
Oh, here's the Mark 1 getting a little bit wide in the junction.
They have 17.6 kilometres, so that's about 11 miles, and that's due off in about 4 minutes. And as I say, we will endeavour to sort of probably concentrate on the open 2 stages this morning, so we can cover the juniors as well as the historics main field and juniors on stage 10.
Shane Quinn and Stephen Joyce.
So Eddie Doherty rattled in a 9:47.4, and 2 seconds slower was Frank and Lauren Kelly on a 9:49.4. So battle royale going on there. That's going to be one to keep an eye on during the course of today. Sort of 10 seconds between the pair of them.
Nothing in it, is there?
No.
Now we seem to have had a bit of a gap. We should have had Mark O'Leary through.
And of course we're quite early in the stage at our location here, junction 4, which, if you know the area, is Montura. Make their way over towards Chapel Crossroads and then down towards Mourns Crossroads before running along the edge of the forest there before they make their way back towards Rathcormac. That's part of the stage where Michael has been saying there's been a lot of rain in the middle of the stage. So as Michael's saying, there a bit of a gap here at the moment. Mark O'Leary and Andrew Cronin should have been through in the Class 11F. Toyota started. And then they would have been followed by Tommy Randall's Jason O'Connor in the Class 14 Escort, and then we would have seen Chris Ford, Neil Coleman. So a bit of a hold-up, which we'll try and update. We don't have all the facilities at our disposal. We normally do.
Well, apparently Darrow Reardon's all okay, but off the road we hear. But the following crews say, yeah, okay, board's out.
Pity, because he was shown very well yesterday.
He was going nicely.
You know, we don't see him out often enough. You know, a triple winner of Cork here in the past.
So maybe that's why they just want to make sure everything's okay. So Darrow Reardon off, all okay. 10 cars, red flag. Stage will be restarted in 4 minutes, folks. So apparently there's a few cars held up, but the stage isn't blocked and the crew are okay. And as I say, the stage will restart in 4 minutes. We're probably 2 minutes into the stage, so we should be getting cars re-going here at about 6 minutes. We'll have a wee look at a few of the later times. I think what will happen now is that the guys that have all been affected with this have already, fair play to the results people, they have already been issued a stage interrupted time. 9:49.4, which was Frank Kelly's time, so it's obviously been deemed that Frank and Lauren Kelly were the last people to get a clean run through the stage. That's an impressive response from the organisers this morning. No nonsense. Everybody knows where they stand.
Yeah, good move.
Yep.
Good move.
Well done.
And of course, for those that weren't with us yesterday, you were telling us about, Monster Car and Motorcycle Club and, the Cork Marshals Club, at about 5:30 yesterday morning, sitting having a cup of tea nice and early, all ready to go, and things were lovely, and maybe a bacon and cheese sandwich early in the morning, and at 6 o'clock the stage was lovely.
And by 7 o'clock, our little storm had blown in, brought trees down, branches down, leaves down, all hands on deck. All hands on deck. Farmers, chainsaws. So while we're waiting for stage 9 to restart, there's a good graphic of stage 10 and 13, 17.74 miles. I would like to just What's the technical data here? Maximum speed 119, estimated stage time 8 minutes 50, average speed in the stage 74. So of course they start pardon me, a bit more technical this stage. A favourite with the drivers.
Why do you think that is? Just a mixture of everything?
Yeah,
fast,
it's
tight,
just the terrain.
naturally.
Yeah, the terrain gets it's more undulating. There's a few more valleys, rivers, and stuff like that. So a bit more climbing, narrower, as opposed to where we were up on top of the hill, where it's almost moorland. You know.
Would you say this? Would you say this stage is sort of closed in, or are there open parts and elements as well? Fast.
It's more closed in, more trees, more potential for rain. And I've just had word in my ear that our camera crew said it was raining there 2 minutes ago. So we have these sporadic rain showers right across the stages this morning. We know the drivers have been telling that very, very difficult, bone dry, and then just shiny tar, soaking wet.
It's funny, I think it was the Finns coined the phrase shiny tar, wasn't it? And I mean, they used to hate it. I mean, I remember talking to Peter Solberg about it, and he said, forget about ice, forget about snow, forget about packed snowbanks. He said the one thing they hated as drivers was sudden shiny tar, where you had rain on asphalt or anything like that. And Breen McNamee says, good morning. Morning, Breen. Long
Morning,
time
Breen.
since we sort of decorated the front of the Red Escort with Monaghan poultry. And I took your black Immaculate RS 2000 for a spin, myself and Sean McElhern, many years. I think it was the Monaghan Stages.
Right.
We didn't tell you we were taking it. You only found out when we brought it back, all dirty. But morning, and good to see you're on board. Hope everyone's well. But yeah, going back to Peter, they hated that shiny tar because they just had no knowledge and no element. It's just so slippy.
And when it rains, you really are, yeah, you can be a passenger. So for
So doing a couple of things at the same time here, keeping an eye on updates from the Motor Club, as well as answering one or two people on social media. But we are live on YouTube, live on Facebook. So get in touch, keep us posted, and it shouldn't be too long now until we see the historics. And of course, if you're with us for the opening stage there this morning, Thomas Davies has retaken the lead from Michael McDade. So you probably have enough time for sticking the kettle on a Sunday morning and get ready to enjoy stage 10, Badgers Hill. And it is a shade over 17.5 kilometres, but close to 11 miles. And as Michael has said there earlier, camera crew reporting rain on the stage at their location, which I believe on this running of the stage is about a third of the way in. So yesterday we had crews speaking of the fact that, you know, in the more sheltered areas, there was, after the storm on Friday night, there was a lot of leaves lying on the road, making grip very, very difficult. And while it may have looked dry in the open areas of the elements of the stage, but in under the trees was very damp and wet. And it'll be something similar in the more sheltered parts of the stage this morning, where the wind or sun hasn't got out to dry the road out. And
so we are due this historics to start here very shortly, but we have a bit of apparently Michael McDade, the historic rally leader, is reportedly stopped in the road section with clutch issues.
Oh no.
Sorry, he dropped a second on that stage, but he was the overnight rally leader. Tough rally, it's a long way round.
That has to be a sickener first thing on Sunday morning, I must admit. Hopefully Hopefully now maybe it's just a case of bleeding the clutch master cylinder, or maybe something simple like that he can get going. Or
yeah, I think he probably will get going again. Very resourceful, these guys.
Yeah.
I was just looking. We've a couple of different times here for starting, but we're pretty much. Yours is slightly different to mine, Zav.
Everything I have is different.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I'm working off there. If you could see,
so what's your due start time for stage 10, first historic car?
10:54. If you could see our desk here in our comedy booth, there is paper and laptops and iPads everywhere, and
yeah, the old stage. Stage 9's back up and running while we're waiting for stage 10 to start. We'll. I'm not quite sure who's due next. We've probably. They did hold the cars for about 6 or 7 minutes. Michael Curran.
Michael Curran, Ben Taggart in Class 14 Escort. Up next then should be John Hickey and Niall Myers.
Oh, so the first historic cars is on stage 10, and it does look a bit damp.
So that was Trevor Wilson.
Well, we know that Michael McDade was stopped in the road section. So he's going to be, and here's Ray Breen. So maybe maybe Thomas Davis stopped to give them a hand or something. I wouldn't look too suspiciously into it at this moment, because we believe that Michael McDade has got going again.
But the camera position there is a great indication of just how narrow and twisty and tight the stage is, as you described. You know, when we ran through earlier.
Different terrain.
Very narrow, very tight, very unforgiving.
And it's not very far away. So this is Duncan Williams and
Guy Weaver
threading his way through this narrow bit of road.
So if you're wondering about us going to stage 10 and the juniors, we will see the juniors, so stay with us. It is our intention to cover them. There are 9 runners this morning.
Okay, so that was Thomas Davies' way through, and I've also got reports that Philip Rogers may very well have stopped with clutch issues also.
Yeah, been told Philip Rogers is definitely out. That was Philip Rogers and Sean Jones in the Escort.
Mechanical problems, so nothing to worry about there. These things happen. Here's the permapost car going really slowly as well. Alan Tracy. Or did he just maybe miss a gear or something? But
no, I think you're right. He's not
pushing the way the other guys were. Oh, hazard lights on. Yep. What a shame.
And it didn't sound like he actually changed gear either.
So, are we looking at losing?
Don't say it.
2 historic cars?
No. I'll remain positive.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I mean, Alan's still going, so that's...
I mean, we still have a battle at the top. And of course, you know...
Should be Martin Roster coming into view. Just having to change down a gear there. Patter Walsh. tricky wee bit of stage, this.
Yeah, it is. So Petter and Grace Walsh through in the Mark 1. Should have Grant Shand and Grant and Rosa up next in the Rally Extreme Escort. Of course, Grant's Rally Extreme Concern, always busy in terms of escort preparation for events as well. Competes a lot in Europe. Grant making his way through there.
Car sign's nice.
Bjorn Jensen watching us from Norway. Good morning, Bjorn. Marie Walsh checking in as well.
So this is Robert Falvey. Robert's running one of the cars running in Super Rally, I know, today. I had a problem yesterday. Actually got going again yesterday after a problem yesterday morning. Alan Watkins. And running last on the road today in the historic rally is the Talbot Group B Samba of Johnny McDade. Stage they got suit this wee car.
Yeah.
Nimble.
So that is the last of the historic runners for now, and we'll have a couple of minutes gap before the safety car that comes through between the historic competitors and the main field competitors, which means that we're not very far away from seeing Marion Evans, Callum Devine, Josh Moffat, James Ford and Ryan Loughran continue their battle, where on the opening stage of the day today Callum went 3.6 seconds quicker.
It's okay. I was just, hopefully we'll be able to switch back to stage 9 and get a couple of the juniors. And I was just asking the question when the producers confirmed that that's exactly what we're going to try and do. Try and give everybody a fair crack of the whip.
So it's going to be probably, what do we reckon, 10 to 15 minutes before we're live. So back now, this is the opening stage of the morning where we will be catching the later runners. And then into the juniors.
I would say this is probably the last 2 or 3 cars in the main field. Yep. That's a junior 00, so that was good timing.
So, as we were saying earlier, at the moment, Michael's going to give you a rundown of the points with the juniors.
So overall, the junior Robbie O'Hanlon's leading by 6 points from Dara O'Donovan. Ben McIntyre's up third. He's only 4 points behind. Barry McIntyre on 35 points. Jordan Jervis on 30 points. Dara Bonner on 20 points. Kyle Brown on 12 points. And Stephen Gallagher 1 point. Stephen got his 1 point for starting the opening round in Galway. Co-drivers, Ocean Joyce is leading on 50 points. Michael White's 44 points. Conor O'Connell 40 points. Andrew Wedlock 40 points. Roisin Kelly 20 points. And Daniel Hanratty 14 points. One of the things, I'm just looking who scored what on the various rallies, so it's interesting that not all of the drivers did all of the rallies or finished all of the rallies, but If you start, you get a point, which is a nice little incentive.
Sounds like a bit of action in the background there.
Yep.
First up should be Dara O'Donovan and Michael White, the Cork crew in the Honda Civic. More or less all Honda Civics except Dylan Sheehan in a Honda EG, and then Simon Donegan in a Peugeot 106 GTI.
They're all, so it is the Zero car, and it's one of the historic Porsches.
Connor Falvey?
Yep. Killarney man.
I last saw that 2 weeks ago in Goodwood, and he
Very
was
good.
throwing it all over the place.
He's
and
not
the
afraid
sound of it in the forest was amazing.
Not afraid of it. It's great.
So first up should be the Cork crew, Dara O'Donovan and Michael White.
So this is where the field gets spread out a little bit. We obviously have the historics through stage 10, or they're going through stage 10. We don't have any of them at the finish yet. I think they may be just arriving at the finish, so I expect to get a few stage times in. Not just yet.
Just making a quick check to see if any of our So Jordan Callan Evans is watching. He has everything on the go this morning. He's watching from Wales with WRC on one laptop, us on the other laptop. Wants to see Elfyn win in Finland, and Callum doing well. And Joanna Thornfeld, good morning. Thank you for watching, or good evening to you in Australia. So people keeping in touch, telling us where they're watching from. And Kevin O'Driscoll, of course, keeping in touch as well. Kevin, who was our weatherman earlier on this morning on some of the stages.
Well, we'll have reports coming in from the historic rally that Michael McDade, it was an engine issue, not clutch.
Oh.
And Thomas Davies was stopped in the road section. He was changing a puncture. He had a slow puncture and decided it was prudent to get it changed.
Yeah. So Thomas Davies now 48-second lead over Trevor Wilson and Paul Mulholland in a similar escort. Puts Trevor up into second now from the latest times I have here, and then Ray Breen and Damien Morrissey into third.
So apparently the conditions in stage 10 are very similar to stage 9. Bone dry in places and then absolutely skating rink wet in others.
I can hear, I think, one of the juniors in the background. We're going to try and stick with them before the action begins. Here we go.
Yep, there's the first of the juniors.
Dara Donovan, Michael White, Dara, who earlier on this year, first in class on the Rally of the Lakes Junior and the Junior Rally on the Clonakilty Park Hotel West. Up next should be Ben McIntyre, Anthony McDonald in the EK4 Civic, car number 302. Calvin Crew.
Changed the rules a couple of years ago, did away with sequential gearboxes, so conventional gearbox in the car now, but they've still got their Screamer 1600 engines.
Third in Donegal this year on the Donegal Junior event for Ben McIntyre and Anthony McDonald. And third as well on the Clonakilty Park West Hotel Junior Rally. Up next, we should have Evan McAvoy and Kieran O'Sullivan. Evan, who was second Rally of the Junior earlier this year.
Oh, left his braking just a wee bit too late.
And retired on the Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Junior Rally. Up next now, we should have Kyle Brown, Owen Collins, Kyle from Glanmire.
Not a million miles away.
No.
From the stage.
Third in class on the Imachilly stages earlier this year, and third in class on the Ravens Rock stages. .306 should be up next. We should have had 305. We should have had 305, but Michael Ryan withdrew.
Yeah.
And we are now cutting back. We will come back for...
So the leading crews are now expected in stage 10.
We will go back to the remainder of the juniors shortly, but we will continue here. We haven't missed out, so... Andrew Wedlock has popped in to say good morning and great to see the juniors. We have popped away, Andrew, but we will be back to watch them and catch up with the remainder. There's another 4 or 5 cars, but you're tuning in from Thailand, so good evening to you.
Yep. So, fair dip. Oh, seemed to get out of shape there a bit, didn't he? So we know the conditions are really, really difficult in this stage. It's a mix of dry and wet. They don't know where the wet is because it's only happened recently. They won't have had prior knowledge with the gravel note crews, maybe a little bit, these leading drivers. Callum pops into view. I think maybe he's about 1 second up on Marion there. Josh said he had a technical issue on stage 9. That to me means he overshot or he had a spin. Seem to be going much better there. I think this is going to be pretty tight this stage. James Ford up next, hopefully. Sligo Pallets. Citroen. James is the top Citroen runner on this rally and pretty much has been all weekend.
Driving very, very steadily. Although I could see a bit of a crinkle or something at the front of the bonnet there.
Me too, yep. Just clipped a chicane or something, I suspect.
One of those bales jumped out in front of him like they have a tendency to do, but doesn't seem to have slowed him much.
Ryan Loughran. Looking pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Johnny Greer.
Johnny from Cardiff and Niall Burns on the notes, Niall from Sligo.
All very similar on time here, all in the early 20s. Again, I think we're fairly early on in the stage. Okay.
were at a loss yesterday, a bit like Johnny Greer, as to where he was losing time, because he felt they were driving really, really well and keeping momentum up. Was at a loss to explain the difference between himself and the times that the leading crews were punching in.
Cal McCarthy had a stall at the start of the previous stage, I believe.
You said he lost about 30 seconds, which was reflected in his times. So David Guest, Jonathan McGrath should be next up with us.
Owen Murphy was another one to lose a bit of time on the previous stage in the mixed conditions, and he sort of admitted that he just can't drive the car in the wet. It's just can't drive it in the wet. He has no confidence. So I can see Owen slipping a little bit further away from this local Cork driver battle, the bottom end of the top 10 of this year's O'Connell Group Cork 20 International Rally.
That's some admission to make, though, that the car's a handful to that extent.
Yet he loves it on gravel.
Yeah, I mean, he waxes lyrical about the handling on the loose. So next up should be Jason McSweeney, Liam Brennan.
He's about 10 seconds down at this early point in the stage on McCarthy and David Guest. Yep, let's go to it. Very similar time to Owen Murphy there, I would say.
So next up should be the leading two-wheel drive modified crew, Eddie Doherty, Tom Murphy. Competing in the McAvoy Motorsport Modified Championship this year. Locked in a battle with Frank and Lauren Kelly. Frank and Lauren not hanging around. Now we won't have Dara O'Riordan. Of course, Dara went off on the opening stage of the day earlier. Crew's all okay. So it should be Colin Byrne and Stephen Quinn.
And it certainly is. Yeah, similar sort of pace to Frank at this point in the stage. Dennis Moynihan and Martin O'Brien in their Class 24 Fiesta. Class 24 is a special class for right-hand drive R5 cars. Other than that, there shouldn't be any difference in the car to what the guys at the front of the field are using.
I have to be honest, we're so lucky. Leading times in now for stage 10. Marion Evans did a 9 minutes 17.3 seconds. Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan did a 9:17.7. Marion Evans 0.4 of a second quicker, stretches his lead to just 3.6 seconds, but news for me is Josh Moffat on a 9:32, almost 15 seconds slower. Whether that's the changes he's made to the car or 15 seconds is enough for a spin, you just don't know. But Sorry, there's too many things going
We've
on.
got
in
a
this
bit.
room at the
We've got a
moment.
bit going on here, and sorry, we got a bit distracted.
So yeah, I mean, there is a battle and a half. What we have now is Marion Evans holding on to his lead, 3.6 seconds ahead now of Callum Devine, Noel O'Sullivan. Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes have dropped further back now into this three-way battle, 29.5 seconds now behind Callum and Marion, if you like. Ryan Loughran had a good time in there. He was actually almost 6 seconds quicker than Josh Moffat. Ryan Loughran on a time with Gareth Doherty of 9 minutes 26.3 seconds, which puts him ahead now of James Ford and Neil Shanks. James and Neil on a 9:44.2.
Oh, that's quite a. That was. I mean, they were consistently fourth fastest. Obviously, the conditions are very difficult, or they have had an issue, but they've lost a place. I mean, that's 28 seconds they took on that stage alone. Owen Lloyd now leading the RC4s. Wipers on, it's starting to rain here, obviously, where our camera crew are. And I think this is the big unpredictable side of this morning's rallying. A few minutes ago with bright sunshine, now it's raining.
So just a refresher in the corner, you can see the top 5 historic. Thomas Davies, Di Roberts leading by 48 seconds from Trevor Wilson. Paul Mulholland in second, and bringing in third, Ray Breen, Damian Morrissey, as we head back now to the live action on stage 10.
Earlier this morning. Sorry, we've just seen a bit of a bit of footage of something that happened earlier.
And the microphones we have in the studio are so good, we can't whisper to one another. We have to write everything down.
I think. I wonder, is this stage being neutralised? Sav, the cars are driving through. Andrew Bush has just noticed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thomas O'Rourke's not pushing on at all in
No,
Mitsubishi.
No, he's not. Well, we'll endeavour to.
I'll see what I can find out.
we'll fire out a couple of carrier pigeons.
Yep.
And see what we can find out. So. Top 5 overall update, as we said, you know, really tight between Marion Evans and Callum Devine. When you think that they have just done 17.6 kilometres of Badgers Hill and 0.4 of a second between them. Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson setting a 9 minutes 17.3 seconds. Extended their lead ever so slightly over Callum Devine. That crew did a 9:17.7. Surprising time for Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes on a 9:32 dead. Ryan Loughran, a really good time that put him ahead of James Ford and Neil Shanks. Ryan Loughran's time of 9:26.3. So main leaderboard sort of stretching its way out.
Okay.
Carlo Raleigh Derrick. Carlo Stages Raleigh Derrick. Good morning. Thanks for being out again this morning. We were in touch with Derrick yesterday. Spends so much of his time marshalling.
So we've not got any times coming through. We believe at the moment that Cal McCarthy has blocked the road. We're getting a report all okay, hence the neutralisation of the stage. And I think what we'll probably find now is that there hasn't been a car. I think the stage is probably stopped. I've had that on good authority that it's Cal McCarthy. But it's just a blockage, and that's all. Nothing more serious.
It must be very close to the end of the stage then.
Well,
Because
we talked about how narrow it is.
Yeah,
you know,
he went through quite a bit. But you can see the rain moving across there on the camera
you can
screen.
see it there. What it means is also everybody behind Cal, who was running about 8th or 9th on the road, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So David Guest, Owen Murphy, Jason McSweeney, all these guys, like the previous stage, will get a stage interrupted time. They'll probably actually, I'm not so sure they can give them James Ford's time, because I don't think it's a fair reflection. I think Josh Moffat is probably...
I have to be honest, just listen in the background there.
It's gone quiet.
I can hear the rain belting
Yeah.
off the camera microphone.
Yep.
The guys are out there are getting drenched, and I can see the change in colour in that little bit of road that we see just through the trees there.
Shiny tar.
Yeah, shiny tar. So the rain is really now emptying on to the early part of stage 10, and my guess is that's going to cover the most of the stage. As Michael says there, there's going to be adjusted times from earlier on, but the organisers were very good to sort that out with the time, and that
very quick to sort it out. No
yeah.
nonsense. Yeah.
I'm just going to go back and have a look at the RC 4 times from stage 9, and Ian Lloyd, Sean Williams in the 2:08 Rally 4 now lead by 34.8 seconds from Cian Caldwell and Liam Egan in the Fiesta. They are in turn 25.9 seconds ahead of Casey J. Coleman and Lorcan Moore, who are in third. Shane Quinn, Stephen Joyce in the Fiesta are fourth, and then Shane Casey, Sean Nolan rounding out that top 5 in fifth. So good chance to... I'm also going to try and come up with a couple more so just going to cut now to the juniors on stage 9. We saw a few of them through. We saw up as far as car 304, but it was Ben McIntyre and Anthony McDonald who set a time of 10 minutes 43.2 seconds. Darrell O'Donovan and Michael White further 2.6 seconds back in second, with Evan McAvoy and Kieran O'Sullivan 22 seconds further back in third. Now we had, or I had said that...
So this is a rerun from the start of the juniors this morning. They're getting 2 cracks of the cherry. It's not a bad deal.
And I've ruined it for some people then by giving them the ending.
We actually need to get the times for them as well, don't we? You have them, right?
Yeah. No, we had seen we'd seen the first 3 through, first 4. We didn't see Michael Ryan or Killian as they withdrew an entry.
Yes.
This was Ben McIntyre
Yeah, it was
and
Ben
Anthony
McIntyre,
McDonald.
yeah.
Ben McIntyre, Anthony McDonald went fastest on the stage in a time of 10:43.2, 2.6 seconds quicker over Darrell O'Donovan and Michael White. And we did see Evan McAvoy and Kieran O'Sullivan make their way through. This is them here. And I think until we interrupt the coverage, we did get to see number
306. Did we see Robbie O'Hanlon or did we cut just before?
I thought we saw Kyle Brown next. Kyle Brown and Owen Collins. They did a time of 11:49.7. Yep. That's Kyle Brown and Owen Collins through. Next up should be Robbie O'Hanlon and Oisin Joyce. they would go on to complete the stage in 11 minutes 7.9 seconds, which slots them into 4th. Through there was
Barry McIntyre, yeah.
And Conor O'Connell. Up next should be 309, Catherine Walsh and Angie Machinowitz. Yep. Seventh in class earlier the year on the Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Junior Rally. 4th in class on the Immakilly mini stages as well in the EK4. Dylan Sheehan and Aaron O'Connor. Cork Cruise should be up next. Super rallied on the Rally of the Lakes Junior. Dylan.
Oh.
Note there that stage 10 has restarted, and this should be Simon Donegan with Graham Roche in the Peugeot, and 5th in class on the Immakilly stages earlier in the year, and 14th in class on the Rally of the Lakes Junior. So that is a catch up so far on the juniors, which is good to see. In terms of results, it is really close, in that sort of 25 seconds separates the top 4. They will continue on the remainder 6 stages that we have lined up for today. We're now back at stage 10, where I believe the stage possibly has gone back to live status. Niall O'Sullivan keeping the touches in. He has nothing through at his position so far. I think we're up and running again, Niall.
Yep, Owen Duffin reckons that SS10 has restarted. So interesting, they've given a Robert Barable's time, 9:41.1 is the nominal time for stage 10 as far as I can see, right down to Thomas O'Rourke, which works out. Thomas, we saw, was the last car through past us.
Yeah. Kevin O'Driscoll is on the final hairpin of the Chimneyfield stage and says that it's dry but really dark clouds overhead, so he expects rain shortly. Chimneyfield, 10.85 kilometres, so about 6 miles, 6.5 miles possibly. Yep. That's still to come. We are going to stay, I think, with the remainder of crews to compete stage 10. Here we go.
Yep. Is that Mickey Conlon? Yes, indeed.
So Mickey Conlon, Donal Lennon in the Class 12S Cork, which means that Fergal McGuigan and Michael Moore in theory should be up next. but we probably have the best part of 25 or 30 cars still to complete stage 10.
It's Virgil McGuigan.
And Michael Moore in the gold liveried escort. Brian Bolger and Martin Byrne. So
it's a bit of a stalemate. I know we've got a modified top 10 or top 5 on the screen, but really all the modified guys got the nominal time, so nothing really changed very much.
There,
So it remains 9.1 seconds between Eddie Doherty and Frank Kelly. Then Colin Byrne further 31.6 seconds behind that. Stefan Davies a little bit further down the road.
And Brian Derry Long through there in the Honda Civic, which should put us in touch with Mark Walsh and Damien Sheridan up next in the Class 13 Escort.
And I've just had a message from Rally Control. Stage 11 is cancelled. Cars are going straight to service. We'll ask why later.
Okay. Well, that's grand.
I think the conditions are. I think that's just possibly the unpredictability of it. But
well, that's fine. That's good for us because it means we can continue here with stage 10. And as I said, from our reckoning, we probably have a 15. Probably 20 cars still to complete stage 10. And of course, as Michael said there, stage 11 has been neutralised.
Anybody who's there, the decision's been taken to cancel stage 11. It will, if we get any more information, we'll let you know.
So crews then would be making their way to service. In service in due time is about 12:10. Tony Kelly will be there, just as she was yesterday, and was able to catch up and get all the latest goings on. Irrespective of the cancellation, Michael, of 11, for the reasons for it.
There could be loads of
reasons. Does it play into Marion's hand? One stage less, one stage more?
Well, it's so tight, 3.6 seconds. I mean, you could argue if you have an advantage and you reduce the stage mileage,
it's one less stage.
It's one less stage to make a mistake on. Yeah, absolutely. But the counter argument is if you want to put a bit of distance between yourself and your rivals, you want a few more miles.
The better. Yeah. Yep. No.
Okay. So it's a technical reason why the stage has been lost. These things happen sometimes. But anybody out on stage 11, I'm afraid a bit of disappointment. It's not going to run this time around, at least.
But stay with us. We will carry the remainder of the cars through here on stage 10. But they are making their way into service. And of course, if you weren't with us this morning, it is the historic cars that will be into service first. They have been running first on the road. So you can expect to see Thomas Davies and Trevor Wilson, Ray Breen will be in service with Tony very shortly. They're due in there somewhere about midday. In time there is in about 20 minutes.
Well, we'll do our best to try and cover everybody on this stage. So what I'm worried is that there's not some more delays, and ultimately it starts having an adverse effect on the overall picture of the rally, where We've already had a short delay in this stage. They could afford maybe one more delay, but if there was two, then you have to start saying, right, okay, let's get a bit of time back in service and get the rally back on time as best we can.
Well, we've seen in the past that a lot of events are very adept and very good at that. So thankfully the rain now looks like it has moved over and left us at stage 10 here. That looks very like Chris Ford and Neil Coleman.
Yep. I can confirm that James Ford did hit a bale on this stage. He didn't particularly lose a great deal of time. He dropped about 20 seconds and dropped back to 5th place. The bumper's damaged, the wing's damaged, and the bonnet is damaged. But I think if it's just superficial, so...
Yeah, you seem to be more than rightly. I mean, we did notice the front of the car wasn't sitting the best. So it should now be Shane Dillon and Thomas Ryan in the Class 11F Honda Civic. And they seem to be motoring rightly here. Mark Walsh and Damien Sheridan should be joining us shortly in the Class 13 Escort. Yep, that looks like that's good.
Oh, I think it's that Paho Mahoney? Or, sorry. Who did you think it was?
Mark Walsh, Damien Sheridan, because we have we should be due Niall Fitzpatrick and Matthew Reid in the Mark 1 Escort.
Yeah, and we also have a couple of Super Rally people running in around this part of the thing, but one of them being Tommy Randall's, I believe, in the Dyno Road Escort. So, Super Rallies where you've had a problem yesterday, you've retired from the rally, you get re-scrutineered and you're allowed to re-enter, and they'll slot you into the main field roughly where you were before.
That looks a bit like Shane Quinn and Stephen Joyce. Or 68.
66, that's Paho Mahoney. Yep. And Shauna O'Mahony.
Yeah, Class 22.
Go on, off the top of your head, what's Class 22? I'm only kidding, only kidding.
It's the one after Class 21.
Yeah. So for
like
people on stage 11 says some cars are going through in convoy. That's correct, and I think it'll only be a few. The stage is cancelled, and the rest of the rally will be redirected back to service.
That was Paul Casey and Jonathan Keneally just going through in the yellow Escort.
I think that was maybe Hazel O'Callaghan. John Quill's due through in the little Citroen C2 R2. Josh Monaghan's asking who's leading. Marion Evans continues to lead by 3.6 seconds from Callum Devine. I think that's Michael Curran on stage 10 at the moment. Ben Taggart co-driving. No sign of John Quill. Check out the results on results.shannonsport.it.ie. So the first of the times coming through from people who got a run without an interruption, and this is where it can sometimes get a bit controversial. The stage interrupted time was 9:41.1, which was Robert Barrable's time. Mickey Conlon was the first through as far as we can see, and he's a time almost a minute slower, 10:42.2. Think that might have to be thought about later on. Casey J. Coleman seemed to lose quite a bit of time. He's the one most adversely affected by this. Zav, what do you think of this? Owen Lloyd got a stage interrupted time of 9:41.1, which was an R5 time. And Casey J. Coleman's got a genuine stage time of 11:16. There's a little Nova.
I have just been told that our overnight leader in the Historics, Michael McDade, has made his way back to service. It was the clutch master cylinder, and he's hopeful of super rallying.
Very good.
You had heard possibly engine, wasn't it?
Yeah. I can see at our camera crew, I'm pretty sure a driver or a co-driver in the far distance carrying their helmet. Maybe we could zoom in on that if possible. But yeah, I think that on this RC4 issue, this is going to... they've gone now. They've walked out of picture. They were on the gravel lane on the right-hand side. So,
what do you have for breakfast?
I genuinely did see a guy. Yeah.
Okay, so.
So yeah, this is where sometimes it can seem a bit unfair with the stage interrupted time. 2 minutes is not so good.
So that is
was that CJ O'Sullivan possibly? We're coming to the end of the main field now, and we've a couple of people missing. A couple of people running in Super Rally as well. So this is Kenny O'Brien and Gary Lombard in their Nova. And we're going to stick with it here as long as we can, guys, so we'll have a bit of a break between the end of the main field. We'll maybe run a couple of ads and we'll come back and we'll give the juniors another crack as best we can. Then we'll go to Tony in service, and in theory it all should all fit quite well. So Anthony Welton and Colm O'Malley in their Class 11 Escort, and Ger Seaman running up, I think possibly last car on the road.
Yeah, he didn't get, himself and Daniel didn't get to complete stage 8 yesterday, so they're super rallying today.
Yep. Might have a couple more super rally cars. Yep. We've got the Subaru to come, and we've got the Fiesta Mark 1 to come. I think we've possibly got 3 or 4 cars in the main field, and then we'll get the sweeper for the main rally, and then we'll have another look at juniors. This stage interrupted time. Mickey Conlon, I think, is the first Class 12 car on the road, so it doesn't really affect him. The most dramatic one that I can see is the 2 Class 13 leading cars both got the stage interrupted time, but the RC4, one got the stage interrupted, one hasn't.
Oh.
And there's 2 minutes in difference between the times. So that's Amy Burke and Ermil McNamara in the Mark 1 Fiesta, and it's rear-wheel drive, Class 11R, 1600 rear-wheel drive class. Pius O'Connell is due in his Subaru Impreza.
With George Swanton, and then it should be, as Michael was saying, a bit of a gap, probably about 10 minutes to the juniors. We had, I think, if memory serves me correctly, a white Subaru and Conor Falvey's glorious Porsche as a 00 or safety car.
Yep. Porsche might be a bit tricky, a bit of a handful along this wee narrow road. A few people asking questions on social media. Josh Monaghan, how Frank Kelly getting on? Frank Kelly's getting on like a house on fire. He's swapping fastest times for the modified with Eddie Doherty. He currently lies second in the modifieds, 12th overall, 9.1 seconds behind. He was one of the drivers affected. There's the competitor there with his racing overalls on.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
So,
because I had visions of
here's Pius O'Connell.
Was there fumes getting
No. And he's intermittent wipers on.
So that completes the main field runners, I think. And we have got to the bottom of the driver or co-driver that's just on that junction coming out of the trees. Obviously they have pulled in, and the other cars can get past, but then we'll be making our way on to the likes of Darragh O'Donovan, Ben McIntyre, Evan McAvoy, and the rest of the juniors.
This was always going to be a bit of a sting in the tail today. It was a tough day yesterday, just as tough a day today, and it's already showing. We're lost a couple of historic people.
Irish Rally Podcast says, a superbly organised rally, lads. I really hope the number of entries increases in the future to justify the efforts of the organisers and all the team behind the event, and the great show that's been put on so far by everybody. Yeah, I would totally echo that. Kevin O'Riordan and his organisers have done a superb job in providing us with 2 days entertainment and all the time in the background while running a major international event. Mainly abetted by his rescue crews, marshals, medics, and those people who give of their time so we can go rallying.
Mainfield, sweeper car through, so it should be about 10 minutes, hopefully, fingers crossed. In the meantime, the stage is still live. We will get 2 00 cars, as Sav said, one of them being the Porsche, the other the Impreza. And while we have a little chance, we're going to do run a little ad reel to help our sponsors out.
Let out up round the easy rate 150. Push on up.
So back with us live. The Porsche has gone through. I'm reliably informed. We just took a quick ad break to show you some of the sponsors and people who are on board and help us provide the show that we do. But first on the road in terms of the juniors is Darragh O'Donovan and Michael White. But in terms of the results, I'm just going to pull those up now, or Michael's going to pull those up.
Yeah, nothing in it. Absolutely nothing in it. Very competitive between these first two guys, Ben McIntyre and Darragh O'Donovan. Darragh's running first on the road, Ben McIntyre second. But Ben got the initiative on the first stage to lead the junior rally by 2.6 seconds after their first stage effectively. Then it's a bit of a gap, 22 seconds to Evan McAvoy. Two identical times. I mean, that's impressive. Evan McAvoy 11:07.9 and Robbie Hanlon and Oisin Joyce 11:07.9. Catherine Walsh and Angie Makanovich 11:41.4 in their Civic, 33 seconds behind. Kyle Brown 11:49.7, Simon Donegan 12:25.9 and Dylan Sheehan 12:39.3. Interesting, Simon Donegan and Graham Roach there in the little Peugeot 106 GTI. Nice time, 12:25.9. But interestingly, the fastest juniors would have been people. I'm just looking at their stage time and comparing it to the main field, and I know you can't really compare because conditions have changed, but the fastest historic was 10:31.9, and most of them were 10:41.6, 10:38. They were 10:43, and in the main field there's all the 11s. We don't really get, but Mark O'Leary in the Starlet, which is a Class 11 F car, and here's the first of the juniors. Here we go.
And this should be Darragh O'Donovan and Michael White, car number 301, and Cork crew, and has won the junior section of both the Rally of the Lakes and Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Junior Rally this year. Retired in Donegal. Michael White on the notes. Up next should be Ben McIntyre and Anthony MacDonald in the EK4.
Yep.
Ben
Pretty sure it is, yep.
Ben from Cavan. And finished third in the Donegal Junior Rally earlier in June. We should have Evan McAvoy and Kieran O'Sullivan.
Now, we know that the first two guys are just a little bit faster than the next batch, so there might be a slightly longer delay, but this seems like a longer than normal delay because the cars were in picture for about 20 seconds and it's been at least 20 seconds since we had a car. There we go.
So it should be Evan McAvoy and Kieran O'Sullivan, a local Cork.
Big McAvoy
crew.
Across the front windscreen.
Second in class on the Rally of the Lakes Junior.
That was a good result.
And won his class here last year on the O'Connell Group Cork 20 Junior Rally.
So he's last year's Junior Rally winner.
Yeah.
Yep.
So a bit of experience there with Evan and Kieran.
This is Kyle Brown coming into picture.
Kyle from Glanmire with Owen Collins, car number 304. Was seventh in class in the Rally of the Lakes Junior section this year, and did the Jim Walsh Forest Rally last year along with the Carlow Forest Rally Sprint, and has previously been out in a Toyota Avensis and a Toyota Aygo. Car 305 doesn't start. That was Kilkenny's Mikey Ryan. So up next we should have Robbie O'Hanlon and Oisin Joyce in 306.
That's 306.
Yep. Robbie O'Hanlon from Cork. Third in class in Galway Junior. Fifth on the Clonakilty Park West Cork Junior Rally. So Barry McIntyre and Conor O'Connell should be with us shortly. And Barry, who has finished 4th in class on the Clonakilty Park Hotel West Cork Junior earlier this year. 8th in class on the Wilton Donegal Rally, and 2nd in class 16 on the Imachilly stages a few weeks back. So should have with us next then Catherine Walsh and Angie Machinowitz, female crew, who were 4th in class on the Imachilly stages there a couple of weeks back, and last year did the Cork 20 in a Peugeot 206 and finished 5th junior.
Civic seems to be the car to have, Zav.
Catherine and Angie lie in 5th after the first stage of that for them today, stage 9. This is stage 10, which is their 2nd stage of the day.
Going very nicely as well.
That's car 304. That's Kyle Brown and Owen Collins.
Running out sequence.
Yeah. There's the Peugeot. That's the Simon Donegan and Graham Roach in the Peugeot. So once the juniors have cleared the stage, then it's all back to Rathcormac for the midday service halt. And we will have Tony there, Tony Kelly, herself a rally competitor in the past, who'll catch up with the leading historic drivers and main field drivers, and of course hopefully some of the juniors for the latest, before they head out then for another loop of 3 stages. I know that stage 11 didn't run, but optimistic it will run this afternoon, which puts us down that we're kind of at the halfway point now. 4 stages left.
Yep.
For this year's rally, and of course in the main field it's a really tight battle at the top.
And hopefully the organisers can get the 2nd running of stage 11 up and running. Interesting, Tim Hoare's just been in touch with me from Michelin, and I think this is the final sweeper car, so this is the end of stage 10 running. Now, of course, nothing stands still in rallying. Sweeper car comes through, then recovery will come through. Anybody who's stranded in the stage, like these poor souls in the top right hand part of our picture, they will be actively recovered by services provided by the organisers, and maybe in some cases, if they can get back to service and get their cars fixed.
Get out and about again?
Well, I think there's actually, I'm pretty sure that Super Rally's closed off now, so...
That's that?
Yeah. Don't quote me on that, but I think you needed to be in for this morning. If you retire today, that's you gone for the day. But the main thing is the stage will be, all obstacles will be removed, and it'll be fit to run again in about 2 hours' time, if I'm correct.
Yeah, you're not far away at that.
Okay, so we're going to sign off from stage 10. Unfortunately, stage 11's been cancelled, but we won't disappoint. Tony Kelly is ready in service, and we're going to hand over to Tony in service after a short ad break.
out up round the easy right 150. Push on up. Go. Flat out up round the easy right 150. Push on up.
And welcome back to service. It hasn't been the best of mornings for some of the competitors out there, and one of them in particular is Michael McDade. As you can see behind me, there's a few bodies under the car trying to get it sorted out. But what is actually really a sight for sore eyes here is the fact that one of those guys is Trevor Wilson's mechanic. And it just goes to show you about the camaraderie that we have in rallying, and particularly with the likes of the historics, you know, where people just jump in to help each other. It doesn't matter about the competition or about who's first or who's not. This is amazing to see guys just, you know, chipping in and trying to help each other and get moving again. So absolutely fantastic to see. Fingers crossed for everybody involved. But we'll go over and hear from Michael himself and see what's going on for him.
Well, Tony.
Michael, a very, very disappointing morning in the end up.
Yeah, you could say that. We just got the first stage out of it. We were very cautious because it was very bad, slippy, and it went from slippy to dry to even more slippy, like, you know. But just went through the road section, and the clutch went to the floor, like. So I think it's over. The boys said the clutch fork is bent. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know enough about clutch plates and clutch. I just had to get into the car and put the pad forward to the floor, like.
You just know if it feels right or not.
Aye, yeah. I wouldn't know anything. I don't work at cars, like.
Aye.
More into the drugs myself.
We were talking about that, all right. And you really do enjoy this sport. Like, obviously work is very work can be very stressful and very hard and all the rest of it, and this is just such a fun way to
it's good.
To enjoy yourself.
Mad. Like, we don't go mad. We do 6 or 7 events a year, like. We try to do we've done a few foresties there last 2 years.
Yes.
Over in Wales, so brilliant. They're really, really good, like.
Very different. Like, we were speaking to a few people yesterday that were saying that there's just such a difference between forestry and tarmac, and, you know, to kind of get in between the two is always a good thing.
Aye, it's good. I suppose it helps you when you get into slippy sections, you know, but then didn't help me confidence this morning. But then, you know, when you get in, at least when you're on the gravel, you know, the tyres dig in more, and you have actually, even though you're sliding, you have more grip. But it kind of sounds a bit silly, but it's actually the way the car handles better, like on the gravel. But the stages over in Wales were amazing. Like, whereas the Wales boys comes over here to do the tower, we go over to Wales to do the gravel. And it's kind of, they were always saying about that, but no, it's good.
But it's mad, isn't it? The grass is always greener, and you know, at the end of the day too, it's always nice to experience new things.
Yeah, but when you go over there, Air Forest, they're lanes, like, but they're like mini roads.
Yes,
They're like you have a couple of foot each side of the car. It's really, really good, like. But you can't beat the Irish Tower. You know, the Tower's good.
You really can't. And again, speaking of change, you know, this morning was very different for you because obviously it was very, very probably nerve-wracking, I would imagine, heading out and starting. We spoke about this starting the event essentially today. And how did that pan out for you in the end up?
I look at when you get going, you just get into the groove. Like we were happy enough. A bit of waiting on the front line, on the start line, you know, because you have to obviously wait on the boys to come, the recce cars have, and you're sitting on the start line for 5 minutes. Yeah. But no, it's good.
And sitting there with nobody else in front of you.
It was a nice experience, but here, this is the joys of rallying. Like you're on top, leading 1 minute and you're out the next to us. Everybody does it.
And so it's most likely, Michael, you probably won't get through it and out again.
No, I don't think so, because I think the boys said that's not. I don't think it's fixable. No. I'm going to pack up and head up the road.
Head up the road and get that relaxing Monday you talked about.
Get that feed with the wife.
She'd be glad to see you.
She will, definitely will.
Michael, thanks very much for talking to us all weekend, and hard luck. It was an absolutely fantastic run. And we just have another few of the historics coming in now, so we'll get up and have a quick word with a few other of the competitors. You're back in action already? We're just going to let Trevor have a quick word with engineers here and see how we can... Trevor, an interesting morning for everybody out there.
Oh, stop. That was horrific. First two stages, but we were definitely on the wrong tyres. And the water run down the road in places, and then you come round a corner, bone dry. That was fine. And then it was just on and off through the whole stage. It was tough now. Very tough.
We were just saying there too, like, it's so hard to believe because the sun's shining in here. Now, the wind still comes and kind of gives it a wee bit of coolness, but like, it is insane to see the difference.
Oh, without a doubt. Like out on the stages, like we went to the start line and it was just pure glare across the road, and what's this going to be like? And then just through the stage, it was slippy, and then it just went dry. And to be honest, where it was dry, it was really good, but where it was wet, it was really, really bad. Yeah. So it is what it is.
And Trevor, that is well off putting. Like, starting the day with that level of kind of uncertainty is just so nerve-wracking.
It was all of that at time. Now, to be honest, on the first stage through that loop there, we had a big moment at a bridge, and now we were just passengers. Yes. But we got to get up and got through it and set a reasonable time, so it was fine. It was fine.
I spoke about that yesterday, actually, about how a lot of the time, okay, yes, there's skill when it comes to the driving, but like a lot of the time, it's reactions. Saving it.
Reaction, saving it, and luck. Absolute luck in times. But no, it's still a half a day to go. Yeah. Like, Michael has dropped by the website now, which is unfortunate. So we're second now, I think. So it's really about maintaining it.
So is your plan of attack now to just go out and try and maintain everything, or are you going to push for first?
No, I'll not. There's no pushing for first. You're going to go off the road. It's maintaining where I am and keep an eye on Ray and Duncan behind me.
Good man. Well, we'll let you get back to it and get everything ready for the next run round. Trevor, thank you very much. And again, just another interesting take on it all, where it's all, you know, you want to be competitive and all the rest, but you kind of have to make sure that you're getting around and getting the finish under your belt more than anything. A few of the main cars are coming in now, folks, so we'll get a quick word with Thomas here first, and then we'll head over to the rest of the guys and see how everybody else in the field is doing. Thomas, an interesting morning for everybody, but a very good morning for you.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Yeah, shame to see McDade go out, but it would have been a close battle. It was a good weekend. Just try and manage now the last 4 stages.
But the times this morning were absolutely fantastic.
It was got a good first stage. It was really slippy in there, it was, so maybe got away with a few things and could have easily stuck it off, I suppose.
Yeah. You obviously, you committed big time to the conditions, and it didn't put you off too much, you know.
Say that again, sorry.
You committed to the conditions, it didn't put you off in any way.
Yeah, it was there was good grip in places, and then it was slippy in others, and I suppose I just I don't know, it seemed to click anyway, and everything was okay.
And what about the tyres and things now for this next run through?
I'll probably go a bit softer this time and just try and just be a little bit more cautious and hopefully get to the end.
Well, I think that's what everybody's hoping for at this stage.
Yeah. It's been a long old weekend.
It has, but a fun one, I would
still
be
4
guaranteed.
to go, so anything can happen.
Exactly, Thomas. We'll let you go.
Cheers.
Thanks a million. And we'll head over now and see if we can get a quick word with Callum. There's actually quite a crowd building around Callum's car. A very busy day in service here in terms of spectators. There's people coming in for the last 20 minutes, half an hour, lining up trying to get to see everybody. So it's very, the weather's very enjoyable, and it's definitely helping people to come out and see what's going on. You see us coming, all you can think about is the hair.
I know.
Callum, what an interesting morning, my God.
It's been a good enough morning for us, to be honest. We had a good stage, first stage out of service this morning, and then we got a bit of time back, and then the next stage Marion took a wee bit back out of there, so it's turned into a good old battle.
You just don't let each other away with too much around here, do you?
No, he definitely didn't. So no, look, we're probably just a wee bit too cautious in the slippy stuff and the next stage, and yeah, he got a wee bit of time back, but it's all right. The last stage was cancelled probably.
Aye.
Not so good.
It's again, that's it was a long enough one too, so it's where you can pick up a lot of the time as well.
Yeah, exactly. It was a good stage. We've both done it before too, so we're probably looking to get at it, So look, it is what it is. So we'll not complain too much. We'll just get reset and go again.
And what about the tyres? Everything worked comfortably for you?
Everything worked okay. It was definitely tricky when bits of the stage was dry and bits of the stage was wet, and places was wet too. It was quite shiny, so it was just really a confidence was a tricky one. So
a lot of people were saying that it was very much like a passenger type setup where it was just so slippy, nothing would have really worked there.
Yeah, exactly. No, nothing would have worked exactly as that. So yeah, no, it's all they play for now again. So have to keep it on.
And tell us, any changes being made here now?
No, not much changes. No, I think everything should be good. Expect the same again, really.
So you're just going to go in and relax?
And relax. I take a wee nap here.
Good man, Callum. Thanks a million. And he deserved it. I know. He deserved that wee nap too. He's working hard all morning. So we'll go round now and hear from Marion, who is continuing to be the rally leader, and see what Marion's morning's looking like. He obviously kind of rattled Callum again there with his taking time out of him on the second loop around. So it'll be interesting to hear what his plan of attack was. Bear with me as I try and find him. He's outside the truck. I'm as blind as a bat, folks. Bear with me. I definitely think I do need glasses. So he's just having a quick word with Martin here. So, Marion, what a morning.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic, but very tricky.
I don't know if I'd call it fantastic.
Yeah.
Just a big shock, to be honest, with the weather. Didn't expect there to be that much rain at all. Yeah. I'd say half of the first one was pretty wet, but it's still sort of a lottery with tyres. The second one was, I would say, 70% dry. Then as closer you got to the end, you were caught in big rain showers again. So just trying to work out what to do now, what the weather's going to do.
Yeah, but as I said yesterday, fantastic in terms of the battle, and you're literally letting each other away with nothing here. It's intense.
It is, yeah, it is. It's just tricky, because every time you hit a patch of rain on a dry tyre, you think you're throwing time away, but I guess everybody else has to do the same as you. So it's just really, really hard to judge what you need to do and how hard you need to go, And there's some patches of shiny tar, obviously, that when it's wet, it's 10 times worse.
And that's it. We were listening to Zav talking earlier on about, I think it was Peter Solberg he was talking to one time, and he was just saying that there's nothing you can do with shiny tar. You are a passenger at that point. That's
it. You just have to kind of drive over it and get over it and move on, because the only thing maybe for us is that no slick tyre will work on shiny tar, really. So, well, no tyre at all will. So, the fact we were on a harder one, maybe that helped a bit, but still, where it was wet in places, we felt we had to be really careful what we had.
Yeah. And how do you approach that in the notes? Would you mark all of it just in case?
We mark the bad ones, to be honest. You know, if we put everything in, I mean, there comes a point you have to just use common sense, and if you see the road's wet, you have to slow down a bit. But again, it's just knowing how much.
And so what's your plan of attack now in terms of getting out to this next loop? You feel you can go much faster, or was that it?
Oh no, the conditions limit sort of how fast you're going, I guess. So yeah, there's more in it, but it'll be interesting now. If you know, the thing is, none of this rain was forecast, so we can't trust anything. So yeah, we'll see. It's hopefully for me, I'd like it to dry up a bit, and we can have a go at it.
And you know, was there at any stage, I know there were tricky conditions, but was there at any stage where you found any of those two stages particularly enjoyable?
To be honest, the first K or two of the second one there was quite damp, and then when you sort of got into it, it was okay for the most part, and then when you got near the end, it got wet again. But that middle part of the second one, we could get our heads down a bit, but it's hard when you've got your head down and then the rain comes in and you have to try and adjust the pace. So that's what's tricky with it.
Very tricky, but come here, we let you go. We see the guys working away at the tyres and stuff, so thanks a million, Marion. And we're going to head back ways and get a quick word with a few of the crews down this side and see what else is happening. But there you go, everybody's talking about how tricky everything is, and it does just make it so hard that you can't really enjoy it because you're so worried about the conditions and you don't know, you can't trust your decisions basically because you don't know what you're going to be facing into. So bear with me folks as I try and find a few of the drivers here. They're probably in getting a wee bite of lunch. Chatting to you yesterday evening whenever you got back, but kind of a tricky enough afternoon in the end up, and then a very tricky morning.
Well, it wasn't really tricky in the afternoon, but it was grand. But I just thought our pace should have been slightly better than yesterday evening than it was, you know. But hey, I suppose that's just maybe the way it goes sometimes. So no, hey, it went all right. I was happy enough still. James just got that extra bit on us yesterday evening, so he left it a wee bit harder this morning there, and then he's after making a mistake there in that second stage. So that's freed it up a wee bit again for us, but still we're only maybe 4 seconds in front of him now. So.
And I mean, it's so tough. Like, it's brilliant for us watching, but it's so tough to try and get that time back, isn't it?
Oh, it is. And even like we went out this morning, we said we weren't going to do nothing stupid, we were just going to have a steady run. And that first stage, you know, there was some was bone dry, some was wet, like we were off the road twice in it, and we weren't even, it's not that we were trying, we just got caught out in a few places. So no, it's tough out there today now.
And in terms of the stages, I was just asking Marion there, I know it's very, very tricky, but is there any of it that's kind of, you know, was any of the stages that were particularly enjoyable or anything?
All the stages of this rally so far have been enjoyable. I suppose, and like in fairness, our disadvantage here this weekend is most of them boys all have done this rally last year, and it's the same stages more or less, so leaves you a wee bit of a disadvantage. But no, I'm happy enough. I'm enjoying the rally. It's a great rally. All good.
So happy out, and you're still making changes to the car, are you?
Aye, we're just changing away at the car all weekend. So I actually made a change yesterday evening here in service for going out this morning, and then last night we released with a turbo issue. So the boys done a good job to get all sorted this morning there. Now we still had a wee glitch in that first stage, but I think I had it sorted there for that second one. So
she's been working very hard this morning, basically, in that first service.
The boys were, aye, so it's only really tired. Stopped 15 minutes or something. So no, it's all good.
And next loop, what's your plan?
I don't really know how the weather forecast isn't really playing what it said or doing what it's supposed to do. So I don't really know. It's very hard to know. Like we actually ended up in that loop there with cross tyres on, two different compounds on both axles, if you know what I mean. So I don't know. I would say it's looking like we could be heading back that road again. So.
Good man. Well, thank you very much. It worked all right anyway. Right?
I did that. Yeah. No
bother. Good man, right, we'll let you go. Thank you very much. And we just have Eddie Doherty there as well. Very good timing. It's as if you kind of almost heard us there, Eddie.
I did.
Come here, another great morning of tricky roads.
Yeah, definitely tricky roads. I think all of us were expecting it to be a lot more drier than what it was. I'd say 2 or 3k into it, and you saw standing water in front of you on slick tyres is not so nice. But no, happy to get through it. A bit unfortunate there that the third one was cancelled for us, and we didn't get a run through the second one either. So that was blocked. So no, looking forward to the next one.
Always the way though with these conditions, isn't it? Like, I mean, it's just not what anybody's expecting, and it's cold tyres and it's a fresh start this morning, and just it can be so difficult to actually get through these stages.
Yeah, it's so changeable. Like if you look at Mid-Éireann they're now at the moment it's saying there's no rain coming, but suddenly then you go up to a mountain and suddenly there's a shower, you get caught, you go into 2K, there's bone dry, and next one is drowned and wet. So look, it's the same for everyone. Everyone just has to adapt to it.
Yeah. And do you feel at that point, you know, you can make decisions with tyres strategically, or do you think there's a bit of luck with all that?
There's a bit of luck, and I think you kind of have to compromise in what you're doing as well at the same time. We were lucky enough we had two kind of a softer compound the boot for the second stage, and we threw them on, and it was the right decision, but unfortunately like the stage was cancelled, so that's the choice.
And so you can't really go out and relax here now. You have to go out and sort of just keep the pressure on.
Yeah, I think Frank's putting the pressure on me more than anything, so no, we're just going to keep on doing what we're doing, hopefully all year, and same as this event, and see what way we come out now.
Brilliant. Well, hopefully we see you back in the next loop, and it's a wee bit drier. Thanks a million, Eddie. And what we'll do now actually is head up towards Frank and see what Frank's saying. Frank has been he's been playing a blinder all weekend and pulling some really fast times out there. So it's very it's interesting to hear about the two boys and the battle. You know, we might actually. We'll keep going to Frank, and we'll get these guys on the way back. We haven't actually gotten a chance to chat to Ian Lloyd. I kept missing him yesterday. And he's leading the class at the moment, I think, unless things have changed since the last time I got a chance to look. But we'll keep moving forward for now and see what Frank's saying. Always great to chat to, always a great character to talk to and for everybody to listen to, but equally as enjoyable on the stages. Like, everybody loves to see Frank. Loves to see the Baby Blue Mark II coming, so it's great to see the times now starting to match again. So we'll just see if we can get the man himself. He's probably at the back of the van somewhere. There he is. We have him. The crack's great. Are you enjoying yourself, Frank?
Yeah, I'm always enjoying myself. It's been a bit topsy-turvy this morning, very hard to get settled in. We tried to start off fast because I'm always a slow starter, but first stage was quite wet, which I was not expecting. I've been looking at a different app than everybody else. My app tells me it's bone dry all day, and it's not. Yeah. So we were quite hard on our tyres, but we got through it all right. Surprisingly, we lost 2 seconds to Eddie. I thought we'd have lost more. Then halfway through to the second stage this morning, there was a blockage, so that we lost that stage, and then obviously the third stage is gone. So we're just back in here now, so I'm scratching my head wondering what to put on.
Aye. And it's tricky when you don't get to run through all the stages either, Frank, like you don't know what to do.
Leaves you on your back foot, but hey, listen, it's going to be the same for nearly everybody. I'm thinking of putting 2 in the boot just to have an option and see what we can do, see if we can put Eddie under some pressure.
And are you enjoying it? Like, I mean, some fastest times through there and everything. Like, it's fantastic to see you back up at that pace again.
It's surprising, is what it is. It's great because Eddie's very fast, young fella, and credit to him. He wouldn't have nearly experience that I do, but age comes with experience, unfortunately. So I'm really happy to be able to mix it up with him at this stage and try and get close to him. I don't want to take any ludicrous chances, but there's that little devil on my shoulder in the middle of the stage that says, "Go on, it's flat, go on, try it." We had a funny note in the stage 1 this morning that was try to see if it's flat, and it was, but it could just as easily not been. But now we have it that it's flat for the next time, so we'll see.
But that's the hard part, Frank, because I mean, sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. And I mean, the times then when it works out, it really pays off. So it's so hard to know what to do.
If it doesn't work out in 6th gear, it doesn't work out badly. Yeah. And funny, the Skoda Yeti they use for Ricky and I love it. I would like a roll cage in it, but it doesn't take the corners as fast as the Mark II does. So it's really hard to know. It's really hard to know what it's going to do. But no, I'm really enjoying myself. Win, lose or draw, I don't care at this stage. I'm really happy.
Brilliant, good man. Always a pleasure to talk to, Frank. Cheers. We'll see you at the next run round. Lauren's in getting a wee break there. As usual, we always talk about the hard work that the navigators do, but it's great that they get in and get their voices rested in between the loops as well, because it's very, very important for them to retain those voices. So we'll actually get in here and see if we can get a quick word with Colin. Kept missing Colin yesterday as well, so we'll see if he's here. He is. There's a few people here to chat to.
We'll let you off.
Colin, you're having a good weekend. Are you enjoying it?
Having a good weekend, yeah. Geez, we enjoyed yesterday immensely. We were looking forward to today, but we lost 2 stages, if not, well, 3 really. Times are nearly the same, going out again on the second last loop. So, look, it's fine. The stages this morning, really, we were looking forward to it, but it is what it is. Everyone's on the same tarmac, so rules are rules. So.
Exactly, and it is hard. Like it's hard to kind of make decisions in that kind of context. But at the same time, we've just been speaking to Eddie, and we've just been speaking to Frank. Like, and although it's annoying, it's kind of makes the blow a wee bit easier whenever you know everybody is in the one boat.
It does. I suppose for ourselves, we're in no man's land. We were 30 behind Frank. 4 stages to go. I don't think we'll get that off Frank. So big gap to us behind. So I think we'll stay where we are. Just go away with third in the mods.
Hard to concentrate on that though.
It is, and small bit of last year was a big one for us. We went out in the second last stage last year. We were a minute and a half ahead, and we lost the championship over it. Yeah. So we have to, you can't come out of the ground. You have to stay at it.
You're trying to make sure that you're sort of getting the happy medium there. The championship is more important for you this year.
It is. It's do you know what it is? It's just position more than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just position more than anything. Yeah, you know.
It's hard work to get it all right, but it's enjoyable at the same time still being a rally car, isn't it?
It is 100%, and the stages here are just fantastic, honestly.
Everybody's saying that this weekend.
Oh, hard recce, but fair play to Kevin and the team. Unbelievable stages. A lot of guys missing out this weekend. They should be here. Honestly, the speed today is just phenomenal, you know. So.
Good man, Colin. We'll hopefully see you in the next loop. Best of luck for it. And again, amazing feedback there for Kevin and the team. Like, everybody's saying it this weekend, like what an incredible event this is, what incredible stages everybody has to drive in. And it is a credit to them. You know, it's the feedback that we're hearing this weekend is so positive the entire way through. So that's definitely got to show for something. We'll see now if we can get in with Ian Lloyd here. I'll try and get a quick word. I think I see him. He's I knew I had walked past him.
Well, let's get it.
How are you, Ian? You're having a good weekend?
Yeah, no, it's going good so far. It's quite a tricky morning, so just get through these, try and manage the lead and just get through these stages. So
it's very tough, I believe, out there.
Yeah, very tough. I didn't expect it to be this wet, so just went out on mediums and caught out on the first stage really. So just drove it through clean enough and got through it.
And how do you find yourself pressure-wise, you know, with the class lead? Do you find it very hard to kind of keep the cool, or do you just keep going all the time and just never mind about any times or anything like that?
Yeah, try not to think about it too much, to be honest. But just keep going at a nice steady pace. Maybe not take any risks at all. Just try and slack off a bit and use the lead to our advantage, really.
And are there any of this couple of stages there this morning that were particularly enjoyable, or was it all just you just couldn't really see it because of the conditions and stuff?
Probably the first half of the second stage was quite enjoyable, and then it just went to glass.
Yeah.
It's no enjoyment at all then. So, but no, we'll get through these next 4 and see what we can do.
The very fast stages there today as well. Like, again, so hard to commit to stuff like that whenever the conditions and the road surface is changing so much.
Yeah, 100%. They're much faster than yesterday, and these little cars compared to the modern cars, they're not as much top end as they have, so they struggle a bit. But no, we need to concentrate on the class and just be happy about that.
Good man. Well, we'll let you get back to it. Thanks very much for talking to us, Ian, and best of luck for the next loop. And I just see David Guest over my shoulder here, so I'm going to get a quick word with him while he's here. David, you're still here and enjoying every moment of it?
Yes, this morning it was enjoyable. The first stage was nice. Unfortunately, the second stage was blocked for us with Kel, which was unfortunate because Kel was having a great run, and it's a good bit of a local battle there. But
it changes the local battle quite a bit.
It does a bit, yeah. So there's only myself, Owen, and Jason McSweeney now. But it's still good, yeah. It's nice to have the bit of a...
You're the first person I think I've heard saying that the first stage was enjoyable. Everybody else is kind of confused by it.
I loved it, yeah. We had a good flow through it. It was lovely.
And what about it do you think was lovely?
I don't know, it's just the nature of the stage is very nice anyway. but it was a nice, you know, there's some of them stages you can't wait to get out of it. That was just lovely, despite the conditions being slippy and, you know, it was tricky enough in places, but it was still very enjoyable.
Brilliant. And so you'll be looking forward to getting to that again, or will you, you know, were any of the other stages enjoyable as well?
Sure, look, we only got some of the second stage, and we got none of the, obviously the third one is cancelled, but I'm looking forward to getting out. We have the car softened up now and softer springs and things, with the hope that it's going to be similar conditions. If we go out now and it's dry, we'll be kind of after going the wrong way. But look, that's the nature of it.
So that's the decision you've made now as a team. You've committed to horrible conditions out there. We'll just leave it the way it is.
Yeah, we're going to put two hard tires and two soft tires and cross them, so that hopefully we'll have the best of both worlds.
Good man, David. We'll keep enjoying it.
Very good.
Good man. And as we say, or as we heard there, the local battle has changed quite a bit now, obviously, with Cal not there. But again, great to get chatting to the likes of David and just hear such a different perspective. Somebody that has actually thoroughly enjoyed that run through the first stage when everybody else was kind of feeling so under pressure with it. So that's why it's important to talk to everybody and see what everybody's thinking, because every driver is very different. We're going to get a quick word with Keith Lyons here, actually, if we can. We missed Keith a few times yesterday, and it'll be interesting to see how the new car is going for him. Keith,
how are you?
Fantastic looking car.
Good, yeah.
A wee change. How's it feeling? We didn't get to chat to you yesterday, but you had plenty of miles under your belt.
No, it feels good. Everything feels good about it. But it's just, I suppose, I don't know, did I kind of, haven't been out in a while, was it a new car and all this kind of stuff? My pace notes, I reckon it was way too conservative. And I was just listening to the note, and I was like slowing too early and little things like that. So we were like burning the midnight oil last night trying to change them, but we actually haven't got a run this morning, like, so we had 2 block stages and 1 cancelled. So we'll see. I'm not going to do it today. The weekend for me, like, is just learning. Like, there's no competition there. I'm not in the race. So we've 2 kind of events before the end of the year. Probably Clare Stages and Fastnet. So just trying to learn the car a bit more and see what it feels like. But so far so good. It gives you great feedback. Like, you can feel everything with the car. Where the Fiesta is it's quite a soft car. You've kind of trusted, like, you know, it works if you can believe it works. But this, you can actually feel it. So it's just for me, who isn't out enough, like, I need that feedback, like through the steering wheel, like. But so far so good. Now we're just kind of every little bit of a time, every kilometre at a time, like, you know. But all good.
I remember speaking to Niall McShay last year, and he was actually talking about the Poles, and he said that, you know, that they are just such a nice car to drive in comparison to anything else that's out there.
Yeah, no, I like straight away, like, I drove it the other day, and it was just immediately I was kind of going, it felt punchy. Like, before you even put on lag or anything like that, the car just feels like it just wants to go. Yeah. But like, it's in the steering and everything as well. Like, if you know, sometimes in other cars I've driven, and you turn in on a corner and you're nearly kind of like, there's a bit of a lag. This car, like, you turn in and you have to catch up with the car, like, it just goes, like. So all those little things are good. They're good for someone, I suppose, that isn't in a car an awful lot, like. But
And would you be apprehensive now heading into these next loop? Is it like almost like starting the day again for you, or because you've had the drive through them, you're not as bad?
Just the way I'm treating it now, like, is nothing. I suppose I'm not trying to set the world on fire. Like, I'm only just, there's bits in my head of things I want to do and improve on, and I'm just looking at that, and like, so there's nothing, like, I'm not trying to race. I'm kind of in a space. You know, there's guys in front of me, guys behind me that are fine. So, you know, I'm just in my own race, and I genuinely am. And once I'm just trying to find a few things in the car that I felt I was lacking yesterday. And if we can improve on that, I know taking what we were doing well yesterday and that going into the next event, it'll just be a step forward, like, you know.
Excellent. Well, Keith, we'll let you at it. Best of luck for the next loop. Thanks for talking to us. I don't think I can see Liam anywhere here. It would be great to get Jason, sorry, it'd be great to get a quick word from Jason to get feedback on how his the local battle is in his mind. But we'll try and get Josh here now at the moment. Bear with me. He's probably back in the van here, if we can get a quick word. We have Josh. He's a great sport. He's in the middle of his dinner here, but he's going to come out and chat to us anyway. Josh, we're very sorry for disturbing you as always, but we're dying to hear from you. The times are mad there this morning.
Yeah, look, I suppose It was a lot wetter than we were expecting, and we probably went the opposite way with the setup this morning, making it harder, hoping for dry conditions. So yeah, we weren't very comfortable with the car there this morning. So we'll change a few things here and just try again. So.
And are you going to, you've mentioned changing a few things, but will you commit to the harder setup? Do you think, are you hoping that it'll dry out, or do you think you just have to go back and soften everything a wee bit?
I think we'll soften everything a wee bit, and at least we'll be a bit more comfortable with the car anyway. So.
Very, very greasy and tricky for everybody out there. Like, I think everybody got a big shock.
Yeah, no, it was quite surprising how bad it was. So yeah, it's hard to know. The weather's all over the place, so it's hard to know what it's going to do.
And so what's your plan of attack in terms of you know, times and stuff now? Would you like to be trying to get loads of this back, or are you just trying to get comfortable with the car and that's that?
Yeah, look at this stage we're 30 seconds down, so yeah, like the boys are well ahead and they're obviously fighting for the lead there. There's not much between them, so I don't think we'll just do our own thing at this stage and try and bring it home.
A strange one though, as you well know from yesterday, like anything could happen and a spin could just change the whole thing, couldn't it?
Yeah, certainly, like, and with the conditions being so tricky out there, anything could happen them as well, like, so look, we'll just keep our head down and do our own thing. Good
man, Josh, thanks a million for talking to us. We'll let you get back to the lunch and appreciate you for coming out. We're going to come over here and get a quick word from Owen Murphy, again that local battle. I'm sure you could hear Ray Breen's legacy there. Absolutely fantastic to hear that starting up and heading away. Owen.
Hi.
Great to be back in another service after such a tricky loop.
That's it, yeah. We the first stage this morning was terrible. It was going good at the start, and then I got 2 or 3 big scares. Again, we're trying to do some drastic stuff with the suspension here. It doesn't like the weight, so we're just trying a bit different setup on it there now. See, can we improve it any bit?
We were just chatting to David Guest there, and he was saying that he actually loved the first stage. So it's bizarre how everybody differs in terms of what conditions suit them and what don't.
Yeah, like I only ever drove this car in the wet in West Cork, and it wasn't good there either. So I actually ended up sliding it off, and it was the exact same there this morning. It's just obviously we haven't done anything in the way with it, so we've no setup, but we're just trying to change a good bit of stuff there now, so we improve it.
And you know, this morning you were saying that you couldn't really remember a lot of the stages. It obviously came back to you when you were out there, so are there any of them now that you kind of would actually like to have a proper go at?
Probably that second one. We were going very well up to that till it was stopped. We were having a great run in that, yeah. That's because it was dry. It was dry, but the latter, I'd say 50% of the first one was wet. So when it's dry, the car is very good, but yeah, we just need to sort it, yeah.
And is it a thing where there's an issue with the car, or you just kind of need to get comfortable with how different it feels?
Oh, I'd say there's an issue with the driver and the car, I'd say. Yeah, so we're kind of, yeah. It's, yeah, we just need to, if I could just find the sweet spot, and it should be grand, but we see how we go.
Brilliant. Hard work, these cars, aren't they?
It's tough going, yeah. I'm sure if it was everyone easy, everyone would be ahead.
That's exactly it. Listen, folks, we're going to go for a quick ad break here, but we'll be back with you very shortly. welcome back. So we're going to move a wee bit further down the service field now and try and get a quick word with KCJ. Coleman, we missed him earlier on. We don't know where he went to, so hopefully he's in the truck here now. Bear with us. KCJ, we missed you a few times yesterday. Very, very tricky conditions this morning.
Yeah, mega tricky, yeah. We were on kind of a soft tyre this morning. We were hoping it was going to be a bit wetter than it was, and it didn't turn out to be. So then we put on a harder tyre, and then we got torrential rain. The wipers couldn't keep the rain off the windscreen. So no, we had 2 tricky stages there, and there was blockages and some funny scratch times and stuff. So we're second in the class there now at the minute, and I don't know, I'd say it'll probably stay that way. So we'll see what happens now in this loop, yeah.
It's hard work out there today, like it's so tricky and so sort of, I don't know, pressurised or something whenever these conditions are as sort of fluctuating as they are.
Yeah, it's tight going there, like I don't think there's any really right tyre, like you just kind of just have to suck and see, and we'll see what happens this loop, hopefully we can improve a bit.
And I know there was a couple of the stages there you didn't kind of get a right run at, like, but even from the recce, can you remember anything that was particularly enjoyable about these stages?
Yeah, there's some lovely fast flowing sections in them there. They're kind of tight, narrow and cresty, but still fast. A couple of lovely sections in them with, a real abrasive surface. No, they're lovely, but a couple of tricky, shiny sections there as well, just to catch you out. So you have to be on your toes,
Exactly, and I mean, we were chatting to Ian a wee while earlier, and he was saying about, obviously with your cars, it's a wee bit harder to get up to the speed and use those fast sections as much as you can.
It is, yeah, and even in in the tight sections there, it's hard to get out of the some tight sections there, because the front wheel drive, you just you get pulled off the road. But I know once you get them wound up and keep up the speed, you're fairly okay, yeah.
So what's the plan now for the next 3 then?
So I suppose we'll have to give it a go and see how we go. I suppose we're 1 second on front of Keane there in the class now at the minute, the way it's working out with the scratch times and stuff. So yeah, we'll have to give it a go and see how we go.
And in terms of tyres and stuff, would you tend to make your decision kind of now, or would you leave it to the very last second?
Last minute and take the chance. And it is what it is. You can only control. You can't control the weather, like so.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Come here, we'll let you go. Thanks a million,
thanks.
KCJ. We will hopefully see you back at the next loop and get a quick chat then too. We are over here now, and we're going to try and get a quick word with Ian if I can find him. No. He's busy here, so we're just going to let him at it. We're going to head over and we'll check up on Mikey. Mikey, you had an enjoyable day yesterday. It's a wee bit tricky out there this morning though.
It is a bit tricky there, alright. The first stage wasn't too bad, but the second stage was like less, alright, in fairness. We had a good bit of fun in the first stage, alright. Jamie there, the navigator, lives only half a mile off it, so. But you see enough in the other places, like, but yeah, look, we're enjoying it. We're here anyway.
You see, this is it, like, this is what rallying's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, bit of fun. Enjoy it with your friends, so what more could you ask for?
Exactly, and come here, how's the Civic holding up for you? Enjoying every moment in it?
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Always went to the road, so we're here now, so that's what it's all about.
Exactly what you hoped it would be?
Yeah, definitely, yeah, and more, yeah.
Good man. We'll let you go.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for chatting to us. And we'll head across the road here now and see if we can get a few more of these folks. Bear with us. I've had all these guys in my eye line there a minute ago and seem to have lost them.
Come aboard!
We're going to jump in and see what we can get information-wise. You're relaxed anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. We got nothing. We got past. Dar Reardon was gone off, and he had the okay about up. We passed him. We went down another maybe 2.5 miles, and we got the red flag to say slow down, and we did. About 400 yards from flying finish. Nothing there. I can't understand it. Yeah. It doesn't make sense to me what went on. The second one then. Cal McCarthy went off, and that was genuine. That was a good call, to be fair. That had to stop, like it was just too tight. And then the third one, they're saying there was 6 bales missing. So.
Yeah. And so how do you kind of get yourself ready for the next slip? Because obviously a lot of the time when you're going into it for the second time, you've got so much information from the last time. But when you kind of don't really get the proper run through, it's almost like starting the day from scratch again.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. For us, it's starting again, but we were able to get a good recce done. As bad as it was, we still got a recce done, so we know our notes are right now. Bar the very last stage, we don't know because we didn't see that because we were diverted completely around. So it's just reset and go again. Sure, we've nothing to prove. So our rally was over yesterday.
So you just keep enjoying it and relaxing.
Absolutely, keep smiling. That's it.
Good man. Thank you very much. Again, always great to hear everybody's perspective and great to see everybody relaxing as well. So we're going to move this way a wee bit, folks, and see who else is around the corner for us. Just past Carl Egan there, who was supposed to be doing the event. But where do we see the wee Peugeot here, juniors? Bear with me, folks, till I try and find a rally suit.
Simon.
How are you? How's everything going for you this morning? Tricky enough,
issues,
sort of a day?
very tricky, yeah. We have a few issues anyway. The sticking caliper and the exhaust is broken, so hopefully we can get that sorted.
You'll be trying to get that sorted now to try and get out again.
It's the first day out, so hopefully we can get a finish anyway.
First day out in the car?
First day out in general, like, yeah. First day rallying.
A tough morning to start it off.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Very tough, yeah. Tough stages.
And in terms of the recce and stuff, you know, you would have obviously got to look at them, but
yeah.
How did it fare out then in comparison to the recce versus being in the car?
It just went way faster, you know. It seemed to take forever on the recce, but when you're out there, it just goes really quick.
Yeah. And obviously, you know, having a wee issue with the car too,
Yeah.
Every single thing that you've dealt with this morning is very much part of rallying, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all rallying, isn't it? It's all part of it.
So if we get the car going and everything's sorted out for the next loop, what's the plan? Are you looking forward to it, or will you just bed yourself in?
Just bed ourselves in, I'd say. We won't go too hard. Yeah.
It's hard to try and get used to it all, isn't it?
Yeah, well, like, we could have done without this, you know, but that's rallying, I suppose, isn't it? Yeah.
Would you have found yourself using this time to kind of relax yourself and just get caught back in,
like,
whereas now you're still kind of
I
wondering?
wouldn't have been pushing or anything, so just...
But now that the guys are under the car trying to get it fixed, you're sort of wondering, jeepers, am I ever even going to get out again?
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can, like, yeah.
Fingers crossed, these guys work hard.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's Simon Donegan. So again, lovely to hear from people who are starting and getting stuck into it for the first time. It's always great to see new blood coming into the sport. So we'll see now if we can get a quick word with these guys and see how everything's going. Everybody's very pensive looking here. It's been a tough morning, hasn't it?
It has. It's tough out there, so it is. It's a big change from yesterday, but it's about survival, I think, at this stage.
And I suppose with all that, you know, speed out there as well, it's so hard to commit in those conditions.
It is, yeah. For the start of that first stage out is real good, you know, and then you just get it, you think somebody do a line on it, and it's soaking wet, and you can't commit, you know, and there's a lot of carnage out there, so.
And particularly with the Mark IIs, like, it's so hard to kind of know. I mean, it's good crack and all the rest of it, but it's always a fine line between.
Oh, it is, yeah. So it is. It is. You know, it's hard work, but that's why we're here. You know, like, that's the enjoyment on it. Like, but hey, we'll try and keep plodding away and not take any major chances.
And now, in terms of tyres and setup and stuff, have you changed much, or are you just going to try and stick the same?
No, well, I've went a softer tyre in the front. You know, of at the front of her turning in. And we've just stayed with the same on the back, you know, just try and manage it. Because you go out the road, you don't know what it's going to do.
While hard to know, like, such a tricky sort of setup.
Like, it's bone dry living here, like, you know, to go out on a full wet setup, you'd be...
Seems mental.
Mental, you know, whereas you go 5 mile out the road, it could be the opposite. Like, like the wipers wouldn't take the rain on the second stage for us there. So that's where you...
And that is mad, like, it's so hard to believe when we're standing here now.
Oh, unbelievable. Yeah. So it is. With the conditions is here and just out the road, as say, you couldn't believe it. But hey, we're still here to tell the tale, so.
And you're still enjoying it?
I am, thoroughly. So it is.
Good man, thank you very much. We'll let you go and hopefully see you on the next loop round. And we'll go over here and try and get a quick word again with Brian, if I could see him. We're getting the call anyway. This is what we need. We need people shouting everybody out for us. Again, the car's still looking fantastic, so we'll see.
How you doing?
How are you, Brian? You're still here, still enjoying it?
Yeah. And we're not enjoying it too much today now with the
Tough
weather that's
morning.
there, but yeah, it is tough. It's greasy and changeable, and it's hard to get going. So we just look at get through today and get finished. That's all I want to do, and get the finish out of it, you know.
And obviously, though, as kind of annoying and all as the conditions are this morning, but it is very good conditions for you to try and get used to the car as well and see what the car does.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of learning in it, but look, I wouldn't be used to driving on the wet at all, you know. We had a great day yesterday and I was hoping for a great day today, but sure, we'll get around it and see what we can do and get back in this evening. That's all we want to do now, you know.
Very nerve-wracking whenever your headspace is there, isn't it?
Ah, it is, yeah. And you see there's a lot of lads off there this morning as well. A lot of, you know, there's nothing as bad. It's a lonely day when you're sitting out there waiting for a tow wagon to come. So if we can avoid that, we will, you know, and just get through the day and get finished. And we'll get out another day and go again.
Exactly. And tell us, have you made any changes in here this time? Because I think sometimes whenever you get changes made, it can kind of settle you in and give you a wee bit more peace.
I didn't change that on the car, to be honest. I just hope it's going to be dry. Like, so we're on a dry setup that we finished up on yesterday. Like, if we get the same weather now and it dries up a bit out there, the car will be right. So I don't want to soften it off too much in case it does dry up, you know.
And is that what you don't want to solve, just in case it dries up and then it's just too much?
Yeah. We'll take our chances, we'll take our chances.
Good man. Well, Brian, best of luck for it. I hope you're still enjoying it.
Thanks very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Enjoying it as much as you can, even though the conditions are very tricky. Guys, everybody's starting to leave us here in service and head for the stages again. So thank God you're going to see more action. And just as we speak, you're starting to see drops of rain coming in here now. So I don't think anybody's going to get the dry conditions that they're hoping for. So we'll just have to keep. I'm just talking about the weather here, Thomas. Such a tricky day, and I mean, we're using this word all the time because that's exactly what it is. It's so hard to know what to do. Sun shining and bone dry here, and then all of a sudden it just starts raining out of nowhere.
Yeah, and on that last stage now, we got caught at the very start of a torrential shower of rain. So you can be very lucky and unlucky. You could be if you're on the stage and you get a torrential shower, it just your vision is completely wrecks it. But some very fast stuff, very dry, and some very skeety stuff. It's Irish tarmac when it gets wet. It's a lottery. So we're all taking the safe option. We're going on a softer tyre this time.
But it's very enjoyable. Once you take the safe option and get into a wee Mark II out that road, it's hard to beat.
Well, it's hard work when it's hard.
You know you're doing it.
Yeah, you know you're doing it, and you must be active in the car and that. But I mean, we drive at a level that we try to come off the end of the stage anyway. But if you're taking risks, you could cut off very fast. But we're not doing that. But it is. It's enjoyment is a big word now to use in the conditions. But yeah, when we're on the fast stuff and when it's good and clean and dry.
Loving it then.
Yeah.
Good man, Thomas. Well, we're actually going to sign off now, folks, because you're about to get ready for some action out in the stages. And again, as you can see here, I'd say the guys that are still in are very glad to see this wee bit of rain, to be honest, because they can make a kind of a smarter decision here now. So listen, it's all to play for still. Enjoy the stages and we'll see you back here very shortly.
So thank you very much indeed, Tony Kelly. Catch up in the middle of the day, cup of tea for people, a bit of a sandwich before we head out to stage 12, 13 and 14. Next time round, this will be the final stage of the day, but for now it is stage 12. We've already seen it running in the guise of stage 9, and rain now beginning to drop at the service area in Rathcormac, which could mean scattered showers. And Tim Hoare yesterday of Michelin explaining that there was scattered showers, and we had that ourselves yesterday afternoon. Elements of very wet parts of the stage. We've had it a little bit again this morning, but we're getting ready now ourselves to go back into the second loop of 3 stages. And in terms of overall, it is still all to play for. In terms of Marion Evans, leads by 3.2 seconds from Callum Devine, and Josh Moffat dropping back now further in terms of time into third, with James Ford and Ryan Loughlin rounding out the top 5. Thomas Davies leading the historics. Michael McDade is showing in second. Trevor Wilson now showing in third, and in the juniors, which we've covered this morning a couple of times, Ben McIntyre driving a Stormer.
You need to refresh.
And I need to refresh. I'm currently rehashing old information. I'll do it another way. So, in fact, I might just go quiet here.
Well, no, I was just going to say, when you said Michael McDade, we know, unfortunately, Michael was battling for the lead of the historics, but apparently it was a clutch master cylinder. But Tony actually had a word with him in service, and there's some fork or something in the clutch assembly that's bent, and it can't be fixed. So he's gone from the rally. So that's why I just said refresh your.
Yeah, clutch fork. I remember changing them. They're not it's box out, simple as that. Box out, and the Gartrack boxes used to have a quick release mechanism that you could actually take the box out of the car and leave the bell housing in place. So.
So the historic is Thomas Davies is into the lead. Trevor Wilson is now second. All the historics. Ironically, the historics got to do. We lost stage 11 with a technical issue on the stage, meant it wasn't able to run. Hopefully that can be resolved, but it may not necessarily be. We haven't heard anything to the contrary. The historics got to do both stages this morning. The juniors got to do both of the stages this morning, but the main field, they got through stage 1, but half of the main field got a stage interrupted after Cal McCarthy blocked the stage. Everybody's okay, but couldn't get through, so the decision was made to put red flag it, so that would be the second stage of today, stage 10. As a consequence of that, we have no time at all, so it's results after stage 10 at the minute with stage 11 cancelled. And I don't think they'll put us anything in for stage 11 because the decision was gone. Now, we heard Casey Gay Coleman in the RC4 class saying that there's some strange stage interrupted times. Well, the window operates from car 4, which was Robert Barrable, who was running 8th on the road this morning, all the way down to car 31, running 21st on the road, Thomas O'Rourke. So that's approximately 15 odd cars. And you have quite a big spread of stage times under normal circumstances. The R5 cars we know are considerably faster, especially in these dry, wet conditions that we have this morning. So the nominal time of 9 minutes 41.1 seconds was applied to all those competitors in between. So all the class 14 leading competitors all got the same time, the same with the class 13 people. But where it's going to have a knock-on effect up the road is for the RC4. And Owen Lloyd got the time of 9:41.1. So the next competitive time in that class was JCK Coleman, who did the stage in the rain 11:16, which is a minute and a half's difference, an awful lot. And I can see that being talked about later on as the day goes on. The stage had slowed down considerably after that. Then the rest of the competitors all got through absolutely cleanly. So they were setting times. Honestly, Thomas O'Rourke did a 10:42 and Casey J. Coleman did an 11:16. We think Caden Caldwell had a small problem, 11:43.0, just to show you the disparity in the stage times. The forecast is for much the same this afternoon, fundamentally dry, but with these sporadic showers. Probably the biggest loser in overall terms was Josh Moffat. He made some alterations to his car before the start of the loop, stiffened it up, and it was absolutely the wrong thing to do. Ultimately, he probably saved a little bit. Here's 2 safety cars on the stage, 3.
3 safety cars.
Oh, I think when the guards are still going through, we're a bit further behind than normal. Yeah, I was going to say Josh probably got away with stage 11 being cancelled, damage limitation.
Well, it's like I said to you at the time, would that play into anybody's hands that there was a stage less? And we were talking about the chaser and the chase and that kind, but it never crossed my mind to think of it from Josh's point of view.
Yeah, now you think about it.
Yeah, damage limitation for him.
Yep.
Has he gone back into service? And I know Josh never gives that away.
Well, he did say they're going back to the softer setup.
Yeah. So we could see Josh then on stage 12 stick his nose in and rattle in a fairly decent time.
I think he knows himself that he's now 29 seconds behind Marion, whereas Callum's only 3.6 seconds behind. Now, we've seen it before with Josh. He's tried things. He's been a few seconds behind, and he's just come back relentlessly. The conditions are very, very tricky. They suit Josh. Tricky conditions always did, but he needs the car to be working for him. And I think it's the best of the world that he can create today, because the car is fundamentally set up for Sam.
Shane O'Mahony asking, can we catch up with Cian Walsh? We'll try and catch up again with Cian at the next service and see if we can rectify that request for you. John James is saying, brilliant coverage from Tony in the service area. Many thanks. Watching from South Wales. Yeah, I have to be honest, it's Tony's now an integral part of what we do, and it's nice to see that she's welcome wherever she goes. And now that crews, spectators, mechanics know she's going to be in the service area, they're actually starting to watch out for her as she makes her way on her wanders with our cameraman.
Kerry Morgan, well-known rally person. What happened to Neil Williams? Neil was fastest in the historic rally by about 20 seconds on the first stage yesterday morning, but the brake pedal went to the floor on the second stage, and it did it on the first stage, and then the brakes came back, and it did it again on the second stage, but at a critical point, and he ended up beaching the car. Not a mark on it. They got the car back to service. He retired from that loop, but they've looked at the position with the brakes, and they don't think they can fix them. So he declined to restart into Rally 2. So it was a short but sweet rally, led the historics for one stage, unfortunately, and really impressively led as well. So there we go, Kerry. That's what happened to those guys. Now I have a feeling we might have a small delay at the start of this stage, just because of the position of the official vehicles. Now, I looked at the map, and I think we're quite a way through junction 19. So 18k stage, we're about between 13 and 14 k's in. Stage should have been up and running at 11 at 103, was it?
1301.
1301, yep. Now we're 1312. Everything has to be right. All the furniture has to be in the right place. All the bales in the right place. We've obviously had a running of this stage. We know that there were a few chicanes moved about and things. James Ford hit a chicane on stage 10, damaged the front of his immaculate Citroen, the Sligo Pallets car, and dropped 30 or 40 seconds, ultimately going from 4th to 5th overall. So this first stage, as we talked about it earlier on when it ran as stage 9, now it's stage 12, and this was also be run as the final stage, stage 15, in a couple of hours' time when we do another loop of the 3 stages. Very, very slippy and muddy apparently at the start, which we sort of knew about. Then it opens up into really fast, wide, even better than B roads, I would say. Then it narrows down a little bit, and this is, to say, not too far from the finish. Bit of a high-speed section, slightly narrower road. Looks pretty grippy here, but you can see high-level grey clouds, and this was the problem earlier on when we heard the drivers talking at the end of the stage. They were saying, like, literally they did the whole stage, and like yesterday there was the stage completely dry until a quarter of a mile before the finish, and absolutely saturated wet, and it happens unexpectedly, and you just appear into it without the proper tyres on, and then you have to make a judgment call how hard you can go. Tim Hoare from Michelin reckons that from Michelin's point of view, it's the M20 soft cut slick today. I just want to check exactly what he said on his text message. He's been also a nice text message from him saying, One Evans has got the job done in Finland. Let's see what Cork brings, which is quite nice. So,
yep.
Yes, it's the Michelin Medium Slick M20 compound for the majority. Well, that's what Michelin are recommended to all their competitors, which is very interesting. And congratulations to Elfin on a historic victory in Finland. He joins an exclusive club of people there.
Thierry Neuville second, and Taka Motakatsuta was third, and Taka was very pleased to finish in third, as the gentleman was over from Japan who gave him his break into World Championship Rally. And so Aaron Johnson,
nice result for Aaron on the podium.
Yep. So well done, Taka.
Yeah. Well done, Elfin. Fair play to you.
Yeah, Elfin, very impressive yesterday. It looks as though he's kind of exercised some of the pressure that he put on himself, and managed to extend his lead during yesterday's stages.
So the first of the 0 cars.
And extended his lead over Thierry Neuville, taking time out of him in most stages. And good win for him in Finland today.
And the second 0 car. So maybe we'll be underway more quickly. What tends to happen sometimes is they'll hold the 0 cars in the stage at a certain radio point or whatever, while the safety delegate or the safety officer just maybe ties up a few loose ends, and it looks to me like this stage has got the all clear with the speed. Just getting a text message flip up about Kane Caldwell, who dropped a pile of time. He had a bad slipping clutch, so they've changed it in service. It's not as usual R4 Fiesta, so it's no idea of kilometres on the components. His regular car is being saved for next Sunday's Hellfire Rally. Breen, of course, resurrecting the Hellfire brand in conjunction with ALMC Motor Club, the next round of the Irish National Rally Championship, the ALMC Hellfire Rally.
Is that Breen McNamee?
Yep.
Otherwise known by McKinstry Motorsport as Super Chicken.
Super Chicken.
As in Monaghan Poultry, when he brought the sponsorship and the escort back in the days.
He also sent a message earlier saying you stole his car.
I did, I admitted that. I admitted that to you here, myself and Sean Mackin. He'd been after an RS2000 for years and bought a lovely black droop snout, and he was navigating for Kenny, and I found the keys, and we did chase car on it. It was on the Monaghan stages, I think. And he returned to service at the end of the day. His gleaming black droop snout RS2000, freshly bought in England, was now a lovely shade of brown with all the mud, the dirt and everything else on it, and I don't think he was overly impressed. But Breen was some crack, always has been.
Nice man.
Yeah.
I was down making the notes for the LMC Hellfire Rally, not this week but last week, and I promised Breen I would call in, and it's always great to call in at Millbrook Foods. There, a great little facility, and of course Gary's looking after, I don't know how many cars, but one of them's Kane Caldwell, and Gary's not really doing any rallying himself, and which is a bit of a shame because
he's a pretty handy pilot.
He's a pretty handy guy. Yeah.
Very rapid, very, very rapid.
But it's been quite some time since we've rallied in the Oldcastle area, and I can tell you, I'd forgotten just how technical the place is. You think it's really easy and simple. It's the exact opposite. It's really difficult. Fast corners over crests into dips that tighten and long and
lovely.
Really good challenge. And so anybody heading down to ALMC next weekend, good luck with that. Should be a super little rally. As I say, next round of the Irish National Rally Championship.
Round up the top 5 historic. Just popped up on our screen.
And we should have the first historic car within a few minutes, I hope.
So that should be Thomas Davies and Adai Roberts, I think, who are leading by 48 seconds from Trevor Wilson, Paul Mulholland in their Escort Mark II. Trevor normally seen in the Porsche 911 early in the year, but has stuck with an Escort the last couple of events. Ray Breen and Damien Morrissey in the Subaru Legacy RS are a further 10.2 seconds back in third. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver hold fourth, and rounding out the top 5, Martin Rossiter and Ian Davis in 5th. Quick update on the juniors. After special stage 10, very tight overall, in that Ben McIntyre and Anthony McDonald are on a total of 21 minutes 31.4 seconds. Dara O'Donovan and Michael White are on 21 minutes 35.8 seconds, so 4.4 seconds separating those two, with Robbie Hanlon and Oisin Joyce in third, a further 54.7 seconds back on a time of 22 minutes 30.5 seconds. In the main field, we're heading into this stage with Marion Evans holding a slender 3.6 seconds lead over Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan. The leading pair are both driving Volkswagen Polo GTI R5s. Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes are in third, a further 29.5 seconds back. We know first thing this morning that Josh made a few changes, but spoke to Tony in service and is possibly going to revert back to what he had been using, so kind of expect to see his times improve. If you weren't with us yesterday, Josh and Andy had a massive fourth gear spin. It's up on Facebook under the Combi Lift Rally Team page, and an amazing bit of car control, because as soon as the car starts spinning, he drops it down a couple of gears and uses the handbrake to steer the car backwards down the road without doing any damage and a minimal loss of time. An unbelievable piece of car control. Ryan Loughran has turned his wick up a little bit this morning. He holds fourth with Gareth Doherty, and James Ford and Neil Shanks hold fifth. Johnny Greer and Niall Burns sixth.
And here we go. So that was Thomas Davies through, and Kevin O'Driscoll's at location 13. He said the roads are dry, but this big threat. But he said the most important thing, just as we speak, is Ray Breen is being caught by Duncan Williams. Ray Breen's got a misfire, so expect these two to come in close proximity.
And if
Trevor Wilson going nicely there.
If you're listening to us and can hear that humming noise in the background, the heavens have opened
where we are,
and it may well be a case of taking the canoe home. So all eyes on the stage now for
we know a struggling Ray Breen with a misfire being caught.
Ray Breen, well, you could see something for reflecting there, so
Trevor Wilson had a nice Duncan's passed the Subaru. I wonder if the Subaru stopped, and actually Duncan was pushing on there, so, and here's the Subaru. So that's at least 40 seconds Ray's dropped. At least 40 seconds.
Well, that drops him out a third, I would imagine.
Bit of a shame, but these things happen with old cars. Yeah, I was going to say Trevor Wilson won the historic category in the Down Rally a couple of weeks ago, so he's definitely got the hang of the Escort.
Oh no, he has, but it's just lovely to hear the Porsche.
I think his Porsche is beautiful, and boy oh boy did he pedal it hard earlier this year. So now Philip Rogers we think is gone, and Alan Tracy was certainly having problems. We know that Alan was going slow in stage 10.
Mark Warren of Petter and Grace Walsh.
Long stage, they start to either spread out or bunch up. We're probably close enough to the finish that we might start getting results in soon. Nothing quite in yet.
There we go, Grant and Rosa Shand in the Rally Extreme Escort. Grant driving very consistently over this weekend.
In theory, it should be the Eton Yale Escort of Rob Falvey, who's running in Super Rally.
And as Bushy points out, we've seen Grant do the Clacton Rally a few times in the Escort. Grant does like to...
It's his part of the world though, isn't it? There?
Yeah.
Lincolnshire, is he from?
Lincolnshire, yeah, and loves to get out to Belgium or Holland, Northern France, for some of the wonderful events that they do. He's been at the Escort Special in Belgium for the last couple of years as well.
Yep, looks like Rob Falvey. Having a ball. On the road, I think Johnny McDaid is probably still running final car, but he's not the final historic. He's jumped ahead a couple of people this morning on the results. And this should be Alan Watkins. Yep. Apparently Alan Watkins changed starter motor in service. Not the work of a moment. And this should be our final historic car. Group B, Talbot Samba, of Johnny McDaid. And as is now the norm on this rally, we have a short break for while we prepare for the main rally. And this is not quite the last opportunity for Josh Moffat to try and respond to both Callum Devine and Marion Evans after going the wrong way on setup over the opening stages this morning. But time is running out. We're down to 4 stages remaining for the afternoon, and as Zav and I talked about, is it a blessing or not for the drivers? Marion's probably wishing the rally would end now and he would win by 3.6 seconds, but that's not going to happen yet. Callum wants a chance in a few miles to get into the lead. So does Josh. I think Ryan Loughlin is more than happy in 4th place, getting closer and closer and closer to the pace of the guys in front. James Ford made an uncharacteristic mistake on stage 10 and hit some bales, lost 20 odd seconds, stopped his momentum a little bit. He had been a solid 4th going into that stage. Then we've got the other 2 Citroens of Johnny Greer and Robert Barrable, very closely matched. And then a bit of a County Cork inter-county battle going on between David Guest, Owen Murphy, Jason McSweeney. And then we're into the Class 14 cars, so maybe 7 or 8 minutes between the start of the modifieds and the start of the main rally. And I think while we've got a chance, we'll run one of our ad reels just to fill in a bit of time.
So you can go head off.
Let out up round easy rate 150. Push on up.
So back live with us now at our location on stage 12, and the first of this loop of 3 this afternoon, before the cars then return for the final run through service at around 3 o'clock, before they'll head out to the third and final running of stage 15, which is the third run over Monatora, somewhere about 10 minutes to 4. But at the moment, we're waiting on the main cars coming through: Marion Evans, Callum Devine, Josh Moffat, the likes of James Ford, Ryan Loughran, Johnny Gray, Robert Barbauld, Cal McCarthy. We have had reports that there are intermittent even scattered showers, so the weather may still have a small bit to play over the next hour or so. And Kevin O'Driscoll sort of keeping us on touch with what's happening on the stage that he's on. I think he's on this stage, and
location 13, I believe.
So good to have Kevin out and about. So it won't be long now, folks, until we start to see the leaders making their way through. 30-second intervals in terms of information and keeping you updated. Over the weekend, we've done the best we can with what we have at our disposal. And of course, those of you that have sent messages in or little bits of information, thank you very much. It all helps to keep a clearer picture. Somebody seems to think we're doing a plum job, so that's really good as well. So I think what we're going to try and do this afternoon is cut back between 12 and 13, stages 12 and 13, to cover as much as we can, because if you bear in mind that after the historics we have a little temporary gap of 10 to 15 minutes, and then there's another small gap between the main field and the juniors, which should allow us to move back and forward rather than maybe trying to cram 3 stages in. If we try and stick with 2 stages and just use the timing benefits from our point of view to navigate back and forward, and more or less provide you with sort of an hour and a half's uninterrupted coverage, as it were. So that's the plan. Somebody is shouting for Eddie Doherty in the modified. Eddie Doherty and Frank Kelly. Cracking battle between the pair of them.
Yep, definitely worth keeping your eye on that.
And of course, Tony's had some great chats with Frank and Eddie. Frank made me laugh yesterday when he said he doesn't think of a stage or a set of stages in any event. He's just happy to get round the stage corner by corner, and every time he gets round a corner, he gets happier. I did suggest to my colleague Michael Patterson, wouldn't it be some crack to have Frank Kelly in here in the studio on a weekend he wasn't doing an event, and the more I think about it, the more I think it could be carnage. But definitely entertaining both on and off the stage, and daughter Lauren doing a terrific job in keeping them fairly consistently between the hedges. But looking forward to how that battle with Eddie shapes out this afternoon.
Yeah, it was sort of all square with the stage interrupted in the last stage, but previous stage Eddie had gone a couple of seconds faster than Frank. Frank admitted that the mixed conditions, he had no confidence in the slippy, and Frank doesn't generally admit to things like that.
And the thing about it is, Frank gets beaten by a couple of seconds. You know, when they get to the end of the stage, the first person to run up and congratulate Eddie will be Frank Kelly.
Absolutely.
You know, there's no better exemplification of sportsmanship, I think, than Frank and Lauren. And of course, Frank's, I don't want to say long-suffering wife, Rosemary, because she's a massive supporter, but
she's as much part of the team
as
anybody else. Always there, always by
think,
Frank's side.
You know the way Frank's really laid back? Do you think whenever Frank goes home and he's at the table, she just says, Frank, sit down, please, do your toe?
Sorry, I thought I heard something on the stage there. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm not even thinking.
Do you think Frank goes in and closes the door of the kitchen and says he behaves and he's perfect and normal and...
No, he's hyper.
Good man, good man.
I think he's hyper all the time. Look at those car building exercises that he does on
I know, they're
time
fantastic.
lapse. And
he made me laugh when he was rebuilding after the Circuit of Ireland, and he took the alloy fuel tank out, and the guy that he bought it off in New Zealand had written a message on the back that should never have been seen. Frank, if you're reading this, you've had big problems. You know, something like it was on the back of the alloy, on the back of the alloy tank. But yeah, I did hear something come on across on the earpiece there. That's possibly one of the safety cars going through finally. You know the way you were saying that sometimes they get stopped on the stage?
They get held. Yes.
So that everything naturally progresses through in a time orderly manner. So it may well be that. That's maybe what we did here in the background. So it may not be long now before we have live action. It looks like our cameraman on this stage has put it down and gone somewhere, because we've seen the same lovely picture.
So there's an updated historic leaderboard. As we know, Thomas Davies, very solid lead now after his battle with Michael McDade, ended with Michael retiring with a clutch master cylinder failure earlier on. Trevor Wilson, few dramas yesterday in the wars, a bit of a row with the chicane. Very solid second place now. David Williams into third. Ray Breen, we know, has dropped a considerable amount of time. Not massive, but he dropped about half a minute with misfire, which was enough for Duncan Williams to get ahead on that stage. Bit of a shame to see the legacy struggling a wee bit. And rounding off the top five is Martin Rossiter and Ian Davies. I think Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver, providing they finish on the podium here, that'll be the historic championship sewn up for them. But I understand they're still coming to do the Ulster regardless, so that's good commitment from those guys.
Yeah, and I must admit, I'm looking forward to the Ulster. Some nice changes that the organisers have made, and some really, really nice stages. So that won't be long away. I think it's yesterday fortnight.
Yes, this weekend, 2 weeks.
So
Friday and Saturday.
Nice to think that we have the 2023 Irish Tarmac Rally Championship wrapped up before September.
Is it? Is it?
Well, it's different.
Yeah.
It's different.
Somebody in social media said a few minutes ago, halfway into the stage, nothing going by after the historic and 00 for 10 minutes. So we don't quite know what the delay is. Okay, I've just had a message from Rally Control. Unfortunately, drive queue for Mainfield on stage 12. Last historic blocked it and 10-minute rule kicked in. And that's from Rally Control. So, folks, anybody out on the stage at the moment, I'm afraid to say that the Mainfield will be just doing a drive-through. In this case, as I've explained, the last historic car, which I'm not sure who that is, but we've...
It was the Samba at one stage.
Yeah, and we were near the finish. So the Motorsport Ireland has a 10-minute rule where the stage needs to restart within 10 minutes, otherwise it's a stage interrupted time. So we should not have been speculating about earlier, I think, about Marion Evans. If the rally finished now, he'd be happy. This is losing stage mileage here.
Well, I need to sort of look after myself here.
Yeah.
I never said that.
I did say
I had nothing to do with that.
I did say the one who it helped on the previous loop was Josh. Yeah, the one that helped in the last stage was Josh Moffat. But it's not going to help him now because they've changed the car back to the previous spec.
Yeah.
And he knows he can match them. And here he's just lost another 18 kilometres of stages to try and
I think
move back.
I think there'll be more discussions about the 10-minute rule, really. And it's I suppose it's slightly different. It was a road closing time or road closing order time. It's different. And I probably have a question for you when we're off air as to why. But we're going to make an attempt now to move to stage 13. That was due off at about 10 to 2, and there are live pictures from stage 13.
What a shame. I was really looking forward to this battle unfolding between these leading Mainfield cars, but it is what it is. And in rallying, nothing stands still. So, folks out on the stages, it's drive-by for the Mainfield, and I think the intention is to run the junior class competitively, because the advantage of the 10-minute rule there is they can reset the stage. I've been asked a question. I think, are they a separate event? So Zav wants to know, are they a separate event? What I do know for sure is the Donegal International Rally is two separate events. The permit for the International Rally, and here's the zero car, so we're actually probably not that far from the first historics. So I'll just repeat that. There is a permit, an international permit for the full Donegal International Rally. And then there is a separate permit for 50 cars to run in the historic and the junior rallies. So it's a single permit, covers them.
Yeah.
For this rally, I'm pretty sure it's one permit.
Okay.
Covers all three rallies. And if Kevin O'Riordan or anybody wants to text me and confirm that if you're listening, and then they have this dispensation to run the historics at the front of the field and the juniors at the back of the field. The primary thing is, I think it's 151 in the main field, and then the permit for the juniors becomes inclusive on the Sunday, because they know they'll have dropped at least 10 to 15 cars out of the main field over the course of the first day, and I think becomes integral. And this is where the 10-minute rule
comes in.
And yeah, look, there's the
I'm sort of asking. I'll be honest with people here. I'm writing notes to Michael as we speak, because I don't understand. I don't know the rules, and I'm trying to understand why we're in the position and situation that we're in now. We are on stage 13. We've seen that safety car go through, and we will live. We'll begin once again, as we've done all weekend, with the historics. All I'm trying to do is get my head round it out, because it's obviously an issue with, in terms of a delay and restart times within the running of an individual single stage, that I probably need to freshen up on. But just from a rally fan's point of view, it's kind of disappointing, as I'm sure it is for spectators who are on the stage, that it's kind of a little bit confusing. So I'm just trying to understand it a little bit better.
I think one of the problems is it is confusing because the different rallies have different permits. Every rally seems to do things a slightly different way. West Cork has a single permit. That's why the historics are integrated into the main field.
Into the field where they were earlier.
And then, obviously, when we go to Motorsport UK events, they're multi-permits. So my understanding with Ulster Rally is there's a permit for the Ulster International, there's a permit for the National Rally, and there's a permit for, there is a junior rally on the Ulster this year doing just the Saturday. Yeah,
I mean, we're obviously talking about the Cork 20 International in the south of Ireland and runs on a Motorsport Ireland, but experience for me 2 weeks ago is, you know, the vagaries of Motorsport UK is that the rally stage in theory is not a competitively timed section.
Yeah.
There's a permit for Thursday for the practice on the stage. There's a permit for all 3 days at Goodwood, but there's also daily permits for the 3 days. So it exactly concurs with what you've just said. So, you know, different jurisdictions do it in a different way. Just for me and those people who've kept in touch with us yesterday and today.
Do you have on your computer easily accessible to a set of regulations? In the first 4 or 5 pages, it will give you the permit number of the rally.
There's the regs there. I mean, the permit number is 23095, and that was approved on the 21st of June 2023.
Single permit. That's where the 10-minute rule comes in. You have the 10-minute rule on the single permit when you're running a separate category like the historic or the juniors. So you must be able to start the next part of the rally. In this case, we'll have historics, main field, juniors.
Yeah.
So the main field has to be physically able to start within 10 minutes. If it can't, it has to be abandoned.
Which means we're now on stage 13, and we will get the leading historics course after.
Abandoned's maybe not the right word.
Redirected. So stage 12 times in, Thomas Davies and Di Roberts, as we said, have extended the lead now to 43.8 seconds over Trevor Wilson and Paul Mulholland. But Trevor did set a really good time and took time back out of him. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver were in on a 10:22.3, and they are in third, and Ray Breen, Damien Morrissey are fourth. But we did hear from Kevin O'Driscoll that Ray had been suffering with a bit of a misfire through stage 12. So we're on stage 13 now. We're going to see these guys run through once again before we will move on to the main field here at Badgers Hill for 17.62 kilometres that we have here, and I'm just trying to confirm our camera location on stage 13, and I think we're probably at leading up towards junction 7, I think. Quick look at it there, stage 10 and 13. Badgers Hill, 17.74 kilometres. We're about midway through that stage, but as Michael was showing us earlier, some very, very fast sections.
Just a thought about, is that Martin Walsh? Did we see Martin Walsh earlier?
Yeah.
I don't.
It is, it's the hat.
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah.
We'll have a chat about this off air. There's a few things happening here. I mean, it's not, sometimes you don't get the rub of the green. The rally ran absolutely brilliantly yesterday, despite the storm trying its best to bring everything to a halt. And here we are this morning. We've had, thankfully, very, very small incidents, but it's led to a few competitors losing actually a fair bit of this today's stages already.
Well, they've lost, what have we got, 36k possibly we've lost with the cancelling of 11.
You take the modified guys there. They've done badly out of this.
But I'm going to be honest with you. I wouldn't take Kevin O'Riordan's job right now for all the tea in China.
I agree.
You know, and the thing
not
is,
easy.
Difficult job for himself and you know the people who are there to help. You know, we had spoken about, you know,
Martin Walsh has just given a thumbs up here. I think our first competitor's about due. Yep. Fair play to you, Martin. Thanks for that.
Road's bone dry.
That was good.
Yeah.
BDA singing away.
Yeah, I mean, the likes of Kevin O'Riordan, Paul Brown, you know, Coleman Hegarty and all the other officials, a very, very difficult job. But thank you for doing it, because the stages have been a hit with the crews and spectators all weekend.
So Trevor Wilson should be up next. And I was about to say it's a long gap before Andrew Bush said long gap in my ear. And I just want to, how far we are in.
I think we're about here, Michael. And I say that to people who are watching and not seeing what we're doing. We have maps obviously here ourselves in the studio. I think we're about halfway through the stage, if I'm honest.
It's about a third of the way through location 6. Yeah, about a third of the way through. Not that far, if the truth be known. So, yeah, this is now a proper gap. I'm afraid to say, folks, another proper gap. Martin Walsh is checking his camera, so he was good enough to give us the thumbs up that there was a car coming. Haven't we got the plum job today?
Well, it's one of those things. It happens in rallying, and all we can do is, to the best of our ability, work our way around it. We have been treated to a terrific battle in the Historics yesterday and today. We had some... so there you can just...
So this is, and it's raining as well, my goodness. When the Historics came through, it was absolutely bone dry. The road's properly wet. It's not pouring down, but it's wet enough that it'll be slippy. So we won't go over the 10-minute rule in case we haven't quite got it right, but I'm sure I'll be corrected accordingly by people who
So a good camera shot there across into the distance. You can see the dampness as our cameraman can shoot round. And there we go, nicely done. Back carrying full speed through.
Yep. So what do you reckon? That was 3 or 4 minutes, probably.
Yeah, it looks like the rain is now. I said our cameraman had a great shot there, looking right across into the distance, and you could see the rain moving its way in. And see Martin Walsh.
I've just had a text, and from Rally Control, SS13 for Historics. They're going to go to a 3-minute interval start. So that's what's going on. There's nothing wrong. they don't want them to get too far ahead. So this is pretty much what's happening. They're there, and if they stay on 30-second intervals while the main field is driving slowly through the previous stage, it's going to create a bigger gap than the 10-minute rule. So we're down to, I think, to 12 historics or 11 historics.
Yeah.
Put them on the 3-minute intervals between cars. So any spectators out watching, we're on 3-minute intervals for the historics. This is to spread them out a little bit and let the main field catch up. And we create, what the rally's doing is squeezing what is now probably a 20 or 25-minute gap back down to 10 minutes. Did that make sense, Sav?
Yeah, it does. But I know that somebody somewhere is going to say, well, why in the afternoon didn't they go 3-minute gaps at the very start? But then you can't legislate for something that hasn't happened.
Exactly.
You know,
yeah.
And
yeah, you can only react as it unfolds. Yeah.
So no, good thinking. So I mean, the cars as we've seen are coming through 12. Makes sense having 3-minute gaps with the historics. It gives them a bigger band to play with, as it were.
Well,
and allow the main field to catch up.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'd have been through in 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be 25, 30 minutes.
That'll be fine.
So literally by the time the last historic goes into this stage, hopefully we'll have the first of the main field ready to create a 10-minute window for the main field to start.
I have to be honest here, I never realised there was so many experts on Facebook.
Are you learning anything?
Yeah, yes, just of how many experts we actually have.
Okay.
Which is amazing indeed. And
David Daw Young has put a message up on one of the social media streams. I think we've got our next car. Yep, Duncan Williams.
Yeah, wipers on, little bits of damp.
Absolutely flat out.
Yeah, that's lovely.
David Yaw, he's a great message up. A big shout out to all the marshals that haven't seen a car on the cancelled stages. Great to see Ray Breen back out. Shame about his misfire. So we just saw the midfield of the main field.
Possibly rain. I can see Martin's maybe taking a bit of shelter under the tree and the raincoats are out. So the rain that we saw where the cars were making their way through stage 12 as a drive-through, quite possibly here it's making its way in a little bit of a heavier shower. Although looking at the hills in the background, it's not heavy rain. It's light at the moment. But another element just thrown into the mix for stage 13. Crews will then make their way to Chimney Field after 13 before making their way back into the mart at Rathcormac for a very quick final service of the day before they head out to the 15th and final stage of the Shears O'Connell Group Cork 20 International Rally, the penultimate round of the Samdeck Irish Tarmac Rally Championship. Because big battle going on in the McAvoy Motorsport Irish Tarmac Modified Rally Championship. We spoke earlier about Eddie Doherty and Frank Kelly, and of course the Synergy Motorsports historic title possibly going to be settled this afternoon, along with associate sponsors Sherwood. And then of course the Paul Brown Plant Hire Junior Championship, which we've seen has 2 stages under their belt. And we've covered them fairly well today. Hopefully we'll now get another run at it this afternoon. So Martin Walsh in the background there in his Motorsport Ireland media bib.
Martin does a great job. Writes for the Cork Examiner. Does a fair bit of work for RTE. He'll have his live radio reports in this afternoon. Also, the Southern Star has a weekly column in the Southern Star.
And here we go.
Should be
Ray Breen.
Still misfiring. Doesn't
Yeah,
sound
I think
doesn't
it
sound
is.
too bad. Certainly got plenty of grunt.
No, good to see. That's Ray and Dimian Morrissey through in the RS Legacy.
So next car should be due at about 14:04.
Our cameraman looks like he's auditioned for the TV show The Golden Shot.
Right a bit, left a bit.
Yeah, do you remember that? That's long before Andrew Bush's time, and of course.
All we need are some crosshairs now,
and Peter Hamill, our very young and effervescent producer and a controller. So we have stage 13 to run, which is 17, 27, 37. So we have approximately 45k of stage kilometres left. 45, 5/8. So approximately 27 miles of stages left before we discover the winner of the O'Connell Group Cork 20 International Rally.
Our producers just said it's a bit like the WRC, these 3-minute gaps. We don't have the helicopters.
Just got a quick glimpse where I think Peter, our producer, was trying to do picture-in-picture of the cars still making their way through stage 12. And they'll be making their way through stage 12 and out to the finish.
It's not that far from the end of 12 to the start of 13.
It's not. It's just they basically run
they've calculated this very well, I think.
parallel to the river back down towards, is it Glenmire?
Yep.
And then that is the start of stage 10.
Brilliant. Apparently the last historic blocked the previous stage but is now back going.
So through 13 and then head towards Chimney Field in 14, and again the road section between 13 and 14 very minimal before making their way up and into the Mart. Now they will be running late. I doubt that they'll be coming into there on time. It's 3 o'clock.
No, almost certainly not.
But then that just leaves the final stage, which is a run over the third run over Mullintora, which is very easily accessed once again from the service area. So shouldn't be too long now. So we have another historic through.
Yep. So I believe Thomas Davies time's in for the stage. There we go. We've got picture-in-picture of the main field. Unfortunately, having to cruise through stage 12 due to the technical regulations, meaning the technical regulations mean that if the stage can't get started within 10 minutes of the first section, then they either have to go through a full restart procedure, or in this case do a drive-through and then get them squeezed back up again for the next stage. And here's the next car due, I think. Could be Martin Rossiter. No, it's the Peter Walsh. Previous car was Martin Rossiter. So I believe that the competitor who was off in stage 12 at the back end of the historics has got going again. They're making their way here to the start of stage 13. Then there'll be 2 00 cars, and then the main field will restart again. Now, they're spreading this out a little bit. They're starting the historics at 3-minute intervals just to try and close the gap between the historic rally, the end of the historic rally, and the start of the main field rally, so that we can fall back in line with Motorsport Ireland regulations that are very clear about this 10-minute restart between the various sections. Refer to them as sections of the event. If anybody has any better explanations, please get in touch with us. We'd love to hear. If you actually know more about this than we do. So today's been a bit devastating to the historic field. We've lost 3 or 4 of them during the course of the morning, and I think we're down. Well, after the previous stage, I think we may be down to 10. Yeah, 10. Now that is quite possibly still 11.
Grant Rose Sharp in the Rally Extreme Escort.
I think your suspicions were right about the Samba. Johnny McDaid and Tony McGovern, they've been credited with a time of 21 minutes and 57 seconds for stage 12. So with them spreading out here for 3 minutes, they'll now tag on to the back of the historic rally again, and the main field should be here within a time limit that they can
start running them.
They'll start running them, and they'll hold, if they need to hold Johnny McDaid or the last 2 competitors for a little while longer, just to get all their ducks in line effectively. I'm sure they will. There'll be a lot of radio chatter going on. This is where comms becomes very important.
But then that begs me to ask the question, do we still have to wait after the juniors, the 7 or 8 minutes for the safety car, for the 7 or 8 minutes to start the main field?
Yes.
We do?
Yes.
Oh, that still follows?
That's...
Okay.
It must start within 10 minutes, but it must, it's pretty set in stone. Yeah.
No, it's new for me, or sorry, should I say in depth. And Andrew just told me that the juniors have now driven through that last stage as well, and of course it would have a knock-on effect for them as well. So I think everything is getting ready now here at stage 13 to get, as you said, for the organisers and the officials to get all the ducks in a row. And then once we get running, we'll be up and running. I know that sounds very obvious, but I think it's in situations like this that the likes of Kevin O'Riordan and that certainly earn their corn. A lot of pressure on a lot of things to look after. I mean, we were waxing lyrical earlier on about how efficient everybody was first stage yesterday morning.
Go. Rob Falvey. We know Rob's in Super Rally, but he certainly got good coverage today. So just to keep everybody up to date, the juniors have also been, and there's the Porsche, lovely. The juniors have also been neutralised effectively for the previous stage 12. That keeps everybody, they will be hot on the shirt tails of the main field. You know, it's not the end of the world having a drive through. You get to see another recce effectively of the stage.
Listen, I'd far rather see it like this than have to suddenly say, okay, thank you very much for joining us.
That's it.
We'll see you later, because it's something more serious. So I'm quite, and you know the good thing is I've learned an awful lot today in about how this can sort of work the way that it does, and the backup plan to the backup plan that organisers will have. Suddenly like going to 3 minutes, and quick thinking, and yeah, really impressive actually. Looking as though the rain may have just kept holding off. I notice a few more people with the rain jackets, but it doesn't seem to be any evidence of it on the road. And as we saw there a minute ago, the juniors now leaving stage 12, making their way to stage 13. We will have the safety car that makes its way through. And Thomas Davies has lost time to Trevor Wilson on
quite
that
a lot of
stage
time.
there.
He's lost almost, he's lost 23 seconds. The lead is down to 10.9 seconds. There's the Samba. I have a text that said she has small damage. That's small damage, isn't it?
Well, it looks like it looks buckled at the front.
Yep. But it's still going all right.
Oh yeah. And listen, if you can keep going, that's the thing to do.
I with it being spread out now with the 3 minutes, 30 seconds. It's not 30 seconds, it's 23 seconds, but at the same time, it's still quite a lot. And it's changed the historic rally once again.
Well, a bit of a shake-up is no bad thing, I have to be honest. So we're trying, from our point of view, to keep on top of all the information that we can coming through. So it should be then that we see the safety car coming through. Was the Honda, I think, that came through between the historics and the main field. So if we see the Honda coming through, then that will tell us we've got probably 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah, I would say so.
Before the main field starts making its way through, and we see Marion Evans, Callum Devine, Josh Moffat, James Ford and Ryan Loughran gear up for another battle here on stage 13. The second running of Badgers Hill, 17.62 kilometres, which is about just under 11 miles in old money, as they say. They make their way then to Chimneyfield, the second running of that, at just under 11 kilometres. Short, sharp run round there before heading back into service in Rathcormac. So 19 degrees. Force forecast for this afternoon, 19/20 degrees forecast. And there is the Honda, so that tells us now that we're probably
5 or 6 minutes.
5 or 6 minutes away from
main field.
Yeah.
So there's just a quick reminder, we're ahead of the modifieds. Marianne Evans leads by 3.6. Josh Moffat stopped a wee bit behind with the bad setup over the earlier stages. Ryan Loughran has moved into fourth, while James Ford hit a bail earlier on and lost approximately 25 seconds and fourth place accordingly. We're not far away from the modified getting going again. Unfortunately, the modified and juniors were neutralised in stage 12 due to a technical issue. So there's the second 00 through, Christy Carey. And the historics we obviously have had through this stage. Thomas Davies, we're not quite sure what happened, but he's dropped 23 seconds. The lead's down to 10.9. Trevor Wilson, we know as a former seasoned Tarmac Championship class winner, he'll see an opportunity now to have a real go over these last couple of stages. Duncan Williams, very solid in third, almost certainly done enough now to secure the Tarmac Championship historic title. Ray Breen, don't know if the mismire was just as bad on stage 13. It certainly is stage time. He, as far as I can see, he's second fastest behind Trevor Wilson, took 3 seconds out of Duncan Williams. And Martin Rossiter and Ian Davies, they had a time of 11:04, which lost a bit of ground there probably. We have got mixed weather conditions. You can see it's greying over. Top modifieds now on your screen. Absolute ding-dong battle going on between Eddie Docherty and Frank Kelly. Colin Byrne in third. Cian Walsh is actually in a class 13 car, so very, very impressive drive from him. I think with a couple of people, it's very, very close. Stefan Davies, I think, is being coming under pressure from Ollie Benton for fifth. But I think for Cian Walsh, who we want to try and get a word with in service, because apparently Cian's got himself an R5 car for next year, and we should try and have a chat with him. And I think we've got the first of the modifieds about to, the first of the main field about to appear. We're certainly not far away. We've had the final 00 car through. We've had a few teething problems this morning now with stage interruptions. What the event is actually doing at the moment is a little bit of house management. they neutralised stage 12, put the historics who are running first in the road onto 3-minute intervals to space them out a bit, allow the main field to catch up, and after that then the rally's able to maintain procedures of intervals between events within the integral within the main rally. We also had a bit of a stage interruption earlier on, which I'm sure may very well be adjusted. It adversely affected the RC4 cars, one of them being Casey J. Coleman, who, compared to class leader Owen Lloyd, he was given a stage interrupted time of 1.5 minutes difference, so I would expect that to be discussed later on. Now, it probably won't make any difference to the result because Owen has led the class from the very, very start of the rally. In fact, he's driven really, really well. And so Martin Walsh getting his camera ready. And the counter argument may be, look, it's not going to make any difference to the result if we change those times. You're still going to be second in the class regardless. They may very well leave it, and that would be a good argument that the organisers could counteract with. Just admire the view for a moment.
Well, it looks as though the rain has held off. I think with the difficulties we faced the last sort of 40 minutes or so, the last thing we possibly need is rain now.
Yeah, yes.
Hot into the ring of elements. There we go.
Yep, pushing hard. So keep an eye on the clock here. Out of sight on 43.
So in reality, it's possibly now an hour and a half since the drivers were driving in anger.
Really? It's that long?
Well, they were into service after
so
stage 11 at midday. So it's in fact 2.5 hours. So quite a big gap for them remaining uncompetitive, if that makes sense.
Yes, it is, yes. Cars go cold and okay, they drove through the last stage, which will help. I think Callum was a couple of seconds up at this point in the stage. Josh absolutely jogged down through that junction. One or 2 seconds down, maybe, which is a lot better than it was earlier on.
I mean,
so
he had made those changes and sort of lost a lot of time. So we should have James Ford up next, Ryan Loughlin, Johnny Gray, Robert Barrett still to come.
Yep, they've straightened James' car. It was a little bit second-hand looking after the previous stage 10. Yep, and I think he was only a second or two down. And somebody saying it was a Johnny Crozier. Crozier runs both the two cars for the two Ford cars. Ryan Loughran. Should be Johnny Greer next.
Right on cue.
Robert Barrable. I think he's a little bit closer there, Sav, to be honest
Yeah,
with
I
you.
think he'd be happier if he was.
Yep.
So many times yesterday he said he just didn't understand where he was losing time compared to those around him. And
David Guest. Nice drift. Owen Murphy. Definitely seems a lot drier now. Yep, no one seems a lot closer. Don't think we'll see as much field spread on this stage.
no, and of course they'll be able to run down through the field because they're going to be much later into service now as well. I think I worked out about 40 to 43 minutes late.
Okay.
So that would put them into Rathcomic about 15:40, leaving them coming out at 16:10, which means the last stage of the day, unless they pull back a lot of time, isn't due to start till about 4:30.
Eddie Governey, current leader of the modified section of the rally. Frank Felly was just over 9 seconds behind. Had the last couple of stages neutralised, so should be starting to get a few times in, I would think. That weather sounds terrible outside.
Yeah, it does. You can hear thunder in the distance, so
Yep.
we must have lightning somewhere too.
Dennis Moynihan should be in the view, yep. Martin Walsh has done his bit, now he's got to go and write his copy. Ken Walsh. Class 13 litre. He's going to be one to watch in an R5 next year, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Stefan Davis. Lions of Liverpool. New for Keith, polo for this rally.
Flashing the lights for the cameraman.
Good man.
Really has been in a class of his own this weekend. Threw the gauntlet down yesterday and kept extending his lead out through the morning and afternoon stages, and consequently has a healthy lead in RC4 heading into this afternoon stages.
Kevin O'Driscoll, he's at location 4 on stage 14. Ollie Benton getting a very nice drift on. And he says it's bone dry and very warm, and yes, look at the temperature, it's up to 19 degrees.
Yeah, forecast was 19-20 for this afternoon, and loads of sun once it got, the wind blew the rain away.
Ollie D wants to know, will you be covering the Ulster? Yes, we are covering the Ulster. Similar format to this. That was Mark Dolphin away through. Mark having a good run. So we should have Kane Caldwell up next, but Kane, we've been told that has been having badly slipping clutch. So it's Thomas O'Rourke instead. So I think Kane's maybe dropped a few places on the road, taking a few penalties while they fixed the clutch. He's not in his usual RC4 car. Apparently they're saving it for next weekend for their local national rally, the LMC Hellfire. Mickey Conlon. Thunder. So
Case Jack Coleman
yep.
through.
So the first of the main field times through. Evans on a 9:09.2, but we think here that Callum was slightly up, and we have reports from elsewhere in the stage that it could be as much as 7 seconds That would put Callum into the lead, so here we could go again. Here's your screener. Start it. That's Brian Bolger, nicely through. Oh! Oh dear. Is he going to get out? Oh, he's stuck. Needs a push. Just a bit over ambitious into the junction.
Very lucky.
Yep. And there's the telltale. That's the time loss.
I mean, if that had been slightly downhill, he wasn't coming out of there.
So that was Mac Walsh. Very uncharacteristic mistake from him. And a good indication of when it goes wrong, how quickly it happens. So Mark O'Leary, Andrew Cronin in there started. Young King Caldwell, car sounds okay, clutch doesn't sound to be slipping. Thought we would have had a couple more times in by now.
There we go. And you were bang on, Michael.
Yeah.
Callum 8.2 seconds quicker than Marion. Leads by 4.6 seconds.
Thanks, Josh. Good on. Yeah, he's just not cracking it, is he?
No. Ryan Loughlin with a nice time of 9:17.7. Robert Barrable with a 9:17.2, and we did point out that Robert looked a lot quicker.
As did Johnny Greer, 9:18.7.
Yeah. But all change at the front, folks.
Too little, too late.
So, 2 stages. Stage 13.
Chris Ford away through.
Now. So, leading crews head to stage 14. Back to service and out for the final run over stage 15.
So there's our leaderboard. If all change at the front again, Callum Devine goes into the lead. Marion dropping, 8.2 seconds. Quite significant. New lead, 4.6 seconds in the favour of Callum Devine. Josh Moffat, closer than he was this morning. Definitely these setup changes not entirely solved his problems, considering how quick Callum was. Callum was 13 seconds faster. He'll be looking at that, Sav, and thinking, not so good.
If you think about it, during the year, we've had a couple of events where Marion hasn't really driven well. He struggled and been a third or fourth and fifth. And if you take Marion just out of it for a second, Callum Devine leads Josh Moffat by 42.7 seconds.
That's a lot.
And how often have you seen that?
No, that's a lot. You know, we hear, look at F1 this year, Max Verstappen's winning rallies or winning races by 30 seconds, and it's a lifetime.
Yeah. So if that's the way I'm just looking at it there, I mean, have we seen a difference of that amount of time over? We probably have, you know.
Yes, possibly, yep.
So it probably highlights the good job Marion has done to push himself into contention. He's been leading for a day and a half. Yeah, no one wants to finish second, especially after leading, but I mean, 4.6 seconds, we were saying 3.8 seconds wasn't a lot. So there's still a lot to play for. But yeah, I find it interesting. Callum Devine is 42.7 seconds ahead of Josh.
Owen Murphy's coming under pressure from Jason McSweeney. He's close to within 7 seconds. And equally, David Guest has sort of ended up out on his own. He's over a minute. He's a minute behind Robert Barrable, but equally, Owen Murphy's 40 seconds behind him. But Jason McSweeney seems to chipping away. Michael Curran away through. Ben Taggart co-driving. So the first of the historics are actually through stage 14. What's happened this time? Okay, so Thomas Davis has responded by going fastest, taking 9 seconds back off Trevor Wilson to extend the lead back to 20 seconds.
Look at Ray Breen's time.
Ray Breen set a fastest historic time.
Yeah, 6:18.6.
Yep, very good.
So that leaves him just 2.8 seconds behind Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver at the moment. There are other times to come in, but good time there from Ray Breen. And
Sam Leach just through in his Corsa.
Eddie Doherty set a time on stage 13 of 9:43.2. Meanwhile, Frank and Lauren Kelly set a time of 9:40.4. So just 6.3 seconds separating Eddie Doherty and Frank Kelly. Colin Byrne a little bit further back.
But he set the fastest modified time.
Yeah.
That's Kenny O'Brien and his Nova. Gary Lombard co-driving for him.
So we're heading down towards the likes of Jaron Daniel Seaman there, just in the view, in the Class 12 G3. Technical issues with the car last night meant they were unable to complete Special Stage 8 the last of the day, so they're super rallying. But Fine Gael councillor in the Bandon area, sponsored by his wife's hair salon, Hair by Sinead.
So Anthony Welton and Colm O'Mahony in their 1600 Escort. And there's the just a reminder of the modifieds. It's getting tight enough now. 6.3 seconds separating Eddie Doherty and Frank Kelly. Colin Byrne, as far as I can see, was the fastest modified on that last stage.
And that looks like we're very quickly into the juniors. That was Dara O'Donovan and Michael White, unless I'm very much mistaken. Dara, who is second to Robbie O'Hanlon in the points. Cork crew, himself and Michael White. Retired on the McKinley stages a few weeks ago.
It's Noel McCarthy, another driver in Super Rally with Joseph O'Sullivan co-driving. Class 9 Escort. I think that's 1600 Escorts. Okay, Amy Burke and Ermil McNamara in their rear-wheel drive Fiesta Mark 1.
And if Frank has reported that Frank Kelly has reported that he did a Frank, moved a few straw bales, but he took 3 seconds out of Eddie. And but in Frank's words, he says that was an awful expensive 3 seconds.
So he dented her.
Yeah, moving a few bales seemingly. So that is Pius O'Connell and George Swanton in the Class 20 Subaru Impreza.
That's interesting. Shane O'Mahony, Amy's Fiesta is powered by a 1620 valve Corolla engine.
No wonder it's singing. It sounds sounds really good. Sounds really good. And she's not afraid to let her at it, as they say. Amy and Emil McNamara have been quite impressive over the course of the weekend, I have to say.
So I suspect that was the last of the main field. Now we'll get the sweeper car, and we have approximately in between 10 minutes for the juniors, and we're getting to see the juniors pretty much every time they've run so far today.
That's been good. It's been good to watch and see how they're getting on. I think I got carried away when I mistook CJ O'Sullivan and Owen Doherty in the yellow. There we go, there's the white safety car.
Yep.
So a wee minutes now before we move into the juniors, of which there were 9 starters this morning. Dara O'Donovan and Michael White leading the likes of Ben McIntyre and Evan McAvoy and a few others out of service this morning. Had their own separate drivers briefing early this morning before they left and made their way to their first stage of the day, which was for us stage 9. Brian Cronin says that Frank hit the front and side driver's doors destroyed. Well,
he'll be annoyed with himself.
He will. Of course, category sponsored by Paul Brown Plant Hire and Civil Engineering. A really good incentive this year for the juniors in the Sentinel. And Samdex sponsored Irish Tarmac Rally Championship 2023. Of course, Gary McAvoy and McAvoy Motorsport, the main title sponsor for the modified Irish Tarmac Championship, and then Synergy Motorsports in association with Sherwood Engines for the Irish Tarmac Historic Rally Championship. And of course, the main sponsor for this weekend's Cork 20 International Rally, the O'Connell Group themselves. Conor Falvey in the Porsche. Glorious sounding car.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Who's looking +2 on the leaderboard? Ollie Benton's gone up 2 places in the leaderboard, 9:57.7. Where's that? Oh, this is getting tasty. Kane Walsh, I think, has had a problem in that stage. 10:21.0 as opposed to Ollie Benton on a 9:57.7. That means Ollie Benton closes on the Class 13 lead to 8.4 seconds. Owen Lloyd 10:11.4. Yeah, he's just slowly chipping away at the R4 lead. We know Kane Caldwell's got clutch problems. He did a 10:34.6, and Casey J. Coleman a 10:23.1. So another 10 seconds or so there from the Peugeot. So we're just waiting for the junior rally to start. Juniors came out of service, got to stage 12. Stage was neutralised, so they didn't actually get to do it competitively. So this is actually their first competitive stage since service. So we believe that Thomas Davies and Di Roberts had a brake issue on stage 13, and that's where they dropped quite a bit of time. Here's the first of the juniors. Dara O'Donovan.
Yep. Michael White alongside.
But we're saying about Thomas Davies, he's obviously got the brake problem fixed because he was fast. Well, he wasn't actually fastest in the stage. Ray Breen was fastest, so fair play to Ray. But he was 9 seconds faster than Trevor Wilson, who he's fighting for the win of the historic section.
That should be Ben McIntyre, Anthony McDonald in the EK4 Civic. Crew who are starting out their rallying career. And third in class on the Donegal earlier this year. Second in class on the Midland Motor Stages. Calvin native is Ben. This is Evan McAvoy.
Yep.
And Kieran O'Sullivan alongside, got a local Cork crew as well. Began rallying in 2021, finished first event, finished second in class on the 2021 Cork 20 Junior Rally. And won his class here last year with Aaron McAvoy co-driving. That was Kyle Brown from Glanmire.
Just down the road.
Yep. So 9 cars set out this morning in the junior rally category, the Paul Brown Plant Hire Irish Junior Tarmac Championship. We have lost 1 or 2, but they will finish here and then make their way back into Rathcormac. So rain is held away, and it will give our camera crews a chance then to relocate for stage 15.
It's Barry McIntyre and Conor O'Connell.
Of course, Mikey Ryan and Killian McArdle with Drew. Barry McIntyre began rallying last year on the stone throwers. Catherine Walsh and Angie Machinowitz in their Honda Civic, but Ben McIntyre up until the last stage was leading by 4.4 seconds from Dara O'Donovan and Michael White, with Robbie O'Hanlon and Oisin Joyce 54.7 seconds further back in third. But a really good battle between Ben McIntyre and Dara O'Donovan. We don't have times yet through for them on this stage, but I'm sure during the course of our visit into service we'll be able to update on that.
And while we're focusing on the juniors in this stage, big turnaround on stage 14. The leading crews are through that, and into the lead, Callum Devine, 2.7 seconds. Marion Evans, 5:34.4. He's taken 2 seconds back out of Callum, who did a 5:36.3. Josh Moffat, 5:46.4. He's now 50 seconds off the lead. Going into service, and James Ford a 5:49.1. I believe James had another altercation with a chicane in that stage.
So
2.7 seconds going into final
12.
service. Here we go again.
9, 12. Need to look at the times for stage 9 and 12 just to see. Stage 9 showing.
And there's the sweepers through, so that's the conclusion of stage 13. All the juniors through, and all of them driving really, really well. We'll wait for the times to come in. It's very tight at the front of the junior rally. While all this is going on, the rally keeps on trucking. The historic cars are through stage 14. They're about to come into service, and the leading crews of the main field are just completing stage 14. As I say, this is some ding dong going on at the front. Once again, Tarmac Championships delivering really, really close rallying at the front.
Interesting, Michael, because on stage 12 didn't run, obviously everybody got 8:25.1, but on the first running this morning over stage 9, which will become 15 very shortly, it was Marion Evans was 3.6 seconds slower than Callum on that opening stage this morning. If you remember, Callum said he was going to go out and give it beans,
and he did give it, he did.
Is there manoeuvre for Marion to knock in a quicker time? It's going to be interesting because, once again, the Sam Deck Irish Tarmac Championship and the O'Connell Group Cork 20 International Rally don't feel, in terms of entertainment or excitement, we're heading for a really, really tight finish now on the final stage. That'll be about an hour away.
2.7 seconds of we're getting times coming in thick and fast now. There's no other changes to the leaderboard on that stage, and I think what we'll do is we'll head to Tony Kelly and let her dig deeper in the service area, have a chat firstly with the historic people who are in. The top people will be in. Will you just have a wee drink?
I thought we were still alive, and I was caught.
Okay, so
sucking my coffee.
We'll let Sav have his coffee, and we're going to hand over to Tony Kelly in the service area.
Oh God! Imagine getting caught like that.
Must be relaxed enough anyway.
Well,
a tough afternoon again, tough morning, tough afternoon, not easy.
Oh, not easy. We were actually off in the last stage there, just so slippy. We just slid off up a bank. How we got away with it, I will never know. Maybe luck's on our side for a change, but we were lucky. Otherwise, should get us sorted okay.
And do you know what happened, or was it just one of those moments where it was just conditions and that's that?
Just conditions, probably concentration. I don't know.
And no major damage done to everything, no?
No, just staying knocked out of the lane a wee bit, but generally it's good. It's all right. No, she's okay. In fairness, she's all right. Well, we're lucky, Tony. We're lucky.
And so what's the plan now for the next one? I would imagine it's all about just keeping the steady head at this stage.
Steady head. We've one hard stage to do now, so steady head. Just let's see what happens. I think Thomas is too far in front of us now, so we had a good kelp out of him on that last time. So, but no, I don't think so. I think keep second. I'd be happy with second.
Second's not a bad place to be in after such a difficult day, isn't it?
It's not a bad place, but at the end of the day, it's the first loser. So
a tough way of looking at it, but it is definitely
it's the way it is. It's the way it is. It is what it is. But look, we'll have a go. It's a long stage. We'll see what happens.
And how do you feel about heading out to do one more stage now? Would you prefer to be heading out into, say, 3 or 4 more stages type thing, or are you glad that it's just a wee short sprint and then that's the job done?
Honestly, I would love to go up the motorway home. No, it's a long, hard stage. Anything can happen, as we have shown on the last stage there. So, you never know.
Did you enjoy any parts of the stage?
The last stage, no, it was just ropey and wrong from the start, just slippy and no confidence. No, I didn't like it at all.
And then that middle stage was very dry at the same time.
Middle stage was dry. Enjoyed the first stage, enjoyed the middle stage. They were really, really good, in fairness, but the last stage, no. Look, to be honest, I just felt there was an accident waiting to happen from the start to the finish. It was just wrong the whole way through it.
Yeah. Just couldn't get a rhythm. And what about this next one that you have to go into, this very last one now that you're going to do?
It's no bad stage. It's very fast, but no, I enjoyed it the last time, so hopefully.
Were the conditions very different from the first time around?
Oh, they were a lot dry. They were a lot drier. We actually changed down a tyre to a medium on the back, which left the back of the car. The tyres were going off, probably about half road straight on the back, but then they were perfect for the next stage. So it swings and roundabouts.
Always the way. Trevor, thank you very much. We'll let you go and enjoy your cup of tea.
Cheers, thank you.
See you back at the finish, hopefully. We'll go round here and see if we can get Duncan Williams. We saw him a wee while ago, but he might have wandered off on us. So if he's not here, no, he is. He's at the side of the van. You're getting the energy in for that last one, Duncan.
Well, you got to, haven't you? We've had a bit of a battle this morning. It's been a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Been good.
And it's all paying off now.
Well, I think are we third at the moment? Are we third? Third in historics, and Ray Breen. We overtook Ray Breen on the one stage because I think he had a bit of a misfire or something like that. But unfortunately, we overtook him 3/4 of the way through the same stage. He had a sensor that was playing up, and it was misfiring apparently. After we overtook him, the sensor started working again, and he got the power back, and he caught us on the line again as we came to the flying finish. So
that's a strange turn of events now.
It is a bit, isn't it? Yeah. I'm pleased that Ray's here because he's a great bloke, and it's great to see him back.
Yeah, it is brilliant to see him back, and obviously to see that car back and to hear that car back, you just know it's coming.
I'll tell you what, when you sit behind him on the line and it's popping and banging and you get a mouthful of gas, it's quite loud. It's quite loud. It's exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting. And tell me, are you excited about getting into this last stage now, Duncan?
I think we'll just see how it goes and just tootle through. Hope we finish.
Do you find that hard to do though, because you lose concentration quite easily?
Yeah. To be honest, we've been having a good crack at couple of the stages today, and we've had a couple of fastest times I think on over the rally, which is great. But we're not going mad. We're just going to no risks. Just try and bring her home.
Brilliant.
We've got enough damage.
Sure, it wouldn't be any crack if you didn't do that.
Well, we're hoping to be out on Ulster in 2 weeks' time, so that's the plan.
Yeah, and obviously the least amount of work that has to be done to the car at that point, the better.
Yeah, that's right. And that'll be, if we can finish this and finish Ulster, we'll have finished every round of the championship this year.
Which is no small feat.
Which is the that's the challenge. That's the target for us.
And particularly impressive for the historics as well.
Yeah. There's a few that dropped out today, isn't there?
Yeah.
9 left. Is it 8 or 9? Can't remember. 8 or 9, something like that. Yeah. Shame.
Good stuff.
Yep. Keep
it
going.
Good weekend all round.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Duncan. We'll see you on the next. I was going to say the next loop round, but the next time we see you, hopefully, we'll be at the finish ramp. So we'll go up now and get a quick chat with the historic leader, which is Thomas. And again, Thomas has put up a good fight this weekend. Obviously had an incredible day yesterday. Things got quite tricky yesterday evening, and then this morning everything changed again. So we'll just have a quick word now with him and see how things are faring out. It's not too enjoyable going into the last stage with loads of time, I would say, because it's all about the pressure to keep it just keep it on the road. He's just on the phone here at the moment, so we'll give him a quick second to finish the phone call and see what he has to say. Then might even get a quick chat with Di here actually. Di, are nearly there now at this stage. One more left.
Yeah, we're not making it out easy for ourselves. We dropped 33 in stage 13.
And did anything happen there, or was that just
lost the brake pedal, so just the confidence went then. So it's one of them. Reset, and we pulled 9 back in the last one, so it's made life a bit easier for ourselves. But
it just goes to show you though how easy it is to drop the confidence, isn't it?
Yeah, and especially when the conditions are changing so much, you just need that confidence all the time.
Yeah.
So, but no, all in all, it's been good. So.
And obviously, like whenever that confidence drops, then the difference it can make in terms of times.
Exactly. Like Thomas asked me, "Do you think I've done enough?" I said, "Well, I can't see you've dropped enough." But then we looked at times, and to drop 33 is just shows the pace is so hot as well. That's the other problem. So.
And obviously, like as the driver, you'll kind of know immediately whether you've, like even mentally, you'll know that you're kind of dropping a wee bit of confidence. But on your side, can you feel it immediately? Do you know that that's happening?
Yeah, you can see like his late braking wasn't as late. So why are you dragging your foot so long? But no, it's just I can't feel the brake pedal on my side. So if he can't brake, so it's one of them.
It's one of those things.
Yeah.
And tell us, what's the plan now for the next one? Just keep it there.
I was okay to have a go. It's only 20 seconds. It's only a spin.
Yeah.
So we still got to have a go, and still 18k at the end of the day. So it's It's easy
And
enough.
as we've seen, anything can happen.
Exactly. We've thrown enough time away this weekend, so we just gotta do our own thing, get through it. If we pull more time, we'll be better off.
Back to the ramp for the champagne.
Yeah, hopefully.
Good man,
Thank
Di.
you.
Thanks a million. We'll see now if Thomas is ready for us. Bear with us, folks. The guys are working away on the car anyway, so just pop into the truck and see.
Oh, sorry.
You're all right. When you're rally mad, it doesn't matter if you're driving. You need to get a wee break so you can see what's going on everywhere else.
It's been a busy few days. It has not much time.
No, and I mean obviously today it's been so insanely tricky out there for everybody, and it just hasn't been an easy morning for you either.
No, I thought it was going to be easy. I did at one point, and then not the last stage, the one before that, just didn't have any bite in the brakes, and I backed off too much, and just my mistake. But live and learn.
But you know, if you don't make that decision, then you could sort of lose everything too quickly then as well. So it's such a hard thing to balance, isn't it?
Yeah, I think because I backed off, then obviously tyres went a bit cool and just everything went against me. So I said to Di, we'll just have to slow down a bit earlier for the tight stuff and just everything else, just leave it as it was and just have a push and see what happened.
And how did you regain your confidence then for the next loop? Or few?
Just had to sort of reset. We still had a 10-second lead, so it wasn't a bad position to be in, and then just go again.
And what about this next one? You know, do you feel confident heading into the next one, or do you think because the length of the stage obviously is quite immense, so you can't really relax yet either?
No. Just maybe take it a little bit steady on some of the high speed stuff, and if there's something like a bit of care, maybe. But I think it's going to be quite dry, so hopefully, fingers crossed, get through it.
And did you enjoy this stage the first few times round?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Yeah, the first time through this morning was quite good, but slippy. Quite nice stage.
Yeah. Very, very different the second time then, though it dried up quite a bit, I believe.
It did dry up quite a bit, yeah, but you can remember the first time through, so you're looking for the bad bits, but then they didn't happen, so just probably a little bit too steady the second time through.
Yeah, and do you find that off-putting then as well, though, because you're thinking too much instead of just driving?
Sometimes I tend to find if I have like a bit of a moment on a bend, I slow down too much the second time through, and just rather than just sort of stick to the same speed on those bends. But yeah,
tough work.
Thank you.
Thomas, we'll hopefully see you back at the ramp. Thanks a million for talking to us. We're going to head down through, we've only got a few cars in here at the moment, folks. As you know, there's a bit of a delay between the historics and the main field, so we'll go down and see if we can get anybody else to chat to. Actually, there's a few cars up this way. Well, one. So we'll go and we'll have a quick chat with Johnny, hopefully, and see how his afternoon's going. But I'm thinking the main field shouldn't be too far away, so just bear with us, and we should have some more faces to talk to at that point. There's a wee bit of work going on here anyway, so there's something going on up here. Bear with us. Johnny, there's a wee bit of work being done here at the moment.
Just a bit of work for the boys, but we've done the last two stages and she's driving perfect, so we'll get her then one stage to go now. So.
And how do you feel about this next stage? Are you happy enough with it, or are you just trying to get through?
No, it was a good stage. Just caught out the screens in the middle of the road, just went to touch the brakes, just locked up and away we went. Just a passenger. Unfortunately, there's a big high bank just on the outside of the corner and hit the bank and flipped over just. It's the joys of the sport.
It is the joys of the sport. But will that put you off now for the next run round, or would you be happy enough to just...
happy enough. No, Colin McRae, we'll get to the end. Keep fighting.
Keep fighting, that's it.
Just going around and point in the same direction. Keep it going.
I know, and come here, have you enjoyed the weekend so far?
Oh, the weekend's been fantastic.
Or all together, I mean?
All together, yeah. The stages and all, fantastic. Fair play to Kevin and all the team. First class rally, couldn't fault it for anything.
And finally starting to dry up a wee bit and the sunshine starting to get enjoyable.
That's right, yeah, it makes some difference. Makes all the difference, so it does.
Good man, Johnny. Well, listen, we appreciate you talking to us.
No problem.
Enjoy that last one and hopefully see you back at the ramp. And as you can see, that is Callum Devine back in now, so we'll just let him get back out of the car. Josh Moffat has just come in there. Marion came in a few seconds ago as well, so we'll see if we can get words from a very cool, collected Callum. Here again, Callum, always waiting for you when you get out of the car. Tell us this, you're saving the best last today.
Saving the best last, hopefully.
Everything was very tricky there in that last loop again.
Very tricky again. Very tricky. I probably would have suited us to get that first stage though, because it was a bit damp, you know, and then the next stage is dry, like, and yeah, we kind of knew we had to push hard, you know, to try and hold with the boys, you know, whenever with soft tyres on. So worked out well, but then we lost a wee bit probably then to the next stage, you know what I mean, because it just took the good out of them.
There's no real cushion here now at the moment, isn't there not?
Oh, there's absolutely not, no, it's a race now. So it's going to be a last stage job, so look, we'll we'll just have to try and keep up with them boys now.
I know. Well, look, we've been saying it all weekend, like it actually is. It's probably quite annoying for you boys, but it's fantastic for us watching, you know, and seeing how tight it is, and right up to the bitter end.
Look, exactly. It's good racing. Hey, that's what everybody wants to see. Like, it's enjoyable to follow, isn't it? Then it gets everybody involved. So, no, look, I could. It's like that. It's enjoyable for us too.
What are you going to do now for the next half an hour? Like, how do you get yourself psyched up and ready for this? Like,
I'll take a wee lie down in there just. So I'll take a wee lie down just
and relax yourself.
Relax myself, so we'll. So no. We'll get these boys will do their checks and stuff. Sure, all we can do is just wait about and then up and at it again. Just.
You're all right, Callum. Thanks a million. Best of luck, and hopefully see you at the ramp in a few. Well, not a few minutes, but a wee while. So there you have it. Callum is relaxed as ever, and you know, I find it so interesting how some of those guys can be just so relaxed and chilled out, even though they've one stage to go and possibly win the event. You know, it's mad, but it's interesting, isn't it? It's what makes life good crack, with all the different personalities and faces and stuff. Marion, this is not an easy event, isn't it? It's just, you're really just having to push right to the bitter end.
Yeah, it'll have to be now. So I guess 2.7 is a bit, but we'll see. We'll have to try one.
All you can do is try at this stage, isn't it?
Exactly. That's it. It's all we've been doing all weekend, so it is what it is.
But I mean, it's obviously worked for you so far as well.
Yeah, I was surprised we were quickest on the last one. I thought I drove quite badly, to be honest. It was fairly dirty at the start and stuff, you know. But no, happy enough. So we got a bit of time back anyway.
Yeah, and tell us, what are your thoughts on this particular stage that you have to go back into now? Because it's one stage and you'd think it's not an awful lot, but it has been tricky all day.
Yeah, well,
and it's incredibly long.
We drove through there slowly last time and it was soaking wet. So, and then the first time obviously it was fairly wet as well. But I don't know. Hopefully it's cleared up, but you just don't know. In sort of the way today's gone, there was no rain forecast, and we've had rain all the time. So we'll see.
Not easy.
Never easy.
I was just asking Callum there, like, how do you handle the next half an hour? Like, how do you actually prepare to go out and deal with what's ahead of you now?
Same as always, I guess. That's what I said all weekend. So it's not a,
Do you relax, or do you go in and try and get psyched up?
Just try and relax, and you know, plenty of time to get psyched up when we get out in the car. So that's when service is the worst bit, actually, because people come up to you, you know, and everything like that. So
yeah, we come up and torture you and ask you all these questions.
Exactly.
And you can't even get a moment to relax. Like, it is intense.
It's hard, but it's just same as always, and go and give it a shot. If it's not enough, it's not enough, and if it is, that's good.
Brilliant. Marion, thanks a million. You've been great all weekend. Hopefully see you back here in a wee while, and there'll be another wee story to tell, I suppose, whenever these guys get back. Just so tricky. I don't envy any of them, I don't think, at this moment in time. One very long stage to decide the whole rally. It's insane. So the best way you'd want it to be, really, like, but tough on them, but exciting. So we'll see if we can get a quick word now with Eddie Doherty. He's out of the car and chatting with mechanics, making plans, I would assume.
Sure.
Eddie, we'll take you too. We're dying to know how everything's going in your camp as well.
Good, yeah. I think Frank took 3 off us there on the second one. We responded and took 6 off him then. So I think we have a 13-second lead going into the last one. So hopefully we can pull through and get to the end.
It's mad stuff today, isn't it? No matter where you are in the field, no matter what the battle is, it's just seconds, like and it's right down to the wire here on the last stage.
Yeah, I think Irish rallying has gone that way in the last 2 years. Even the national rounds is the same. Just on the way back in, looking at Callum and Marion, I think it's only 2 seconds in the end. So look, there's nothing in it. So no, may the best man win, and that's the end of it.
That's it. Like that's all it comes down to at this stage. Like, and again, I've been asking everybody now at this stage, like, you know, with everything on the line heading in for one more stage, like how do you get ready for that?
Just keep on doing the same as what we're doing. Don't think too much into it and just go for it. That's it.
That's all you can do. You can't let yourself know.
No, definitely not. Because if you do anything else, you'll overthink it, and that'll be the end of it. So no, just keep on doing what we're doing. So that's the plan.
Brilliant, Eddie. Well, come here, enjoy the rest of it, and we'll see you hopefully at the finish ramp. Thanks a million, Eddie. Bear with us, folks. We're going to try and get Ryan out here. He's probably in trying to get a wee spot of lunch before this last one. Ryan's on his way out. He's just getting, again, that wee bit of pasta in to give him that last bit of energy before the last stage.
Oh, we do.
We're back, but with one more stage to go. Not getting any easier out there today, is it?
No, it didn't. Like we left service the last time, and I was sure there'd be no rain there. Sure there'd be no rain, and although we didn't get it too bad, we get patches here and there, but there was rain in fairness. So, just one left to go now. With 10 seconds now over 10.7 or something over James there. So I will just try and manage that through the last stage here and get home and finished in one piece.
A tough weekend's rallying, wasn't it?
It has been tough. It has been tough but good. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed the rally. A credit to the rally, to be fair, because it's probably one of the best rallies that I've done this year. It's well organised, service area is great, stages are great. That second stage in the loop there is just phenomenal. Yeah. Great rally. I really enjoyed it.
And tell us, big smile on your face there whenever you mentioned the second stage. What is it about that stage, do you think, for you personally, that enjoyed it so much?
I think there's just so much in it. It's so fast in places, and then it's so technical, and then also fast. So there's just a bit of everything in it, and it's obviously the distance of it too. It's like 18 or 19k, I think, long. So.
And when we spoke to you first yesterday, Ryan, you were talking about this weekend basically being, you're trying to get mileage under your belt, you're just trying to get used to the car and stuff, but you have to be very pleased with your own performance considering you're still learning.
Oh, I definitely do. We're always learning. We've learned a lot over this weekend, so we have, we're happy with our pace there. There's definitely, I can see where the gap is to the boys, but I'm not experienced enough. I don't know enough, understand the car just enough yet, and I'm not prepared to stick my nose out, or do something stupid. So no, I'm very happy with our pace there and our distance to the boys. I can see where the time's at there. It's just a bit of work on the notes, a bit of work everywhere, and I'll be happy enough then.
It must give you great confidence heading into the next couple of rallies, or thinking ahead anyway.
I will definitely, I would say, I had absolutely no really intentions of rallying one of these cars this year at all. We done the circuit purely because one of the stages went by my house and I had no other car to go on, and then come to Donegal, we had planned to go back in the Escort, and we ended up in the R5, and then Ulster's obviously kind of a local rally to us, so we said, right, we'll do the Ulster, and then that's how we ended up here. So we'll do the Ulster, and that'll definitely be it for the year, so it will.
Good man, Ryan. We'll let you go and enjoy the rest of that pasta. But thank you very much for talking to us all weekend, and hopefully see you back at the ramp in a wee while. We're here in the Twin Cam across the road, obviously. A wee bit of work being done there, so we might try and catch those guys in a minute. I see that they're working quite hard there, so I don't want to disturb them just yet, but we'll try and get a couple of these local guys as well and see how everything's going for them. Bear with us, folks. We're going to look for Ian Lloyd again. Don't see him. No, he's not here. How are you now, Ian? One more stage to go. Bit of a relief, maybe?
Yeah, that last one was quite tricky. It was actually a bit more damp. The first one of that loop was quite nice, dried up. So yeah, just get through this last one now and it'll be a big relief at the end.
And tell us, any enjoyment in them at all in terms of, obviously every stage, you know there's plenty of enjoyment, but any of them in particular that you just really, really loved there and just felt that everything was working perfectly?
Probably stage 5 yesterday felt really good, just everything clicked, and we haven't really, trying not to push too much today, just keep a nice steady rhythm. So no, I enjoyed the first one of that loop now, it was class to be fair, I enjoyed that.
So you must be very excited to get back at it again then, yeah?
Oh yeah, 100%. If I could be in this car every day, I'd be delighted.
Exactly, yeah. And obviously the fact that it's such a long stage as well, you know, people would kind of maybe possibly think that, God, one more stage, like, you know, I can relax now, but not with 17 or 18 kilometres ahead of you.
No, it's a lot of work in it as well, and it's still quite tricky under the trees where the conditions have quite stayed damp, so it'll be quite difficult, but no, we'll get through it hopefully.
Brilliant. We'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. What I would like to do now, folks, is head across to the other side of the car park and get a quick word with James Ford. We haven't seen James too much today because he's on the opposite end, but what we're going to do now is get a few of the guys on the way across and then hopefully get down towards James. But we'll go up now and try and get a quick word with Colin to see how everything is going for him. Obviously earlier he was talking about how the battle was kind of between Eddie and Frank at this stage, so he was just going to try and ease into it, but we'll see if that's still the case. You look relaxed enough now, Colin. You look relaxed enough.
Relaxed enough, one to go.
Hard to beat this stage, isn't it?
Yeah. Geez, we didn't really get a sweet spot through this stage yet, so we'll go for it now. Yeah. It's, we're sort of still in no man's land, so we're just going to race away.
That's what I was just saying there, yeah. It's tough to be in this position, like.
It is, yeah. Look, we're the fastest stage time there, second to go, so that's brilliant. So, delighted to get that.
Would that then sort of push you on to keep going for that?
It does. We were coming down the road, calculating, will we go hard again the next one or not? And we probably did, but 7/8, and we were second fastest, so it's fine. We just keep that going, you know, we have a big gap behind us, so it's fine. We just need to, yeah, as you said, just dial that in and remember.
Exactly.
I know it's 18 or 19 kilometres. So.
It's a long stage, like, and anything can happen.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, both negatively or positively, depending on who you are.
Mechanically as well. Yeah. Like, it's fast. It's like it's worst. We're doing 201 or whatever it is kilometres an hour just across the top of the mountain. It's just bananas, like, you know. Yeah. So anything can happen mechanically, aside of braking point issues and stuff. So we'll bring it on. We'll be fine. Positive.
And how do you feel now when you are standing here? Like, do you keep yourself do you kind of relax yourself now at this stage, or just keep yourself psyched up because you still have one more to go?
Now. Just getting the energy up, getting the energy drinks into us there, lots of water, having food and stuff there, just to, because you like it feels like the rally's practically over, but you can't fall asleep going into the last one, you know. So.
Exactly, like, and I mean it's a long weekend, and it's now that the fatigue starts to set in.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, it has been a long weekend. We got a good run all day, so we got all the stages yesterday. We had a bit of a mixed bag this morning. We lost a few. So, look, we just need to keep switched on now and bring it home.
Good man, Colin. Well, hopefully we'll see you at the ramp.
Thank you.
Keep her lit for now. And we'll get over now and have a quick word with Frank, if we can get him. And then we'll try and get down to James Ford, as we said.
We're done here in Frank's car.
So as you can see, there's a wee bit of work going on at Frank's car. He's just at the wheels here now at the moment, but the door has seen a wee bit of work there. So we'll just give him a wee second. There's a wee bit of a discussion going on here, so we'll just give him a wee minute.
I know. Thank you.
Fans everywhere, Frank.
Huh?
Fans everywhere.
What's that, boy?
Frank, were you doing a wee bit of off-roading there?
No, somebody put a bale on the road. It was on the road. There was about 7 of them actually, and I had 2 or 3 of them. was one of them things. Second stage just before last one, we were at the beginning, and there was a lot of talk. There was rain in the stage, like halfway through. So we had super soft, wet tyres in the boot, and we put them in the front to give us a chance to brake for stuff. But the stage turned out to be bone dry, and kind of melted the front tyres. It's a good 125 mile there down to that chicane, and that threw out the anchors, and nothing was happening. And took a couple of stabs at it, and next thing we're collecting bales at a wild rate. But listen, we got off amazingly lightly. Everybody's okay, the car's okay. We had a decent enough time on the stage. I went a wee bit batshit mental in the last stage, trying to make it all up, and didn't really work. Cause there's one more stage to go.
There's one more stage to go. It's never over till it's over, and it's a long stage, and there's not that much of a comfortable lead for Eddie.
No, I can hit the other side of her now. There's still that other side still intact. Hey, listen, Eddie deserves the times that he's got, and I really don't want to see him not finish.
Yeah.
But we're not going to make it easy for him.
No, there's no point in that.
No, absolutely.
And
God loves a trier, and I can be very trying.
Good man, Frank. We'll let you get back to it. Thank you very, very much. Folks, we're going to cut to a wee break as we make our way back over to James and get a quick word from him then. But for now, sit tight and we'll be back very soon. And welcome back. We found him. We're going to get a quick word now with James Ford, if we can squeeze in here. How are you, folks?
Not bad, how are you?
Happy to have this stage under your belt?
Yeah,
or?
just about, yeah, near enough, yeah.
I'd say the pressure's not easing though, with 17 or 18 kilometres ahead of you now.
No, well, we had a bit of a mistake on the middle stage of the last loop. We had a bit of an altercation with the chicane, so we lost a bit of time with that, so it's a bit of a shame, but yeah, so just drive to the end now, I think, mainly.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Like, I mean, are you going to try and go out and sort of keep the shoe in and make sure nobody gets ahead of you,
well,
or do you just relax?
We're 10 behind Ryan, who's not registered for the championship, so it seems silly to push for him, and I think we're 18 ahead of the guy behind, so we'll just sort of stay where we are, I think, is probably what we're going to do. So.
And what about this stage in general, you know, in terms of the stage? Like, it's obviously it's been very tricky for everybody all morning. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, it should be good. I mean, we had a drive-through then because it got cancelled, and we could mark the slippy bits in at least, but now it's dry again, so I don't know, you're going to have a guess, aren't you, and see what's going to happen.
And what are you doing in terms of tyres and setup and stuff? Are you keeping things much the same?
We went too soft with the tyre then on the last loop, which is probably why we lost a bit of time to Ryan, so we've gone back to a harder tyre again now, and if it rains, it rains. So we'll just have to deal with it.
Brilliant. Well, listen, you'll enjoy that next one.
Thank you, yeah, cheers.
Brilliant. Thanks a million, James. Hopefully see you back at the ramp in a wee while. We're going to go across here now and see if we can get a quick word with Ollie Benton. We haven't seen him since yesterday. Oddly enough, folks, the service area is, compared to yesterday where it was just so full of people the entire time and cars everywhere, it's quietening down quite a bit now today. There's not as many about. I'll just go see if I can see Ollie here. At the moment I do not. We've missed him, folks. He's away to the chip van, so we keep walking.
That's the man there. You need.
Do you know, you are the man I need. You were full of chat yesterday. You happy today?
Yes, very, but I'm a bit nervous also.
Why are we nervous now? One more stage?
Well, we've got one stage to go and we need to finish that stage, and I believe it's very close. Somebody's saying there's 1 second in it.
And I mean, that is just brilliant for us, but it's not really where you want to be.
No, it's great
so,
for you.
So
It's not good for me.
It's so hard to watch that, isn't it?
Yeah, very. I've not enjoyed it. Honestly.
And obviously then for Ollie and Kyle, it's quite difficult as well to sit there and
honestly haven't enjoyed it. It's been very worrying weekend.
Yeah.
But it's great for Ollie, it's great for Kyle. It's not good for Daddy.
Exactly. But sure, they love it, so you keep them at it. That's it, yeah. It's nerve-wracking stuff for everybody involved. Like, and you can see it there. Like, it's brilliant to see the family affair and how much it affects everybody. Actually, we'll head down this way, folks. I keep changing my mind here, but I keep spotting things out of the corner of my eye and keep losing my bearings the odd time to forget where I am, but I forgot that we were that close to Johnny, so we'll get a quick word with Johnny and see how his afternoon's going. We missed him on the middle loop there, I think. So it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say, considering that there's only one more stage left. Will there be relief or excitement? We're interrupting here, folks.
Aye, all right.
But one more stage left. Is there relief or excitement, Johnny?
I'm sort of looking forward to the last stage. We didn't really get a run through it in that last lip because they had to cancel the stage, but it's I wasn't really going to miss it that much because there was torrential rain in the middle of it and we were all in slicks, so it wasn't a bad thing. But yeah, it's a nice stage. So sun's out now. Hopefully that's it out for the day, and the road's drying that fast. I mean, even that previous stage, it was raining at the start of it, and there was basically no water in the stage at all. So it's been an interesting weekend weather-wise, but it's been enjoyable. I've enjoyed driving the car. The car's worked well. Haven't had the pace this weekend, but I've really enjoyed the day so far. So just try and go out and enjoy the last one, and just not worry about where I finish. Just go out and enjoy it.
And do you find that hard, Johnny? Like whenever you aren't really anywhere, you know, people refer to it as no man's land or whatever, but you've kind of, you know, you're not chomping at the bit for anything, or you're not kind of trying to pull somebody back and make sure they don't get ahead of you. Do you find that difficult? Like,
it is. It's something that's sort of the motivation maybe not the same, or the adrenaline's not the same. But I mean, getting to drive these cars in these conditions, how can you not enjoy it? So it's some days these things happen, and you just have to go and make what you can out of it. So we'll just go in and try and enjoy ourselves and try and get through the last one and hopefully have a good time.
And sometimes too it can actually be quite refreshing because you're finally getting a chance to enjoy these cars, as you say, and these roads, but without the added pressure of winning or losing anything, kind of right there.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. I think we all like the wee bit of pressure and a wee bit of competition. So it's a bit of a different outlook when you're sort of just trying to just go out and enjoy yourself, really. But it is what it is. It hasn't been our weekend, but things like this happen, so we just have to keep going.
Good man, Johnny. We'll keep her lit, and we'll see you at the finish ramp, hopefully. We'll check in with Niall and see how Niall's getting on. Niall, are you happy enough with your work this weekend?
Well, there was. Like, I pulled to do this media interview, yeah.
We don't give anybody a chance to relax, Niall, don't worry.
Oh, geez, definitely not. No, look, happy enough. I suppose, look, when realistically we look at it, there's 4 place points on the bag there, which is a good result for us this weekend, and obviously going into more familiar stages now in 2 weeks' time in the Ulster, so hopefully we can get it over the line now in one piece and focus on the Ulster.
That's it, yeah. It's all about what's ahead, isn't it?
Oh, it always is. Like, you had to be thinking ahead. In this last couple of weeks, we've had so many events on the bounce as well, so, you know, it's been quite demanding on the team as well, and fair play to the boys. Done a great job this weekend as well, and 2 more weeks, and hopefully they can have a few weekends off.
I know, we always say it's a team effort, isn't it?
100% definitely.
Niall, thank you very much for talking to us. We know some people don't love it, so we always appreciate when people take the time to actually have the conversation with us. I can't see anybody here in rally suits, folks. Found him. Are you relaxed in there?
I am, you boy, having a look at Facebook here.
Good man, you're looking at the stages.
Honest to God, no, we've seen enough of them by now, but I look at there's one to go there, so it's a nice stage, you know.
Did you enjoy it the first one round?
We did now though. Great stage is really enjoyed. The weather's a bit unpredictable, but sort of as the rain comes, it goes, it's quick, you know, so it's not too bad, you know.
Sure, any Sunday in a rally car is a good day.
Now you're talking, better than sitting at home, isn't it?
Good man, thanks for talking to us, Mickey. We'll catch everybody on the hop, don't worry. just going to head over and see now. We missed this earlier on, so we're just going to see if we can get a quick conversation here and see how everything's going. How's everything looking there from your perspective?
We're still going anyway.
You're probably looking at the time the whole time, are you?
Yeah, watching and seeing. So I'd say we should get out right, hopefully, and get to the end of it now at this stage.
It's hard work
It is.
to do this now in the last
long 2
service, isn't
days,
it?
yeah, long 2 days. We had a trouble-free run so far, so just small misfire there in the last one. So if we get it sorted now,
You have to keep the pressure on, though, don't you?
That's it. Absolutely.
Good on you. Well, we'll not hold you back too much, but we'll get a quick word here and see what's going on. It's always the way with rallying, isn't it? Big pressure to the last minute.
Couldn't ride it really. No. Couldn't ride it. It was the same when I was Cork with Ollie. Like Ollie was winning by us by going a split, and it changed in the last loop as well. But here, look, we have a problem sorted there now. So 0.7 between us for the last one. But
So the problem is sorted. It's all done.
Yeah. We just had a bad misfire the last two, but you always have to wait and see what it'll bring.
Was it affecting you much on the stage?
Yeah, just out of junctions and stuff. She was bogging down, and here, look, Ollie's putting on a good drive too. In fairness, but it's disappointing. But look, it's rallying.
But I mean, there's still a very long stage ahead of you.
It is, but it's not a stage you want to go into in this kind of a battle. Like, there's a lot of traps inside it, and the start was very dry, but the end of it's all shitty and mucky and gravel out. So, look, we'll push where we can, and we're not going to take too many chances, no.
And did you enjoy it the first loop round or anything? You know, was it a stage that
we
you
actually haven't really rallied it. Darragh Reardon stopped us the first time, he had an off, and the second time he didn't run. So this will be our first time rallying it, like, so not ideal either, but
not ideal, but
same for me and Ollie, like, so.
Well, that's like, it's not as bad whenever the two of you are in the one boat.
Yeah, look, to see, you know.
But still very nerve-wracking because like you're only getting to it for the first time essentially. This is like starting your day off again almost.
Oh, it's like a fresh stage, yeah. But the only thing we got kind of a wrecky run on it there the last time and driving through it, but we'll just have to see who can bring it to the table now.
It's all fun and games and rallying, isn't it?
Oh, it's great crack, yeah.
Good man. Well, listen, best of luck, and I hope you enjoy the last run round. I might actually just stick the mic in. Tommy, you're still happy as out?
I'm happy enough, yeah.
Good man. You're right. We'll go round this way now and see if we can make it up to the opposite side. That's Ryan Loughran. You can hear now he's getting started up to head off. I want to try and get across and get a quick word with Josh. Obviously we haven't met with Josh on this service yet, so we'll see if we can get him and how he's feeling heading into the last one. He just seems to be hopping into the car here, so we'll see if we can get a quick word. Josh, one more to go. You'll be happy to get to the end of this one?
Sure will, yeah. It's been a long day. It's not went our way this morning, so yeah, look, we're just trying to bring it home at this stage.
A long old weekend of it, really, wasn't it?
It sure was, yeah, and I suppose the weather made it so difficult there throughout the weekend, so yeah, look, we'll be glad to get to the end of it.
Good man. Any different kind of like at this point, I would imagine that it is all about just keeping it calm and keeping her lit, yeah? Getting back?
Yeah, just trying to get used to the car more and more, yeah, so.
Good man. Listen, we'll let you go. We're hearing from Andy that he has to go, so we'll let him head off. You'll see Josh moving off out of service there now. And again, not an easy position to be in because he has to try and hold on to third position, but again, a very competitive driver, so he's not going to want to be hanging around. He's going to want to get out there and be competitive, so a tough place to be. Owen, one more to go, and then it'll be relaxing time.
Yeah, thank God. We're just looking forward to getting through this now. Yeah, it was going alright. Our first stage, which would have been the second stage in that loop, we lost a good bit of time, but the last stage was okay. I just went on a full wet setup because I couldn't get it going right, and then sure when I got out there then it was absolutely bone dry, so no matter what I do this weekend it seems to be wrong. But anyway, so look, we're learning. We're learning away all the time.
Do you feel like you now though have it set up properly for the last one round, so at least the last one of the day can be nice and comfortable and you can really enjoy yourself?
We think we do, but sure, go no, it'll be thunderstorms or a hurricane or something probably, so I'll be wrong again. But yeah, no, we just get through this now. You're ninth in a minute, but Jason has been taking time out of us all day, so there's 5 or 6 seconds in and out, so hopefully we can just hang on to ninth, if not worse 10th. Sure. I was trying to get it home straight so I can do the forestry in it in 2 weeks' time now.
Good man. And Anthony's voice held up, yeah?
He's grand, yeah.
You're still hearing him?
I'm hearing him too much, yeah. He's yeah. There he goes.
There he goes, giving out. Come here, Owen, thanks very much. We'll head on and we'll try and get a quick word with KCJ across the road here. and see how he's feeling heading into the last stage. Quite tricky morning for everybody involved, and Casey J spoke very well about it earlier on. So Casey J, one more stage to go, you'll be relieved.
Yeah, thank God for that.
A long weekend of it.
A long weekend, yeah. And sorry, I'm eating here. Tough conditions.
I haven't made life easy for her. Typical rally banter too. All the boys standing here now poking fun. I should go over and pop the mic into your faces, boys. Come here, you're happy enough though. One more stage of hopefully good driving and then home safe.
Yeah, exactly. One more to go. Hopefully we can hold the position we're in now. And look, it's been a very good rally, don't get me wrong. Just a long couple of days and obviously really tough conditions. So yeah, no, look, we're getting there.
And tell us, the last stage obviously is very tricky, it's very long. Are you going into it with a wee bit of a relaxed sort of a mindset, or are you just hell for leather here and just keep the adrenaline pumping and getting through it the normal way?
Yeah, well, I'd say probably somewhere in between. I mean, there's definitely no point in going mad and putting the car off the road or anything, but there's no point in falling asleep either and leaving the boys past. So something in the middle of that, hopefully.
Good man. Well, come here, we'll let you get at it. We'll let you finish the lunch and get ready to rock.
100%. Thanks very much.
Thanks a million, Casey J. We're going to head across the way. We missed Kane the last time, so if we can get a quick word with him now, we'll try and see how things are for him. Kane, still here? Are you happy enough?
No, it's not going great there today. A bag full of problems. Just the car is just, I don't know what. We had to put a clutch into it there in the second service, and it's missing all day, so it's not going great today.
And that's hard work. Like whenever you're at that point when you're at this point in the rally, but also everything going wrong.
I know, just deciding if we'll go back out or not. Try and save the engine came in, and I don't know. We'll see.
How do you make that decision? It's a tough one, like.
Yeah, it's a tough one. One stage, but it's long, you see. So it's just, if the car will hold up throughout the stage or not, I don't know. So hopefully, I don't know what we'll do. So.
Well, come here. We'll leave you to it and let you make that decision. It's not easy, so we'll give you a bit of peace to do it. We're just after missing Jason McSweeney again. There, we just haven't been lucky with some people. Just arriving at the wrong time and them slipping off on us. So, but again, Owen Murphy was informing us there that it's a tight enough battle. So all's going well, and that's the main thing. Keith's having a wee chat here. You're alright, you're alright.
I think so.
These conversations are very important. One more stage to go. You'll be delighted with that, Keith.
Yeah. No, to be honest, just the weekend hasn't worked out the way we expected. I just thought we'd be on it a bit more, and the fact that we weren't then, it's hard. You're in no man's land. Like, you're just trying to drive the rally. I'm still trying to learn things and stuff about the car, but I think we just need to go away and have a bit of a rethink. But no, like as I said earlier, like the car feels good in so many areas, but obviously it's not giving me the feedback I need in other areas. So we're just wondering why is that like. But anyway,
sometimes it's just a change. It just takes time.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I've no patience sometimes. I need to learn how to have a bit of patience. But yeah,
but it's hard. Like whenever you're competitive, it's very, very hard to kind of get your head to go that way.
Yeah, it is. Like you've only so many stages to do, and like you want to be competitive all of them. You can't learn on a rally, but then that's the only time you can do it. It's a bit catch-22. But no, we'll go out and do this last one. Try and enjoy it. There's good spectators out there. Hopefully it stays dry, and we'll have a bit of fun at the junctions and just go from there.
Well, that's the main thing, isn't it? Like it's enjoying it at this stage is the big one.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly it. Like it's been good. It's been a good rally. We enjoyed it.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Keith.
Guys.
We'll let you go.
See you later. Right.
Best of luck on the last one. And as you see, there's Darragh O'Riordan's car sitting in. We'll see if we can get a quick word here. Everybody's trying to dodge me, I think, as I approach. How's everything going for everybody in this department this weekend? You happy enough?
Yeah, nearly finished. Thank God.
It's a long old weekend, isn't it?
I'm tired now.
It's hard to keep the momentum going the whole time, isn't it?
Yeah, half sleep at the last stage there now, to be honest.
And did you find it kind of hard work then whenever you found yourself half asleep, or was it just...
I don't think the two of us are working together right at all. We're off anyway.
And so how does that make you kind of reset here now in service or head out to the next one again?
We've only one left to do now, so hopefully get through it.
Did you enjoy it earlier on today?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
You'll be looking forward to getting back to the ramp.
Yeah, exactly. Getting back here.
And home.
Home and relax then for the bank holiday.
Exactly, yeah.
Good man, thanks a million. And we'll see if we can get a quick word with these guys. They're doing a wee bit of work here, but I would imagine that it's just, hopefully just the basic stuff. CJ there. Come on, CJ. You can hold on to it. How's everything going for you? Are you glad to get home after the first or after the last one?
Yeah, it's first rally out ever, so happy to get the seat time and just learn a bit more. The first day was not great, but progressing.
To be expected though on the first event, isn't it? It's all about learning.
Yeah, exactly. And to take on a 2-day event in your first one with 7 different stages, it's a lot to learn all of a sudden.
It's mad, but I mean everybody's been talking about how excellent this rally is and how brilliant the stages are, so you must have been delighted with the pedigree of driving you were getting to do.
Yeah, yesterday's stages were great, really fast, and then today's I really enjoyed the first one, real open, fast flowing, and then could get into it, and then it got tight and twisty towards the end, so happy with the stages, happy to be here at the minute.
Very intimidating, as you say, to get into the 2 days, but it must be kind of obviously a huge relief now to be at this stage, but you must be so proud at the same time to be here as well.
Yeah, happy to get through. A lot of lads went off in this, so 70 started, they're down to 40 now, so a lot of good people went off, so happy to make it to the end. And the changeable conditions, it was dry and wet all day, so.
Exactly, and is it the start of many?
I hope so.
Do you have any plans for the next one?
No, not at the minute, but
just get through this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Good man. Well, come here. Thanks for talking to us. We appreciate it. How's your weekend going?
No.
Are you happy enough with your weekend?
Yeah, it's good. It's all right. We're kind of overheating there at the moment, so we're just trying to get them issues sorted out. But look, they're good stages, enjoying them.
Everybody's talking about how excellent the stages are this weekend.
Yeah, no, they're absolutely fantastic. They're unreal stages. They're technical, they're tight, they're fast paced, everything. Like, you have everything kind of thrown in on them. So look, I definitely recommend anyone to do it anyways in future.
But nobody, you were mentioning there that you have a few issues to try and sort out in the last service. Like, that's not where anybody wants that kind of pressure in the last service.
Definitely not. Like, look, we had a few incidents over the weekend. The brakes were kind of giving up on us a little bit, so we had a few spins on a couple of the stages. But look, we're here now anyways. We have it's just literally overheating. We just pull in there on the last stage at a junction just to fill her up with water. But look, hopefully now we'll just get the last spin and bring her home this evening, please.
And enjoy it and get over the ramp.
Exactly, yeah, please God.
Thanks a million for talking to us. Guys, we are going to take a few seconds and cut to a wee break and try and round up a few more people to speak to, and we'll come back to you with more stories and more information.
And you're back with us as we look out a very scenic view on the final stage of the O'Connell Group Cork 20 International Rally 2023. We've had a chance, a bit of downtime, cup of tea, while Tony Kelly has been rounding up competitors, crews, friends and family, and just getting their thoughts before we head into the last stage of the day. the third run over Mullintora, 18.24 kilometres, so a shade over about 11.5 or 12 miles. And there are in so many areas, Michael, of our leaderboards where there are battles going on, with 2.7 seconds between Callum Devine, who took the lead on the last run. Here we are, stage 15, Mullintora, as we cut back to one of the zero cars.
Go back to the other place.
As you can see, 18.28 kilometres, and starts just slightly north of the service area and loops round in anti-clockwise direction and finishes south of the Martin. They'll be back in about an hour, I would say, and we will know. But it's a great finish we have.
Right, 2.7 seconds between Callum and Marion. Here we go again, another grandstand finish. Really, really interesting. We know this is the third running of this stage, but unfortunately the main field only got to do it first thing this morning. Who came out and top first thing this morning? Callum. And it's very, very fast. This is the one we looked at. Yeah, Callum and Marion was plus 3.6 seconds, which you had a quick look at the times earlier. Well, we've got 2.7 seconds between them. The pressure's on, but is it? These guys seem to be doing this every round of the championship now. They seem to be going into final stage shootouts. The one person who's not involved this weekend is Josh Moffat. Normally it's Josh and somebody else.
Yeah.
But Josh is Josh. Look, he hasn't had a bad day, but he hasn't had the best of days. He decided to change the setup in the car a little bit, and it went the wrong way for him. And the times just accumulated. He's now 50 seconds behind. I think then we're looking at the individual performances of some of the people behind him, Ryan Loughran and James Ford in particular. James had a bit of an altercation with a chicane on the previous loop stages, and unfortunately has dropped behind by 10 seconds. Just shows you how close it is. But he very much talking in service, no, I just want to get home now. But right down the field, we've got a battle for the modified, though it has stretched its lead a wee bit. Eddie Doherty had a brilliant time on the previous stage. He took 8 seconds out of Frank. Frank has, I don't know, he's had another altercation with a chicane, and Baby Blue's looking a bit second hand. So he lost a few seconds there. The Class 13 battle, which we've been looking at all weekend, Ollie Benton got off to a bit of a slow start, bit of a problem on the first stage yesterday morning. He's just chipped away. He was 8 seconds quicker than Cian Walsh, who, by the way, has driven fantastically well this weekend. And they're going into this stage, less than a second separates them. Cian has had, I think, a couple of wee clutch issues with the Corolla. And he's sort of really, not down in the dumps, but he's accepted that he probably is going to finish second. He thinks Ollie has the upper hand, a better car. And now, we know this stage has thrown everything but the kitchen sink at the drivers, and wet, dry. And even now, it still looks, even though the stages are drying out, there's water on the stage now, so...
I found it interesting that a couple of competitors said to Tony, you know, we were talking about the fact that the first competitive action we saw for the main field was around 2:30. So it was 2.5 hours since they were driving competitively.
Yeah. And
that was a long gap. Interesting to hear from one or two of the competitors that they actually didn't mind losing the stage because they were sitting on slicks, or soft slicks, if you know what I mean, when there was absolute torrential rain on the stage. And one of them, and I quote, I didn't mind losing it because we were on totally the wrong tyres for such a long stage.
Yeah, it's definitely still damp, isn't it?
You know, there's pluses and minuses in every situation. There's fors and againsts. But at the end of the day, forget what has happened up to stage 14. The top two the battle for the best Cork driver, Class 13, RC4 is close for podium places. The junior category is very close. You know, the historic category swinging back and forward. So, you know, we have battles all the way through. This is the stage that counts.
Yep.
And we have a lot to look forward to. Shouldn't be too far away, folks, from the historics once again. Taking the leading the event into the last stage of the day. I'm not so sure that it was a historic car that caused the stage delay. I'm sort of told it was other issues that caused the running out of time. So, you know, people who think that the start shouldn't run at the start, I'm not so sure that blaming them is the right way to go about it. I think there were other issues there too. But it's good to have them at the front. We're going to see that battle first. We're going to go onto the main field and watch a final stage shootout between Callum Devine and Marion Evans. And as Michael said earlier, we've already had an Evans win, albeit Rally Finland, in the shape of Elfin. We did have Aaron Johnson on the podium with Takamoto Katsuta, who finished behind Thierry Neuville. So I'm looking forward to this. I have a feeling that Marion Evans might nick this.
Do you?
I do.
Right.
I think he will take confidence. He'll go back and he will do what he told us this morning. He'll chat with Melvin, his father, man of vast experience and great knowledge, and they'll talk about it as a team. I have a feeling that Marion could nick this, and I'd probably find out in half an hour I'm completely wrong. But hey.
Well, it's funny, I have a feeling Callum.
Here we go. Yeah, and as just been pointed out, that's another Welshman leading the Irish category, Irish historic category, in conjunction with Synergy Motorsports and Sherwood Engines. So 30-second intervals, we're up and running. That looked like Trevor Wilson, Paul Mulholland. I love the fact that we have an earpiece in our ear. We can hear our producers and the production team, but we can also hear
Duncan and Guy.
We can also hear little snippets of conversations from the spectators that are standing close to our cameraman, which can be very funny. What?
Just something going on here.
So camera position for this stage with our crew is, I believe, towards the end of the stage, between just close to point 20, if I make that as being right. So close towards the end, so we should have times coming in fairly shortly, I think, I hope. We'll keep an eye on them. So here we go. Ray Breen through there with Damien Morrissey and the fabulous sound of Subaru Legacy RS.
Seems to have cured his misfire, doesn't he?
Yeah, got a great time on the stage 14.
Yep. Yeah, he was fastest on 14, so I just wanted to check out. I'd heard that Ben McIntyre had retired from the juniors, fighting for the lead, and yes, he's not come out of the finals, the last stage, which leaves Darrow O'Donovan with over a minute lead in the junior rally.
Pedal watch, Grace watch through there in the Mark 1 Escort. Grant Shand in the Rally Extreme Escort. And Rosa Shand sitting in.
Yep, car looking really well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely is. He always turns out lovely because if you ever get the chance, actually, all the historic cars are immaculately
they
presented.
Are. Really,
I love looking around them.
So proud of them.
Yeah, I love looking around them.
So we do have Robert Falvey in the Eaton Yale Mark II due up. We've said a couple of times today he had a small problem yesterday and decided to re-enter under Super Rally. He's been enjoying himself today. Should have Alan Watkins and Owen McCarthy.
So Trevor Wilson showing as moving into the lead with 3 times through on a time of 10:28.1, 10:23.5 from Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver.
So where has our rally leader gone?
And Martin Rossiter and Ian Davies on 10:38.4. So, as you say, where's Thomas Davies and Di Roberts gone? It could be just, you know, Ray Breen now's time is in. He's in 11:13.6 as Alan Watkins and Owen McCarthy make their way through. But we do seem to have misplaced Thomas Davies and Di Roberts in their Ford Escort. So we'll try and find out what's going on there and see what we can bring back to you. Just keeping an eye on messages from Facebook and everything else here. Shane O'Mahony, love to see Marion winning here, but he will have to back Callum. He will put in a stormer of a time. Possibly, but you know, with only sort of 2.5, 3 seconds, it's very close. And as we've said before, you know, it only takes a minimal overshoot. Last time on stage 14 we saw, was it Mac in the Escort, just got caught out under braking and ran wide at the junction we were on and into the undergrowth.
Yeah, it's so easy done.
You know, he lost what, 25, 30 seconds, so very, very easily done. And we'll be cutting back to the stage very, very shortly. But it looks as though...
So it looks as though Trevor Wilson has won the historic part of the rally. I understand that Thomas Davies has stopped in the stage, and I think it is something along the lines of an overshoot from what I've heard.
Okay, well there you go, very easily done, and the most innocuous of things can take you off the leaderboard. So I hope that's not an omen for the main field, which probably is around 15, maybe 20 minutes away, and then we will watch that final stage shootout, as we mentioned, between Callum Devine and Marion Evans. Josh Moffat, I think, is just going to possibly continue to finish the event and maybe try a couple of small changes on the setup of the Hyundai that he's in, which has previously been driven by Sam. That was a brand new car for Sam Moffat earlier in the year.
Yep.
And Josh, earlier part of the year, sticking with his tried and trusted older version Hyundai R5 i20. Just keeping an eye on times here. Our camera crew are moving position ever so slightly. And there are times in now for Robert Falvey, Grant Shand, Peter Walsh. But I think you're right, Trevor Wilson looks as though by 27.1 seconds has won the historics with Paul Mulholland co-driving. Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver take a very, very good second overall behind Trevor Wilson. Finishing third, 52 seconds behind Ray Breen, Damien Morrissey, which means that Martin Rossiter and Ian Davies drop into fourth, Peter Walsh, Grace Walsh fifth, Grant Shand and Rosa Shand in sixth, and Robert Falvey and John Doody so far in seventh. Back now with our camera position. looking back down.
So we've got probably 7 or 8 minutes yet before we get the the main field through.
Looks nice, doesn't it?
So great result for Ray Breen and Damien Morrissey.
Yeah, they'll be very pleased with third overall. But I think for Trevor Wilson, Paul Mulholland, they'll be delighted.
Yep.
Because I don't think, in all the times that Tony was talking to them over the weekend, I don't think they thought they were going to
No, I don't think so.
You know,
when you think Michael McDade had everything in hand, Neil Williams started off, blitzed everybody. So there's the first safety car through.
So to retire or go off, if what you've heard is correct on sort of the last mile of, the rally, that has to be a real.
Yes, brilliant.
A real. I'd be gutted. But it proves the age-old adage: to finish first, you first have to finish. And Trevor's had his ups and downs, battered a few bales, dented the car in a couple of places, but been very steady, very consistent. A couple of overshoots, but kept going, and there he has. He's ended with what looks like a 27.1 second win over Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver, who in turn will be delighted with that runner-up spot. Driven very well and very consistently over the weekend.
I'm just trying to figure out how many finishers we're going to end up with the historics. Robert Falvey's classed as a finisher. Obviously, he's in Super Rally, but he has the time penalty accumulated from yesterday when he retired.
Gareth McGettrick just confirming for us that Thomas Davies is off. Everyone okay? And just keeping a look on our Facebook feed as well. Kevin O'Driscoll has just confirmed for us that he's on location 16 on the final stage, and all the historics are through. So,
some turn up for the books.
I think it's time maybe you and I take a couple of minutes out. We'll sit back, we'll open up the popcorn, and we'll just sit here like everybody else and watch what's happening. Looking forward to this. I'm sure our erstwhile producer will let us know when cars are in the stage. There's your top 5 overall on screen now. Heading into the last stage, you can see Callum Devine leads by 2.7 seconds. Josh Moffat back in third, as we look at Richard Talbot and Christy Carey in the Mitsubishi in one of the safety cars. Christy Carey driving. Ryan Loughran in fourth with James Ford in fifth. Just looking back at a large pile of notes.
And there's a quick look at the modified leaderboard. Hammer and Tongs, Eddie Doherty and Frank Kelly have been going at it all weekend. Frank, I think the last stage, just Eddie had pulled 6 seconds off Frank when Frank hit a chicane. Actually, he hit it quite hard and damaged Baby Blue. Colin Byrne has had another really, really strong drive. In fact, has been swapping seconds, but it's just sort of got away from him a couple of seconds here and a couple of seconds there. Stefan Davies and Mark Mays, another good run for them in their class 14. And Kane Walsh is 5th in the modifieds at the moment, but does not expect that to last over the final stage. He's having a couple of technical problems, and this should be our final. Oh, it's the Samba, still running.
Fair play, lads.
So we've had a safety car and then the Samba. Right, I don't think that's part of the plan.
No. We didn't see that.
We didn't see that. It never happened. They're still going. Fair play to them. Well, I suppose technically they have 15 minutes maximum lateness, and you have to always use. You can use that.
Or did by any chance they stop, change a puncture when the other cars were?
Could be anything. Looks like they're going to get to the finish anyway.
Yeah, they're going to. So the seats will be clear. So we should be good to go. It's now 16 minutes past 4. This stage was due off officially. It's 15:52. So the organisers have done a great job. They've probably pulled back somewhere in the region of about 15 minutes. And again, you know, Kevin O'Riordan and his team, the marshals, the medics, rescue crews, officials, timekeepers, all the people doing the live tracking, all deserve a big thanks and a lot of credit for everything they've done this weekend. They've had the elements thrown at them, stage delays, and I think they've done a magnificent job. I certainly think that the Historics running ahead of the main field really, really appealed to a lot of people, and of course it brought the historic category of Irish rallying much more to the forefront of people's awareness. So, you know, big round of applause for that.
And I have, we've had, it's not official confirmation, but it looks pretty solid that Duncan Williams and Guy Weaver are the 2023 historic champions. Regardless of the fact that they're going to the Ulster Rally, they can't be beaten by all accounts. And it's the Synergy Motorsports Engineering Irish Tarmac Historic Rally Championship. They set out at the end of last year with the sole intention of trying to win, but finish every rally, and they've finished every rally this year. They've accumulated points. They've won rallies outright here. They've brought the car home. Absolutely fantastic. They've ended up in second. I don't think they expected that yesterday, where they were fifth for most of the day. And by all accounts, my understanding is they can't be beaten, but they can go to Ulster and score more points, which is...
Well, that's the way to go.
Yeah, yeah. So it's an unassailable lead at the moment, which is fantastic for those guys.
Of course, double points for the Ulster, and
Yes.
of course, best 5 from 7 scores to count. And of course, that kind of plays in a little bit into the psyche behind Marion and Callum in sort of the way they select the scores and who's going to do what here today. You know, so while everybody wants to win the event, you know, there's championships to be thought about, probably more predominantly for Callum. Bearing in mind it's Josh that he's fighting for the championship. Marion, though, will want to add another win in 2023, and it's going to be rock and roll this last stage.
2.7 seconds, yeah.
No word from our producer about the stage being live, so waiting to hear from that if we know where.
I'm going to be interested to see the Samba stage time. We know that they dropped 10 minutes with, apparently the car just got away from them on a wet bit of road, and the car got sideways, ran up a bank and tipped over. And we have been told that they were not the reason. They got going again. They were stopped for about 10 minutes. Getting the car back on its wheels, they get going again, but then something else triggered the 10-minute thing, and it wasn't actually the historic car.
It wasn't down to them.
Yeah.
It wasn't down to them.
Yeah.
Because I think it's been a super addition, and it has created for us, and obviously for people who are watching the coverage we're providing on Facebook as well as YouTube Live. It's certainly provided something completely different from them. People who've watched, you know, all the rallies we've covered this year and last. You see the regular names coming up in the comments section, and of course people in the service park who are watching as well. It definitely was highly enjoyable and very much appreciated. So picture postcard there, as we are now set to wait.
Yeah, after the grey storm clouds of earlier on. definitely is turned out into be a lovely afternoon.
19 degrees still. Temperature forecast when I checked this morning was for 19, sort of stroke 20 degrees this afternoon in the Youghal area. I know that we've had torrential rain where we are based. We could hear thunder and lightning away in the distance, heading over the top of our studio. Just straining to listen, as I was saying earlier. Here we go. Right?
Okay. What's going on?
They weren't at full chat, were they?
No. The producers are just asking us. I don't know if they just saw what happened. We're not quite sure whether Callum has caught Marion. Has Marion had a half spin and Callum's caught him and is trying to neutralise the stage? Where are the rest of the competitors? Has something happened further down the stage? I can't hear any more rally cars.
No, I can't hear anything in the background at all. Lost for words.
I'm lost for words as well. I just... Okay, they're driving through the stage.
Yeah, they are.
Yep.
Last time I was
couldn't believe it. We just come out over the crest and Thomas was off and we slowed down, stopped. They were okay and got going again and just can't believe it. Can't believe it. We were having a good cut through the stage at that point now, so but it was good. It's good.
Good man. It's great to see a smile on your face.
Oh, absolutely. Now I don't like to see Thomas come out, obviously, but us rallying.
Good man.
Thank you.
Thank you very much and congratulations, Trevor.
New champions.
It's been a long road since Galway in November. I just didn't step out of the car. Put your hands together as our Irish Damage Historic Rally Champions for 2022. We're going down this way. Williams and Guy Weavers and Duncan.
It's 7 off stage cancelled. What? It's 7 off stage cancelled. Sorry, under pressure.
We've done 7 rounds of the championship and we've finished every round. So John was with me on every event. We enjoyed every event. Not memories from each event. We think back and been a long while.
1, 2, 3.
No, thank you for all the clubs who put these events on. All on each and every one of them. Really great years back. I remember socialising with you in County Galway at the start of the season. You've been all over the country. As you say, there's countless memories, there's lots of great people left along the way. Absolutely, yes. And I'll tell you what, this is historic for us. The championship in the Cork is being bigger and bigger. It's great to make so many friends, acquaintances, and something to drive in the mechanics and the service crews all get on so well. We have a bit of banter before, during, and after the run. What about this edition of the Munster Car Club to put the historic rally across the road? How do you feel about that for a stunt this weekend?
Well, it's great having the historic to the front of the rally, but I don't like being first on the road. You find out where all the problems are, and we've got a damaged front wing to prove it.
Very good. We'll have a quick chat with Guy as well. A man that I've been chasing up and down the country with as well all this year. It's been a great season for you guys.
Duncan, congratulations. Absolutely fantastic.
Thank you very much.
The
Thank you very much.
champion of the Historics for the Irish Tarmac Championship.
Irish
What a relief.
Tarmac Historic. I won it in 2019 without Guy, but I wanted to come back and do it again for Guy's sake, really, because he hasn't been very well, Guy.
Amazing, Duncan. The emotion, it means an awful lot
You
to
know,
you.
it's a good buddy of mine, and he didn't make it this weekend.
So to have him here now is obviously
he was in hospital a week ago, but to have him here by my side and done it together, fantastic.
Means an awful lot.
Absolutely, does to him. It eggs me on and says, "Come on, let's have a go at this. Come on, let's have a go."
Stop slowing down and keep going.
It's great to have him here and to win it again. Fantastic.
That's absolutely
Lovely.
amazing, and obviously a beautiful weekend, and they end up with second on the podium.
It is. And who would have thought what would happen on the last stage? But
It's been an interesting day.
It's been a tough weekend. Really has. A really tough weekend, and they've thrown everything at us. The weather, kept changing during the stage. Wet, dry, everything was there. Made it very, very tricky. And it shows because out of 15 historics that started, 9 to finish, I think, something like that. But it's been very, very tough. But fair play to the club and the championship organisers. It's been a great 7 rounds so far, and we've enjoyed every one of them.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. We're going to see if we can get... Guy, can we get you in here for a quick word? Congratulations. Tarmac champions from the
Thank you very much.
Absolutely
Proud
incredible
achievement.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. No, definitely proud achievement. I had a big illness back in 2019, virtually life-threatening, and come back to fitness. I was due to do Killarney in 2019 with Duncan, and had to pull at the very last minute. I do mean the last minute. Watched it from my hospital bed, and to come back to good fitness and recover from the cancer I had. Then to come and be champion is something else. It means a lot to me. It does.
Absolutely, and I mean, obviously we saw the emotion in Duncan's eyes a while ago, and rallying means so much to people at the best of times, but this is just such a credit to you both, but particularly for you, Guy. I mean, to be here and to be fighting fit, incredible stuff. Congratulations.
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much. Yeah. It's a great championship.
He was in hospital a week ago. He didn't come to this weekend.
No, he didn't. Last Sunday I wasn't coming.
I know, and I mean, earlier on you spoke about how the two of you actually were able to compete in all of the events this year and finish them all.
Yes, definitely. You've got to be there to finish. Consistency definitely helps when you're doing a championship. Yeah, you've got to be there to the end. Even look, there's a car off on the last stage, 3 bends from the end.
I know.
And they didn't finish. Okay, and we've slightly benefited. Not nasty. I'm not saying that nastily. They're okay, but you've got to be there at the finish.
And that is rallying, unfortunately.
100%. Yes.
It's part of the whole package, isn't it? And we must thank John Ross for coming over and helping us on every event and looking after the car. Done a great job.
Unbelievable. Well, you've all, as a team now, you've done absolutely incredible things this year. So congratulations. Enjoy every moment of it. A beautiful sight. Thank you, guys.
Irish Tarmac Rally champions for 2023. They've got a few more photographs, and we'll take over Martin Ross for Overrampton. He's just his second rally ever in Ireland, so it's great to see the English and Welsh visitors. I think he's that great position across the galaxy for the Irish International Rallies all throughout the season. Thanks very much, guys, and many congratulations again on your championship victory. Duncan Williams, Guy with Ford Escort Mark II. Welcome Martin Rossiter over the ramp now. Just his second ever rally in Ireland. First time obviously at the Cork 20, and he's second a bit the water. Melvin Evans prepared Ford Escort. Martin, you're very welcome to County Cork. That was a challenging few days in the lanes of North County Cork.
I think yes, the afternoon. A few edges and whatnot, but kept on the road today and got a finish there. Good.
You can rally in Ireland. What was it like? What was your experience? What do you take back home with you tomorrow morning? see you back next year, maybe a full season of the Irish Historic Championship.
Very tempted, we'll see.
Ulster Nets declaring historic in late December. Anyone will prove them on night. Ladies and gentlemen, Give it that panel, yeah. But, it is what it is, but little tape on the bed. The score here, anyway, going on the fourth. Great to see it all the time on the ride. Not just carrying them, but carrying it in. I got to add something to this book. Carrying it over. What's the score here, Janet? Can you share that story with us? Story about one year event will be good. See yourself on the stages as well.
Should be absolutely perfect. The sound is perfect here. Overmodulating without overmodulating. We're just getting an update there that the last stage was cancelled over some minor incident in the historic section, so the stage did not run for the rally. Therefore, the results are decided on the penultimate stage, and the winners of the 2023 Cork 20 International Rallies, Callum Devine and Noel O'Sullivan, with Miriam Evans and John Wynne Jackson in second place. What a race they had all weekend. It was actually the second runner-up with Patrick Hill that Callum got the grip between his teeth and took 8 or 9 seconds out of the long-time leaders, Miriam Evans, True Badgers, Hill to take the win. And with the last stage red flag due to the minor incident in the historic section, the international rally results have been declared on the penultimate stage. That's Callum's first Cork 20 win, I believe. Definitely Noel O'Sullivan's first Cork 20 win. It will put the Carming Championship in a very interesting place as well, because it was a 3-horse race between Callum, Miriam and Josh Moffat. This is Callum's 4th win in a row, circa around Rally the Lakes, Donegal and here in Cork. That should mathematically be discussed when they come to the land to put the championship beyond 2
Okay. All right, it's me here. It's Donovan here.
It's easy to do for Kevin, but I'm sure he's a lot of people, marshals, volunteers, editors, service schools.
What do you say?
Anybody that helped put this together in the last few days, Kevin.
Keep talking.
1 2 1 2, sun shining.
Talk about the winners. Right, they've got it now. No, it's their problem.
Okay folks, you can see the sun shining here at the ramp and a few rally suits walking around there. Everybody is checking for the time cards. It's navigators just making sure that everything's running on time here. A very interesting day, I think, because that's the word of the day anyway. Tricky conditions, beautiful weather here in service most of the day, but tricky conditions out there. Clerk of the course is in here and I'm sure he's quite happy on how the event went overall. But a tough day of it for everybody out there, so we are looking forward to getting a few of the competitors over the ramp here. Obviously we have Callum Devine should be heading over first as the winner of the event, with Marion Evans taking second place, and of course we have Josh Moffat in third.
Everything's there, we just few more cars as you heard.
Bear with us as
this one of the longest running rallies in the country, of course, and once for Car Club, one of the oldest
just bear with us as we wait for these top guys to come over. I'll be interested to hear their point of view on the last stage. Obviously quite disappointing that they didn't get to have the run over that stage. We don't necessarily know why yet, but quite disappointing whenever you're ready to get out there and check the last box. But what can you do? That's all part of rallying sometimes, so I'm sure in due course we'll soon see, but it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen here first.
Edging away there to the left.
No, come here.
We have Paddy Flanagan coming towards us now. Paddy, you'll be glad to see everybody over the ramp safe and sound, and another event done and dusted, and we actually have a winner for the Historics.
We have a winner for the Historics for sure. Fair play to Duncan. He's been a brilliant supporter of the championship, and now he told me previously it was one of his ambitions was to win the Tarmac Championship. He's done it now. Both guys are delighted. They're delighted with the result. So, and we're delighted for them too, because they're brilliant supporters.
Yes. And as championship manager, you must be very happy.
I am, absolutely. Yeah. It's good. You know, when you see somebody like Duncan who puts in the effort coming across the water for every round, never wins, and it's just fantastic for him to be champion. I'm delighted.
Great, Paddy. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, and we, excitingly enough, have the winners coming over here now. A great event all round.
Brilliant event all round, and the championship's still wide open, albeit now Callum is hot favourite, but Marion and Josh can still do it because there's points and a half on the Ulster. At the minute, just a quick calculation, Callum's on 92. Or 96, sorry, and Josh and Marion are tied on 82.
Not over till it's over, Paddy.
Not over till it's over.
Really good, man. Come here, thanks a million, and hopefully we'll get a quick word with Callum and Noel now in a moment. So we're going to try and get a quick word with Callum now if we can, folks. Bear with us here. Callum Devine, rally winner. Congratulations, Callum. You must be delighted.
I'm delighted, Tony. So yeah, look, it was a tight racing all day, so it was, and yeah, we're happy to get back in the mix it and yeah, get a win.
And obviously a wee bit disappointing to not get the last stage either.
Yeah, exactly. Look, me and Miriam were planning to have a good attack at it, and it's kind of the way you want it to be. Like, do you know what I mean? A good race at it, you know. But yeah, I think we were pushing hard on it there anyway. So yeah, it's just, hey, that's the way it goes sometimes, and just unfortunate.
And you know, that's the thing about rallying too. There's luck for people and there's bad luck for others, and everybody gets their fair share of it. But that is the way rallying goes at times.
Yeah, I know it happened to me before, and last year too. We were beat last year in the last stage. You know, I know that wasn't as simple as that. Like, but no, look, it's the way rallying goes. There's plenty of highs and lows in it. So.
And I mean, the championship is still insanely exciting now.
It is. I know Paddy kind of showed me a points thing there, but it makes absolutely no sense to me. As I just know we'll be going to Ulster, so we will to try and win, and that's just the mind frame we had all year, and try and show our pace. Like, so, it's hard to just tip around too, trying to watch yourself.
Exactly, but a very hot winning streak at the moment, Callum.
But yeah, it's good. No, it's good. So we're happy.
Good man. Thank you very much, Callum. We'll see if we can get a quick word now with Noel and. Hear from the man that has kept Callum right all weekend. I was just saying to Callum, they're an absolutely unbelievable winning streak at the moment.
Yeah, I guess it's great. All right, to do 4 in a row is it's dream stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We grew up watching these rallies, and I suppose we never thought we'd win one, not to mind 4 in a row. It's been a great year, but I suppose there's a lot still to play for, and we'll keep our head down, and we'll try to do the best we can now in Ulster in 2 weeks.
Yeah, like, I mean, the championship is still, like, that's what I was just saying there. It's insanely tight now at the moment, like, and you can't rest even heading into the Ulster.
Yeah, I suppose we had kind of like a bad start to the year with Galway and West Cork, so we'll probably use them as drop scores, so we can't afford to drop any more scores as such. So look, we'll try our best, and sure, look, what'll be will be, I guess.
Exactly. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And enjoy the rest of the afternoon of celebrations, Noel. There you have it, Noel and Callum, winners of the Cork 20 International Rally 2023. Champagne's going here, guys.
Presents the Munster Car Club's winning shield to the winning driver and winning co-driver Callum Devine, Kevin O'Leary, Kirk, of course, and Noel Sullivan. Kerry Derry, car combination, Corkman in the middle. What a great weekend sport we've had here. And put your hands together, I suppose, for Kirk, of course, and his team for putting on a very trying rally, and all the team of marshals and volunteers that were out, and every sort of wind that was thrown at them over the last couple of days. Well done to that club for putting such a great event together.
A few more photos being taken here of the celebrations that the two guys are enjoying at the moment as the winners of the event. Callum's going to get the car moved off the ramp here, and hopefully we should have Marianne and Josh over next, and we'll get a quick word from them. It's obviously so good to be Callum on the ramp here, but very disappointing to be Marianne. And it'll be great to hear from him and see how he's feeling heading into the Ulster. We're just letting Trevor Wilson's car go over the ramp here again, folks, and then we're going to get Marion and Jonathan up next. I think this is the only way into Park Ferme, into the trailer park. So, but next we should be seeing Marion and Jonathan heading towards the ramp.
Maybe we could grab Jonathan when we do it.
Last night certainly was been here, but Sunday became a very different day. Tip to the post, that's how we're feeling it both.
We're really well, to be honest with you. What can we do instead now?
Miriam's referring, of course, to the fact that the last stage was red flag due to an incident within the historic rally, and the international rally did not get the chance to compete and race.
That's it, it's the closest I've been the majority of the year. That way is really disappointing. What can you do?
Tony's buttons. Easier job. It has to be our buttons.
Yeah, you take a lot from that. Then we'll go to Austin now where we went last year. The tail up.
And is that, do you think that actually?
Yeah, a little bit, you know, when you kind of coming behind. I think everybody expects to be the front, to be with them on their home turf.
What's going on in your part of the world?
Actually, it's forgotten what you said.
I'll prefer that question.
That's Mary Evans, second overall. We never know the outcome. Disappointing for all concerned. I'm sure Callum knows something will feel much the same way. I'll just be pointing out for the TV crew for a few minutes.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
They are energized themselves, it's not like you bought them.
Oh, no, good gear. Because you can't. Oh, there you are. All right. All right. That's you. Take the two of them. Come around to me a wee bit. Yeah, lovely.
That's that.
But the one thing John and I we were literally talking about was the fact that it's such a difficult night.
Yeah, speed's been good. You know, from our end, everything's been great. Boys, everything have done everything perfectly. So the car's been really good, and we can be happy with our job.
And another thing John was saying is that like you're heading into the Ulster now, which is competitive things that you were last year.
Yeah, we had a good obviously we won there last year, which was good. Looking forward really. It'd be nice, you know, Adrian Formo's coming, so you know, I think at the moment he's one of the best drivers in the world in a Rally 2 car, so it'll be nice to go up against him and just see how we go. You know, I think the championship pretty much is out of reach the way today's gone, so yeah, we'll just go same as last year and open mind and have a go at it.
Good man. Well, listen, thanks very much for talking to us all together, being such sports. Congratulations on second and enjoy the celebration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony,
the front there, lads.
John Jackson, just been called into the line here by the followers for Thank you, Grandad. All days and 6 seconds. All participate for everybody involved who didn't get a chance to race over that final stage. Decide the winner, but that's running as they say, and we go to Ulster in 2 weeks' time.
I'm not seeing you either.
Have a big bearing on the Irish Rally Championship. Callum Devine lead today at 3 points. Sharing second place is Josh Moffat and Muriel Evans on 86 points each. So it is really anyone's championship.
That's Marion Evans and Jonathan Jackson away over the ramp there, and now we have Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes. So as you can see, folks, Josh is having a quick word up on the ramp, and hopefully we'll grab him after for a wee conversation and see how he's feeling heading into the Ulster. He's probably quite happy with his weekend. You know, he's trying to learn the car all weekend and, you know, just really sort of get to grips with it. And, you know, as he said himself, there wasn't much he could claw back there today. So to be sitting third, he'll be comfortable enough, and heading into the Ulster so soon, he'll be delighted to get a bit more mileage and a bit more experience under his belt with this new car. We'll get a quick chat now with Josh if we can. He's on his way down to us here. Josh, another smile on your face. You have to be very relieved to get that done and dusted.
Yeah, good to get to the end of it for sure. Yeah, look, a tough weekend all in all. I'm pretty happy with how things were going yesterday in the dry conditions, but obviously just a lot of mixed conditions there today and made it tough, and I think we have a bit more work to do on the car, but we'll get there, I'm sure.
And how do you think that'll pan out for you over the next 2 weeks? Do you think you'll have it sorted for the Ulster, or will it be a bit too tight for time?
I suppose it all depends really what Ulster brings and the conditions that's going to be out there. So yeah, look, we'll just have to play it by ear and see what happens.
And I mean, obviously, you know, the Ulster generally will bring quite tricky conditions. Like it's synonymous with rain and muck. But the championship is still kind of up in the air at the moment as well with the results today. So it's hard to kind of drop the ball at this stage, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. I suppose it helped Callum there today getting the win. It's left him in a fairly strong position, but still, it's all going to be down to Ulster, I think. Yeah.
And are you looking forward to it? Do you love heading into the end of the championship this way?
Yeah, look at it. It's nice to try and get the win at the end or whatever. But I think it's been Callum's year so far. He's had a pretty good year, so I'd say the odds are with him at this stage.
Good man. Well, look, we look forward to seeing you in the Ulster, and congratulations on third place this weekend. We're going to try and get a quick word with Andy here if we can. Andy, are you happy enough with your weekend's work?
No.
It's always hard for you guys to be back at third, isn't it?
It is. I got very lucky with Josh the last 4 or 5 years. We won a lot of rallies together, and just when you get used to winning, it's hard not to.
But at the end of the day, you know, you've done a big weekend's work, you know, a couple of weekends in a row there, you know, with the new car and stuff. It's incredible stuff, really.
Yeah. No, look at it. What you call it? Josh got up to speed very well in the new car. And look at it. The championship's far from dead. We all got to Ulster with a chance. Marion went with a chance last year. It didn't work out for him. It worked out for us, and sure, hopefully maybe this year it might work out for us again.
Exactly, and the Ulster is so soon now.
It is only 2 weeks away. So Josh is the ALMC next weekend with Keith. So we'll do Recce then the Thursday, I think, of Ulster. So it'll all come around very quick now.
Good man, Andy. Congratulations and thanks a
Sorry.
million for talking to us all weekend. We'll have a quick word now with hopefully with Eddie Doherty and Frank and Colin whenever we get people in here. But the last few of the cars are just coming in through now and heading over into Park Ferme. We've got David Guest coming in through. I think he's going to go over the ramp, so we'll see what happens there.
First of all, progress for Josh Popper and Hughes. Josh going to AMC rally in County Meath next weekend. Keep Moriarty be back alongside for that today.
So we're just going to get to chat to one more person here, guys. Bear with us. The two guys are just going to come over the ramp now, and hopefully we get it'll be nice to get chatting to the first local guy here, David Guest. Bear with us. Copy that. David, you must be a happy man to get over that ramp this evening.
Delighted, yeah. Pity there's not another day. We do it a third day in the Cork 20 now, we'd be all very happy, wouldn't we?
You'd be happy, would you?
Definitely, yeah. Like that, more stages we got, the better it got, and the nicer feeling the car. And yeah, things went well today in particular, so yeah, delighted.
And you were very, very happy this morning on that stage?
Yeah, delighted with it, yeah. Like that, we changed the car a good bit today, and every change we made it nicer and better, so if we could go again now next weekend, we'd be...
You'd be happy as Larry. Good weekend all around.
Delighted, yeah, great weekend.
Good man, David. Thanks a million. Congratulations on your result this weekend. Hope you enjoyed every minute of it. And it definitely looks like he has. He looks like a very, very happy man. Himself, Coleman Hegarty and Kevin O'Driscoll having a wee conversation there.
Just Kevin's going to make a presentation there. Now there's a very special award here for the...
As you can see, there's a wee award being handed over here. This is to David for being the top Cork driver, Cork crew.
There's all sorts of rumours in that. Rob Murphy's a previous winner. Donald O'Brien, David Guest is on it. This is your fourth year in a row, David. It's there might be people this one. They're trying to get on a few more famous names there. It's Lee McCarthy as well. Lee McCarthy's there several times as well. But very famous, very prestigious cup for the Ulster Car Clubs, Cork 20. Kirkwood Country Boards, Kevin O'Riordan with
fantastic stuff for the local crew.
As the local pressman, Gerald takes charge of the program. You'll have this on the front page of the Avenue Express on Monday morning. We'll be with that.
we're just going to make our way down to Eddie Doherty now, folks, and get a quick word with Eddie and see how he feels after winning the event, and see the smile on his face. I'm sure he's going to be a very happy man. So we're just going to get a quick word here with Eddie. 2 seconds. Eddie, congratulations. You have to be a very, very happy man.
Yeah, definitely a happy man leaving Cork there now, like this evening. At the start of the year, we didn't think this was going to happen whatsoever with the likes of them, with the other boys that were there, with Kevin, Jason and all the rest, so, and Gary as well. So, no, absolutely over the moon now.
Good on you. And tell us, are you heading to the Ulster with with excitement and all that carry on?
No, we're actually busy with work and stuff as well at the same time, so I wouldn't say I'll head for the Ulster, but I think we're going to go to Belgium the week after for Escort Rally, especially for a bit of a holiday. So.
Excellent. And what are the celebrations going to be like for you this evening?
Fairly hairy, I'd say, but I will wait and see what happens. We'll get this over and done with first and see how we go.
Excellent. Well, listen, Eddie, thank you so much. Congratulations. And there you have it, Eddie Doherty. Frank Kelly behind him here, and obviously we've Colin, but an absolutely incredible weekend for Eddie, and obviously a very, very happy man after putting the championship to rest here this evening. So guys, there you have it. That's the Cork 20 for 2023. We have had an absolute ball here this weekend, and we have been delighted to be in service and to be bringing you all the information that we can get from the teams. Thank you very much for being with us, and we will see you very, very soon, 2 weeks at the Ulster.